Chapter 3292. In the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. The Blood Dragon clan was a branch of the dragons and was not recognized by the dragons. However, due to their strength and many titled celestial emperors, they were considered a heaven-grade force in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. After so many years of development, the Blood Dragon clan had grown stronger. In fact, they were even more terrifying than the orthodox dragons. The Blood Dragon clan was a mutated dragon. They were also known as the Fallen Dragons by the dragons. This was because blood dragons usually needed to consume a large amount of blood essence from celestial beasts to grow. They did not reject any blood essence from low-ranked celestial beasts to top-ranked celestial beasts. Until now, there had never been a 10-clawed blood dragon in the Blood Dragon clan. The one with the purest bloodline was a 9-clawed blood dragon. There were less than 50 9-clawed blood dragons in the Blood Dragon clan. It could be said that every 9-clawed blood dragon was extremely important to the Blood Dragon clan. Every 9-clawed blood dragon would be highly valued in the Blood Dragon clan, as long as one could transform into a 9-clawed blood dragon. One would be heavily nurtured by the Blood Dragon clan. Today, in the Blood Dragon clan Soul Hall, a soul bead placed on top of it suddenly shattered. The shattering of the soul pearl immediately attracted the attention of the Hall of Soul Elder. This soul pearl belongs to the Grand Elder's direct disciple, Ji Xian. The Grand Elder of the Blood Dragon clan was the second strongest person in the Blood Dragon clan. His strength was second only to the Patriarch. It seems like the Blood Dragon clan won't have a peaceful time in the near future. The Hall of Souls Elder sighed. Then he sent a message to the clan leader of the Blood Dragon clan, informing him of this matter. However, he did not send a message to the Grand Elder. First of all, he would only incur the Grand Elder's wrath if he hastily sent a message to the Grand Elder. It was better for the Patriarch to personally inform the Grand Elder. No matter how angry the Grand Elder was, it was impossible for him to vent his anger on the Patriarch. Secondly, in his opinion, the Grand Elder definitely had Ji Xian's soul orb. Since Ji Xian's soul orb had shattered, the Grand Elder would definitely have discovered that Ji Xian's soul orb had shattered. Perhaps when he discovered that Ji Xian's soul orb had shattered, that Grand Elder had also discovered it. Ji Xian! Just as this thought appeared in the Hall of Souls Elder's mind, an extremely furious roar suddenly sounded in his ears. It was like a thunderclap that resounded throughout the entire Blood Dragon clan's encampment. It seems that the Great Elder already knows. The Soul Hall Elder bitterly smiled. He could tell that this was the voice of their Blood Dragon clan's first elder. The Blood Dragon clan's Grand Elder, Ji Hu, was an old man dressed in a long blood-red robe. His curly hair draped over his back like a python. Now he was hovering in the void, and his expression was as ugly as it could be. "My condolences, Grand Elder." Shortly after, a middle-aged man appeared. He was tall and burly, and his face was as fair as jade. His long hair flowed down his back like a waterfall, and he exuded the aura of a superior. This middle-aged man was none other than Ji Feng, the current clan leader of the Blood Dragon clan and the strongest person in the clan. "Clan leader, you've heard about it?" Ji Hu looked at Ji Feng. "Yes." Ji Feng nodded. "I just received a message from the Hall of Souls Elders." "What happened? How did Ji Xian die?" "Ji Xian went to the title temple with the third elder to obtain the title of a celestial lord. I've just sent a message to the third elder, and he told me that Ji Xian was in the title temple's training ground." Ji Hu's eyes flashed coldly as he said, "In other words, Ji Xian died in the title temple's training ground. Clan leader, come with me to the title temple. I want to know who killed Ji Xian." Ji Hu said in a deep voice. "Grand Elder." Ji Feng frowned slightly. Although the members of the title temple are allowed to know what happened in the training ground, They have a rule that forbids them from divulging what happened in the training ground to anyone. In the history of the Devata realms, very few people have been able to obtain information about the training ground from the members of the Tidal Temple. Ji Feng said, "Although it's rare, it's always possible." Ji, whose eyes flashed coldly, "I'm willing to pay a price to find out who killed Ji Xian. I don't believe the members of the Tidal Temple won't be tempted." "Forget it." Ji Feng sighed. "Since you insist on going, I'll go with you, Grand Elder." Based on a conversation between the two of them, it was clear that the people from the Tidal Temple were able to see what was happening in the trial. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the 9-clawed blood dragon he had killed earlier was so powerful. Even if he knew, he would not have held back and would still kill the dragon. After leaving the altar, Duan Lingtian, Meng Haoxian, and the others arrived at the next stop. They arrived at a space that was also filled with great pressure. However, the pressure in this space was due to gravity. Once again, the four of them were separated. "I'll continue to refine the vitality of the pine willow divine tree." Duan Lingtian was in no hurry to leave. He sat down cross-legged and refined the vitality of the pine willow divine tree under the guidance of the world-cleansing divine water. Duan Lingtian only stopped refining the vitality of the pine willow divine tree when the gravitational force was so great that he could barely breathe. After leaving the space, Duan Lingtian thought he would see Meng Haoxian and the others. However, to his surprise, he found himself standing on a cold stone platform. There was no one around him. The stone platform was cold because it emitted a cold aura that made one feel as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He saw a figure on the other side of the stone platform. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw the figure. This was because the figure looked exactly the same as him from top to bottom. Humph! All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian snorted coldly and charged at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian thought that Duan Lingtian would use the law of space. However, to his surprise, Duan Lingtian did not use the law of space. Instead, he used the law of water that he had never seen before. 2 water tornadoes accompanied Duan Lingtian as they charged at Duan Lingtian. "Is that all you've got?" Originally, Duan Lingtian thought Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to his own. However, Duan Lingtian discovered that Duan Lingtian's strength was much weaker than Ji Xian's. Buzz! 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 Duan Lingtian teleported and appeared behind Duan Lingtian. 9-dimensional slashes whizzed out like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, reaping Duan Lingtian's life. When Duan Lingtian fell to the ground, Duan Lingtian was shocked to see that Duan Lingtian had transformed into another person. Duan Lingtian was no stranger to this person. It was one of the 2 people who had entered with him, Meng Haoxian and Ji Xian. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, there were 2 loud explosions. Duan Lingtian felt the stone platform beneath his feet tremble. Only then did he realize that another stone platform had been connected to the one he was standing on. There was a person standing on that stone platform. It was Meng Haoxian. At Meng Haoxian's feet was another corpse. It was the corpse of the other person who had entered with them. At this point, of the 5 people who had entered, only Duan Lingtian and Meng Haoxian were still alive. Duan Lingtian? When he saw Duan Lingtian and the corpse at Duan Lingtian's feet, Meng Haoxian was shocked. He could not help but ask, "Before you killed him, did he transform into your appearance?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Me too." Meng Haoxian smiled bitterly. "What the hell is this place? Why does it feel so strange? Now that the 2 of us have been connected to each other, could it be that you want me to fight to the death with you? That's a possibility, but not necessarily." Duan Lingtian shook his head. "Let's see if we can find another way out first." "Yes." Meng Haoxian nodded in agreement. At the same time, he sighed in relief. He could see that Duan Lingtian had no intention of attacking him. If it were before, he would not have dared to say that he could defeat Duan Lingtian, but he was confident that he could do so. However, after witnessing Duan Lingtian killing Jixian, the nine-clawed blood dragon, he knew that he was no match for Duan Lingtian, even though he was not much weaker than Jixian. If Duan Lingtian attacked him, he would definitely die. Meng Haoxuan did not know that Duan Lingtian would not kill him unless he attacked Duan Lingtian. After all, he was Huan Er's father's junior brother. If he killed Meng Haoxuan, how would Duan Lingtian face Huan Er's father in the future? Apart from that, Meng Haoxian had also provided Duan Lingtian with important information that allowed him to find out where Huan Er's father was being held. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Huan Er's mother was most likely imprisoned here as well. Sister water. Duan Lingtian could not help but ask the world cleansing divine water. He had been wandering the area with Meng Haoxuan for a long time, but he still could not figure out what was going on. Only one person can leave this place, the world cleansing divine water said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although Duan Lingtian had mentally prepared himself, he could not help but smile bitterly when he heard the world cleansing divine water's words. In the end, he and Meng Haoxuan would still have to fight to the death. Do I have to kill him to leave this place? Duan Lingtian asked hesitantly. Not necessarily, the world cleansing divine water said. The world cleansing divine water continued to say, I've checked for you earlier. The condition to leave this place should be that there's only one person left. However, the other person can hide in the small world of the remaining person and leave with that person. However, not everyone is willing to allow others to rashly enter their little world. After all, that is a very dangerous thing. You should enter his little world and leave this place. Although you're not afraid of him destroying your little world, there are too many secrets in it. It's not wise for him to discover them. Chapter 30, 293. As soon as the world cleansing divine water finished speaking, Duan Lingtian told Meng Haoxian about how they could leave this place. Either one of them survived or one of them entered the other's little world. Duan Lingtian, you can enter my little world. Meng Haoxian invited Duan Lingtian to enter his little world. After all, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to invite Duan Lingtian to enter his little world. In Meng Haoxian's opinion, with Duan Lingtian's strength, it was entirely possible for Duan Lingtian to leave this place after killing him. Since Duan Lingtian had suggested this, it was only natural for him to invite Duan Lingtian to enter his little world. Apart from the fact that he was the weaker party, he had no other choice. Based on the current situation, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to wreak havoc in his little world, since there was no need for him to do so. After all, Duan Lingtian was strong enough to kill him. Why would he wait until Duan Lingtian entered his little world to wreak havoc? All right. Since Meng Haoxian knew what was good for him, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate and allowed Meng Haoxian's little world to suck him in. Meng Haoxian's little world was a barren land. The heaven and earth spirit energy inside was no different from the Devata realms. In fact, the heaven and earth spirit energy was even thinner. This is amazing. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered Meng Haoxian's little world and concealed his aura, he heard Meng Haoxian's voice again. What's wrong? At this moment, Duan Lingtian had completely concealed his aura. He did not even dare to release his divine consciousness. Naturally, he was unaware of what was happening outside. After you entered the small world in my body, the surrounding mirror image changed automatically. Now we seem to have come out. Meng Haoxian said, We're out. Duan Lingtian asked Meng Haoxian to send him out of Meng Haoxian's little world. Although Duan Lingtian could leave the little world by himself, he would have to use a technique that would injure Meng Haoxian. Duan Lingtian, thank you. After sending Duan Lingtian out of his small world, Meng Haoxuan thanked Duan Lingtian with a serious expression on his face. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who had come out, looked around and realized that they had indeed left the testing ground left behind by the utmost powerful beings. Inside, did you find anything? Duan Lingtian looked at Meng Haoshuan curiously. His greatest gain from the trial grounds was successfully refining around 30% of the vitality of the pine willow divine tree. As for the other aspects, even though he had improved, the effects were negligible. Yes. Meng Haoshuan nodded and smiled faintly. My cultivation base has improved a bit, and my comprehension of the laws has also improved greatly. Of course, I can't compare to you. Meng Haoshuan shook his head and sighed. Although the purple-clad young man's cultivation base was inferior to his, he had comprehended all the profundities to the mastery stage. Moreover, he had comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of space, which was notoriously difficult to comprehend. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled faintly. Let's part ways here. I hope we'll have a chance to meet again in the future. All right. Meng Haoshuan nodded. He knew that all good things must come to an end. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely go to the Boundless Heavens Pool Palace to have a drink or 2 with you. If you have the chance to go to the solitary destructive heavens, solitary destructive territory, you can also come to the Heavenly Sword Mountain to look for me. Here's my soul pearl. Before parting ways, Meng Haoshuan and Duan Lingtian exchanged soul pearls before parting ways. After a few teleportations, Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. It seems like I'll have to look for another testing ground. I've only refined 30% of the vitality of the pine willow divine tree. I'll have to look for at least 2 more testing grounds before I can refine it completely. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but feel a headache coming on. Fortunately, he still had time. It was not too late. The boundless heaven. In the boundless territory, in a barren desert, there were ruins scattered everywhere. Broken walls were everywhere, and in the midst of these ruins, there was a perfectly intact palace. The palace was covered with sand and dust. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that the ground in front of the palace was spotless. Even the sand and dust would be swept away by an invisible force. Are you sure this is the place? 2 figures appeared in the air above the ruins. One of them asked the other. The 2 young men were dressed in gray robes from head to toe, including their heads. Only their foreheads, eyes, and noses could be seen. There's no mistake. As soon as one of the young men spoke, the other young man quickly replied. If Duan Lingtian were here, it would not be difficult for him to identify the 2 young men. They were Han Yunjin, a disciple of the profound heaven's celestial emperor, and Lei Jun, a disciple of the merciless celestial emperor, respectively. Han Yunjin was the first to speak. Swoosh! Suddenly, Lei Jun made a move. A burst of celestial origin energy shot out from his hand and landed in front of the palace that was still intact. It hit the clock in front of the palace's entrance. Dong! Around 10 breaths after the bell chimed, a figure slowly walked out from the palace. It was a young man. The young man looked to be around 13 or 14 years old. He flew up into the air and looked at Lei Jun and Han Yunjin from afar before he said indifferently, "Since you're able to find this place, I'm sure you know the rules. Leave behind the information of the target and one of your soul pearls. After that, you may return and wait for further news." The young man said, "You are." Han Yunjin was stunned when he saw the young man. Although the young man looked to be around 13 or 14 years old, he did not have the aura of someone younger than 100 years old. This meant the young man was more than 100 years old. I don't want to repeat myself. As soon as Han Yunjin finished speaking, a terrifying aura surged out of the young man's body and shrouded Han Yunjin and Lei Jun. Upon seeing this, Han Yunjin and Lei Jun trembled involuntarily. "Greetings, Senior Dugu." Han Yunjin and Lei Jun both sucked in a breath of cold air and bowed respectfully to the young man, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. The aura the young man had emitted earlier told them one thing. The young man was a titled celestial emperor. Based on this, it was obvious that this person was one of the two titled celestial emperors they were looking for. Moreover, he was a titled celestial emperor. Senior Dugu, this is the reward. Lei Jun raised his hand and tossed a spatial ring to the young man. Then he said, without beating around the bush, "The person we want you to kill is Duan Lingtian. He's a prodigious disciple of the Heavenly Pool Palace." The Heavenly Pool Palace? After establishing ownership over the spatial ring, the young man nodded and said indifferently, "There's no problem with the target's identity. However, if he hides in the Heavenly Pool Palace and refuses to leave, we won't be able to kill him. Before you issue the mission, you have to confirm that he'll leave the Heavenly Pool Palace. Moreover, you have to notify us as soon as he leaves the Heavenly Pool Palace." The young man said, "The Heavenly Pool Palace was a heaven-grade force. Its protective formation was so powerful that even titled celestial emperors would not be able to break into it. Even if they did, they would be exposed." "Senior, you don't have to worry about that," Lei Jun said with a smile. "The target is currently in the Tidal Temple, undergoing the test to become a titled celestial lord. However, he has a titled celestial emperor by his side. That titled celestial emperor is Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie celestial emperor of the Heavenly Pool Palace." "The Verdant Prairie celestial emperor?" The young man raised an eyebrow when he heard Lei Jun's words. "No wonder the reward is so generous. As it turns out, he has a titled celestial emperor by his side. However, since he has left the Heavenly Pool Palace, we'll accept the mission." The young man continued to say, "Now, you can describe him and his companions. It's best if you have a portrait of him." "I've already prepared it." Lei Jun raised his hand and handed a rolled-up portrait to the young man. After that, Lei Jun left behind his soul orb and bade farewell to the young man before leaving. Before Lei Jun left, the young man gave Lei Jun a soul bead. "Take this soul bead. If anything happens, keep in touch." As soon as Lei Jun and the young man turned around, the young man seemed to have disappeared into thin air. "Lei Jun, there shouldn't be a problem with them, right?" Han Yunjin asked as they made their way back to the Heavenly Pool Palace. "Of course, there shouldn't be a problem." Lei Jun smiled confidently. "If I'm not mistaken, that young man should be the 100 Transformations Celestial Emperor, Dugawin. It's said that he's not human. He's 100 Colors Celestial Emperor. That young man just now should only be one of his transformations. Dugawin is more famous than the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and my mother in the boundless heaven. He's not inferior to your teacher, the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. Apart from that, the stronger one is his elder brother, Dugawu. It's said that Dugawu is a tenacious heavenly bamboo. He's called the Indestructible Celestial Emperor, and people call him the Indestructible Celestial Emperor. I'm sure Dugawin is as strong as Su Lang. Dugawu is definitely stronger than Su Lang." Lei Jun said, "I hope there won't be a problem. After all, we've paid a huge price this time." Han Yunjin said in a deep voice. Both he and Lei Jun had paid a huge price. It could be said that they had turned from tycoons to paupers overnight. The greater the price, the greater the reward. This is the truth since time immemorial. Lei Jun said indifferently. After Han Yunjin and Lei Jun left the desert, two figures flew out of the palace in the desert and made their way to the Tidal Temple. Chapter 3294. In the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. The dragons. The Blood Dragon clan was a branch of the dragons. Apart from the Blood Dragons, the Blood Dragon clan had all the divine dragons. For example, the Golden Dragon, Devil Dragon, White Dragon, Azure Dragon, Red Dragon, and so on. Among them, the Golden Dragon and Devil Dragon's bloodlines were the noblest, followed by the White Dragon, Azure Dragon, Red Dragon, and so on. The Blood Dragon was an anomaly among the dragons. Due to this reason, The other dragons did not bother to associate themselves with them. The dragon's territory was much larger than the Blood Dragon clan's territory. Duan Shao Hei, Duan Shao Bai. At this moment, a figure dressed in a golden robe was standing opposite a black-clad young man and a white-clad young woman in the Prodigy Valley. The golden-clad young man had a determined expression on his face, and his eyes shone brightly like stars. However, at this moment, he was glaring at the man and woman in front of him with hostility in his eyes. The black-clad young man had a handsome and cold appearance. He was tall and burly, and his body emitted a cold aura. The white-clad young woman was dressed in a snow-white robe. She was beautiful, and she looked holy as she stood there. Ji Yan, do you really want to challenge Xiao Hei and me? The white-clad young woman's long hair cascaded down like a waterfall. She looked at the golden-clad young man with a smile and said, I remember Xiao Hei, and I defeated you 30 years ago, right? Humph! The golden-clad young man scoffed. You've said it yourself. That was 30 years ago. It's not certain who's going to be defeated today. It seems like your trip to the Tidal Temple and obtaining the title of a Celestial Lord has boosted your confidence a lot. The white-clad young woman said with a smile. Cut the crap. Let's fight. The golden-clad young man's eyes turned cold as a murderous aura surged out of his body. Then he shot toward the duo at lightning speed. Swoosh! Swoosh! The black-clad young man and the white-clad young woman left a black afterimage and a white afterimage, respectively, before they disappeared into the void. Boom! Rumble! The short exchange between the three of them caused space to tremble. It was as if waves of deafening thunder resounded, shaking the heavens and the earth. Duan Shao Hei and Duan Shao Bai are always bullies. No matter who they fight, they always fight together. One of the dragon's disciples shook his head and said, They are inseparable siblings, so it's normal for them to attack together. Another disciple of the dragon said, Besides, think about it, how old are they? They aren't even 300 years old. Even if they join forces to fight Ji Yan, they won't be able to take advantage of him. That is true. Ji Yan is even older than the two of them combined. However, although Duan Shao Hei and Duan Shao Bai are from the mundane realm, they transformed into a 9-clawed devil dragon and a 9-clawed white dragon as soon as they arrived in the ancestral pool. This is rare in the history of the dragons. It's said that they were baptized by the Blood Moon Ridge's ancestral pool in the mundane realm and transformed into an 8-clawed devil dragon and an 8-clawed white dragon. With that foundation, the dragons are able to transform into a 9-clawed devil dragon and a 9-clawed white dragon. After the news of them transforming into a 9-clawed devil dragon and a 9-clawed white dragon spread, the Lord of Blood Moon Ridge personally came to the dragons to ask for benefits. I heard the commotion was quite fierce at that time. The Lord of Blood Moon Ridge looked as if he would take the duo away if the dragons didn't give him any benefits. Although Duan Shao Hei and Duan Shao Bai were from the mundane realm, they had only joined the dragons for 200 years before they became prodigious disciples among the dragons. 200 years ago, when they first joined the dragons, they were baptized by the dragon's ancestral pool and transformed into a 9-clawed devil dragon and a 9-clawed white dragon. Now that 200 years had passed, their strength was comparable to that of a titled celestial lord. Even then, when the duo joined forces, no one below the celestial emperor realm was a match for them among the dragons. Duan Shao Hei, Duan Shao Bai, revert to your true forms. Suddenly, Ji Yan's bell-like voice was clearly transmitted into the ears of the spectating Dragon Clan disciples like a thunderclap. Roar! In the next moment, an earth-shattering dragon's roar rang in the ears of the spectating disciples of the dragons. At the same time, Ji Yan, who was dressed in a golden robe, reverted to his true form. He was a 9-clawed divine dragon that was more than 10,000 meters long. This 5-clawed divine dragon was covered in golden dragon scales that shone with a golden light. The golden light emitted from the dragon scales was extremely cold. Roar! roar. As soon as Ji Yan reverted to his true form, two dragons' roars rang in the air. The black-clad young man and the white-clad woman suddenly became illusory. Then, two nine-clawed divine dragons that were more than 10,000 meters long appeared one after another. These two nine-clawed divine dragons were different from Ji Yan's true form. Instead, they were a nine-clawed devil dragon and a nine-clawed white dragon. The nine-clawed devil dragon's scales shone as black as ink. The cold aura it emitted was even colder than the golden scales of the nine-clawed golden dragon. The surface of the nine-clawed white dragon's body was covered with white dragon scales that emitted a holy white light. It gave off a sense of beauty, and many of the dragon's disciples' eyes lit up when they saw it. Currently, among us dragons, there are only two nine-clawed white dragons, right? Other than Duan Xiaobai, only the fourth elder is a nine-clawed white dragon. A disciple of the dragons murmured, "Otherwise, why would the fourth elder treat little Bai as his own lifeblood? Didn't you see that the fourth elder was already here?" "Where?" "Over there." Many of the dragon's disciples were looking at a figure in white robes standing in the distance. He was calmly looking at the three nine-clawed dragons in the Genius Valley. This was a beautiful woman in white. She was graceful and elegant. When her gaze fell on the nine-clawed white dragon in the sky above Sky's Pride Valley, her gaze became incomparably gentle. "Elder Jixiang is also here." A woman stood next to the beautiful woman. She was none other than the youngest elder in the dragons, Jixiang. "Mother, little Bai seems to be even more outstanding than you were when you were young." Jixiang smiled at the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman was none other than the fourth elder of the dragons in the Wanshou heaven, Jining. Duan Xiaobai was a nine-clawed white dragon from the mundane realm. He was her only disciple, and his position in her heart made Jixiang, her daughter, jealous. "That's right. I didn't expect a nine-clawed white dragon to have such achievements at her age." Jining nodded. "It's all thanks to you that you brought her and Little Black back to the Blood Moon Ridge. If they had gone to the Blood Moon Ridge, the old man there wouldn't have allowed them to return to the dragons after discovering their innate talents. Ji Yan returned a month ago. He went to the Title Temple to obtain a title. It's said that he had a fortuitous encounter in the Title Temple's training ground, and his strength has increased significantly. With his current strength, apart from Little Bai and Little Black, no one below the Celestial Emperor realm in the dragons is a match for him." Ji Xiang nodded. "He's not a match for Little Black and Little White." Jining Yun shook her head. "Little Black and Little White are proficient in the joint attack techniques of the dragons. When they become titled Celestial Emperors in the future, I'm afraid no one among the dragons will be a match for them," Jining Yin said with a sigh. "In the Devata realms, there are many people who are proficient in joint attack techniques. Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yin, the leaders of the Ganjiang progeny and the Mo Xia progeny in the Jade Emperor, Heaven's Thousand Tribulations sword sect, are siblings. Their strength is close to that of a titled Celestial Emperor, and they can kill ordinary titled Celestial Emperors when they join forces. Little Black and Little White are twins as well. Most importantly, they're nine-clawed divine dragons as well. They won't be inferior to them in the future." Based on Jixiang's words, it was clear she was confident in the nine-clawed devil dragon and nine-clawed white dragon. "I don't doubt that." Jining Yan's eyes narrowed as she said indifferently, "What I'm concerned about is whether they'll be able to evolve into 10-clawed divine dragons. It's been almost 100,000 years since a 10-clawed divine dragon has appeared among the dragons. If a 10-clawed divine dragon appears, it'll most likely be them." Jining Yin said. "A 10-clawed divine dragon?" Ji Xiang looked at the 9-clawed devil dragon and the 9-clawed white dragon in shock. After a few rounds, the 9-clawed devil dragon and the 9-clawed white dragon had gained the upper hand. After a while, Ji Xiang finally regained her senses. "I've spoken to your father, and the Patriarch. There's a high chance they'll succeed, Ji Ningyan said. Ji Xiang nodded. My father and the Patriarch think so as well. Ji Xiang inhaled sharply upon hearing Ji Ningyan's words. Ji Ningyan's father was the Grand Elder of the Dragon's Clan. Together with the Patriarch of the Dragon's Clan, their strength was ranked in the top 3 among the dragons. There were 16 titled celestial emperors among the Dragon's Clan. One could easily imagine how powerful Ji Ningyan's father was to be ranked in the top 3 among the 16 titled celestial emperors. Duan Xiaohe, Duan Xiaobai. If you're capable, fight me one-on-one. Meanwhile, the battle in the Prodigy Valley had finally come to an end. After more than 10 rounds, Ji Yan was defeated by Duan Xiaohe and Duan Xiaobai. Ji Yan, you're getting more and more shameless. A woman dressed in a white robe looked at Ji Yan with a smile on her face. How old are you, and how old are Xiaohe and I? How dare you say you're going to fight us one-on-one? Ask yourself this. When you were our age, were you a match for any of us? Ji Yan's expression turned unsightly when he heard the woman's words. However, he was at a loss for words. After all, he was much weaker than the 2 of them when he was their age. Chapter 3295. In the Tidal Temple. In the training ground for titled celestial lords. I still need 20% more. At this moment, it had been a year since Duan Lingtian entered the training ground for titled celestial lords. During this 1 year, apart from entering the test site with Meng Haoxian, Duan Lingtian discovered another 3 test sites. After leaving the 3 training grounds, Duan Lingtian managed to refine 80% of the pine willow divine tree's vitality. He was only 20% away from fully refining the pine willow divine tree's vitality. At that time, he would be able to condense the godly image phenomenon of the pine willow divine tree and improve his strength. Sister Water, I think you've been teaching the 2 Ning dragons something. Why do I feel like they're becoming more and more alike? Duan Lingtian asked the world cleansing divine water in his little world. During this time, he would occasionally pay attention to the world cleansing divine water in his little world and discovered that the world cleansing divine water had been teaching the 2 Ning dragons. In the beginning, the 2 Ning dragons only looked identical. However, after looking at them for a while, their slightly different auras became extremely similar. I'm teaching them how to cooperate with each other through formations and the connection between their bloodlines, the world cleansing divine water said. The world cleansing divine water said. Fortunately, their comprehension abilities are not low. During this period of time, their combined strength has risen to a whole new level compared to when they were working together. I see. Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. At the same time, he knew that if 2 Ning dragons had a close connection with each other, the increase in their strength would not be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The leaders of the Gan Jiang progeny and the Mo Xia progeny in the Jade Emperor Heaven's 1,000 Tribulations sword sect were twins. If they joined forces, they would be able to easily kill ordinary titled celestial emperors. It's been a year. I wonder how Huaner is doing? She should have left by now, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In his opinion, with Huan Er's strength, it would not be difficult for her to kill 9 people in the training ground. Just as Duan Lingtian had expected. Among the group of titled celestial lords who had entered the Tidal Temple, he was the only one who had yet to leave. Apart from Huan Er, Hu Mei, and Wenwan Er, even Nan Lufeng, the disciple of Zheng Yu, the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor, had left as well. All 4 of them were titled celestial lords from the Tidal Temple. She had given herself the title of Heavenly Fantasy. The word Tian was taken from Duan Ling Tian's name, and the word Huan was taken from her own name. Huan Er, the Heaven's Celestial Lord. Little junior brother is still not out yet? Outside the Tidal Temple, Hu Mei frowned after the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor and his disciple left. Confusion and confusion filled her face. In her opinion, based on her little junior brother's strength, He should have come out a long time ago. However, he was still not out yet. Could something have happened to him? Naturally, Hu Mei had Duan Ling Tian's soul pearl in her hand, so she could confirm if he was still alive. Due to this reason, she was not worried that Duan Ling Tian was in danger. She merely thought Duan Ling Tian must have encountered something in there that caused him to be delayed for so long. Little junior brother is still alive. Let's wait a little longer. When Wan said patiently, perhaps little junior brother encountered a fortuitous encounter in there. With little junior brother's strength, it won't be difficult for him to pass the test. Su Lang remained silent as he stood at the side with his eyes closed. A moment later, Su Lang opened his eyes and looked at the veiled Huan, standing at the side. When he saw the calm expression in her eyes, he fell into deep thought. It seems like this girl isn't worried about that brat at all. She's confident in him, but she's not worried about him at all. Otherwise, she knows why Duan Ling Tian is taking so long to come out. After waiting for another 3 months, the 4 of them finally received a message from Duan Ling Tian. I'm out. Follow the elders of the Tidal Temple to the titled Celestial Lord's Palace and leave my title there. Hu Mei and Wenwan sighed in relief when they received Duan Ling Tian's message. They could use celestial weapons in the titled Celestial Lord's trial, but they could not use celestial talismans, including communication celestial talismans. Not to mention the fact that outsiders couldn't communicate with those inside the trial grounds. Even those inside the trial grounds couldn't communicate with each other. In the Tidal Temple, after Duan Ling Tian left the trial grounds, he followed an elder of the Tidal Temple to the titled Celestial Lord's Palace. The elder of the Tidal Temple, who was leading the way for Zhang Xian, was dressed in a black robe. Even his head was covered, so Zhang Xian could not see his face clearly. Think about your title first. When we arrive at the titled Celestial Lord's Palace, I'll write it down for you. The elder's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. His voice was old and hoarse, but it was filled with energy. I've already thought about it. Duan Ling Tian replied. When the elder brought Duan Ling Tian to the titled Celestial Lord's Palace, Duan Ling Tian told the elder about his title, Misty Rain. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, a titled Celestial Lord, had his own title, the Misty Rain Celestial Lord. When they entered the titled Celestial Lord's Palace, Duan Ling Tian glanced around and saw many names engraved on the pillars, walls, and ceiling. After each name there was a title. With just a glance, one could tell the titled Celestial Lord's Palace had a long history. Elder, are these the names of celestial lords who obtained their titles in the boundless heavens Tidal Temple? Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask the elders of the Tidal Temple when he saw the names in the titled Celestial Lord's palaces. At this moment, the elder of the Tidal Temple was going to carve his name and title on the ceiling. He also saw Huan Er's name next to the old man's carving. Huan Oi's title was Heavenly Fantasy. This girl, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian figured out the origin of Huan Er's title. Yes, the elder replied indifferently. Then he led Duan Ling Tian back to where they came from. Along the way, he led Duan Ling Tian out of the Tidal Temple through another path. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian's mind was elsewhere. I should find out where the 1,000 Chains prison is when I return to the Heavenly Pool Palace. According to Meng Haoshuan, Huan Er's father is imprisoned there. As for Huan Er's mother, if she's really imprisoned in the Heavenly Pool Palace, she should be in the 1,000 Chains prison as well. Duan Ling Tian did not forget that he had joined the Heavenly Pool Palace to rescue Huan Er's parents. Swoosh! It did not take long before Duan Ling Tian left the Tidal Temple and appeared in front of Huan Er and the others. Little junior brother, you're finally out. What happened in there? Why did you take so long? Hu Mei asked curiously. She heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Duan Ling Tian. He encountered a few trials and passed them all. Only then did he start looking for immortal emperors to fight. He only came out after he killed 9 immortal emperors. Duan Lingtian told Hu Mei the story that he had prepared beforehand. Naturally, his story was not entirely false. In fact, most of it was true. However, he did not mention the reason he was so eager to participate in the tests in the trial of titled celestial lords. How many tests did you pass? Aren't you a little too lucky? Hu Mei was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's words. I've killed 9 celestial lords, and I only encountered 1 test. Little junior brother, why did you encounter so many tests? Hu Mei asked curiously. It's only natural for me to encounter more tests after staying in the trial of titled celestial lords for a long time. Duan Lingtian smiled. Hu Mei was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's words. She thought about it for a moment and agreed with Duan Lingtian's words. Did you gain anything? Hu Mei asked. Not bad. Duan Lingtian nodded. Since Old Seventh is out, let's return, Su Lang said. Then he led Duan Lingtian and the others out of the Tidal Temple. Huan, did you gain anything in the trial of titled celestial lords? Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission on their way back. Duan Lingtian and the others saw 2 figures standing in front of them, blocking their path. Duan Lingtian and the others' path was blocked by 2 figures. Of the 2 people, one was a young man who looked to be in his teens, and the other was an old man. Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. The teenager stepped forward and greeted Su Lang indifferently. Then he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian and asked, You must be Duan Lingtian, right? As soon as the teenager finished speaking, his eyes flashed with killing intent. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he sensed the killing intent in the teenager's eyes. His expression turned solemn immediately. It was obvious these 2 people did not come with good intentions. Moreover, the teenager seemed to know that his master was a titled celestial emperor. Yet he still dared to come here even though he knew there was a titled celestial emperor here. This meant they were not afraid of titled celestial emperors. At the very least, they were not afraid of Su Lang, a titled celestial emperor. You are. Su Lang frowned as he looked at the teenager. Although the teenager seemed to be in his teens, he did not have the aura of someone younger than 100 years old. Duga Wen. The teenager smiled. Duga Wen? As soon as the young man finished speaking, Su Lang's expression changed drastically. He looked at the young man with fear in his eyes. Then he looked at the old man behind the young man, and his heart trembled. He is Duga Wen. Then he is Duga Wu? Now, not only did Su Lang's face change, but even Hu Mei and Wenwan, Er's faces turned ugly in an instant. They had all heard of Duga Wen and knew of his existence. Duga Wen was a titled celestial emperor with the title of 100 transformations. He was 100 colors flower that had transformed into a human. Duga Wu. Hu Mei and Wenwan, instinctively turned to look at the old man standing behind the teenager. Chapter 3296. Duga Wen, the 100 Transformations, Celestial Emperor. Duga Wu, the Indestructible Celestial Emperor. Both of them were famous in the boundless heavens, boundless territory. In fact, they were even more famous than many titled celestial emperors who were stronger than them. They were famous not because of their strength, but because both of them were titled celestial emperors. Moreover, both of them were assassins. Moreover, both of them worked together. Many titled celestial emperors in the boundless heaven had died in their hands. Due to this, they had become even more famous. Now that both of them had appeared in the boundless heavens, boundless heavens, boundless heavens, boundless heaven, Hu Mei and Wenwana knew what this meant. Based on Duan Lingtian's actions, it was obvious the target of the 2 assassins was none other than Duan Lingtian. 2 titled celestial emperors. Through Hu Mei and Wenwan, voice transmissions, Duan Lingtian learned who the 2 people in front of him were. At the same time, he also learned that they were targeting him. The assassins are here to kill me? I don't think I've offended many people in the boundless heaven, right? At this moment, many thoughts flashed in Duan Lingtian's mind. One could easily imagine the price he would have to pay to bribe 2 titled celestial emperors. Did you offend someone? Who may ask through voice transmission. Third senior sister. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. In fact, before we came to the heavenly pool palace, we weren't from the boundless heaven. In other words, apart from the people in the heavenly pool palace, I haven't come into contact with anyone else. The only people I've offended are the prodigious disciples in the heavenly pool palace. If someone wants to kill me, it should be them. However, I don't think it's that easy to bribe 2 titled celestial emperors to kill me, right? Perhaps Han Yunjin is the only one who's capable of bribing them to kill me. Duan Lingtian speculated. Han Yunjin. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, Humei did not reply. Little junior brother, you think too highly of Han Yunjin. Or should I say, you think too little of the price Dugu Win and Dugu Wu have to pay? Even if Han Yunjin were to go bankrupt, he'd only be able to pay half of what the 2 of them are willing to kill you. 2 Han Yunjin might be able to pay the price, but 1 Han Yunjin isn't capable of that. It was clear Humei had a good understanding of the 2 assassins. In the heavenly pool palace, apart from the 9 titled celestial emperors, there are only a handful of people in the heavenly pool palace who are capable of bribing 2 assassins to kill you. Furthermore, none of those people have anything to do with you. Humei continued to say, as for the titled celestial emperors in the heavenly pool palace, even the martial dragon celestial emperor and the profound heaven celestial emperor, whose disciples you killed, won't be able to bribe them to kill you. With their strength, it won't be difficult for them to kill you. At most, they'll be forced to leave the heavenly pool palace because of the conflict between them and their teacher. With their strength, they can easily join other heaven-grade forces, even if they leave the heavenly pool palace and enjoy the resources of the heaven-grade forces. Upon hearing Humei's words, Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Who else could it be if it was not Han Yunjin? In the end, Duan Lingtian felt it was most likely Han Yunjin was the culprit. At this moment, the young man in his early teens, the 100-variant celestial emperor, glanced at Su Lang indifferently and said, Su Lang, our target this time is your 7th disciple, Duan Lingtian. If you hand him over to us, we'll be fine. However, if you're unwilling to hand him over, we'll have no choice but to see how strong the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor is. As Dugu Wen reached the end of his sentence, the cold light in his eyes grew even colder. At the same time, there was a strong sense of threat in his eyes. Swoosh! As soon as Dugu Wen's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and seemed to have vanished into thin air. Dugu Wen's eyes flashed coldly as he shot toward Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared from where he was standing and chased after Duan Lingtian. When Dugu Wen confirmed Duan Lingtian's identity, he had already used his divine consciousness to lock on to Duan Lingtian. As for Dugu Wu, he remained where he was, glaring at Su Lang fiercely. It was as though he would attack if Su Lang dared to chase after Duan Lingtian. Let's return. Su Lang glanced at Dugu Wu indifferently before he led the trio back to the heavenly pool palace. From the beginning until the end, he did not seem to have any intention of helping Duan Lingtian. It was not that he did not want to help Duan Lingtian, but he had no other choice. Based on the rumors, Duan Lingtian was not any weaker than him. Although he could send a message to the heavenly pool palace's titled celestial emperors before Duan Lingtian gained the upper hand, it was highly likely that Duan Lingtian would have died by then. Dugu Wu followed Su Lang and the others for about half a day before he finally decided to leave. Since Su Lang did not chase after Duan Lingtian, he did not plan to make a move as well. After all, if he made a move, he would be in a stalemate with Su Lang for some time. Now that half a day had passed, he was no longer worried that Su Lang would interfere with Duan Lingtian's matter. For this reason, he decided to leave. Trying to leave? However, just as Dugawu was about to leave, Su Lang made his move. A resplendent sword light whistled through the air, following Dugawu like a shadow. Su Lang, how dare you attack me? Dugawu sneered. It'll take at least a day for the other titled celestial emperors of the heavenly pool palace to arrive. Do you think you'll be able to withstand my attacks for a while? Dugawu was an old man with white hair that draped over his shoulders. His clothes were slightly sloppy, but he emitted a murderous aura. I've long heard of the indestructible celestial emperor's name. Since I've met you today, I'd like to see how strong you are. A cold light flashed in Su Lang's eyes. He raised his hand, and a 3-foot-long green sword whizzed out. He and the sword merged into one and charged towards Dugawu with unparalleled sharpness. Humph! Dugawu snorted coldly as he charged forward. Meanwhile, Huan-Er, Humei, and Wenwan-Er watched the battle from afar. Dugawu might be slightly stronger than Su Lang, but it was impossible for him to gain the upper hand in such a short time. After all, both of them were titled celestial emperors. Moreover, Su Lang was not the weakest among titled celestial emperors. For this reason, they were not worried that Dugawu would attack them. After all, Dugawu was too busy to make a move. If Dugawu attacked them, he would definitely be at a disadvantage in the battle against Su Lang. About 2 hours later, buzz! The ear-piercing sound of a saber rang in the air. A sharp saber light descended from the clouds, charging at Dugawu with a ferocious momentum. Dugawu was caught off guard by the sudden saber ray. Since he was fighting Su Lang, he felt slightly powerless even though he had noticed the saber ray. Su Lang, you tricked me! Dugawu let out a furious roar. Then his body suddenly swayed. Just at that moment, the blade ray that descended from the sky chopped off one of his arms. However, Dugawu quickly caught the severed arm with his other hand. After that, he circulated his celestial origin energy to heal the wound on his severed arm. What Dugawu comprehended was the law of wood, which was full of vitality. His body was also a tenacious sky bamboo that had taken human form. Losing an arm was just a minor injury to him. In just a blink of an eye, the wound on Dugawu's severed arm had healed. Swoosh! Behind the blade glow, a figure stepped down from the clouds and appeared beside Su Lang. It was none other than Zhang Yu, the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor, who had left earlier. Who are you? Dugawu looked at Zhang Yu with a dark expression. He did not expect Su Lang would have a helper who was also a titled Celestial Emperor in just half a day. Where's Duan Lingtian? At this moment, a figure appeared in the sky and walked toward Huan-Er, Humei, and Wenwan-Er. It was none other than Zhang Yu's disciple, Nan Lufeng. Little junior brother has lured Dugu away, Humei said in a deep voice. Although Duan Lingtian had informed them before he left, she could not help but feel worried when she thought about how Duguwin was a titled celestial emperor, while her little junior brother was only a titled celestial lord. At this moment, a hint of worry could be seen in Huan-Er's eyes. Usually, Huan-Er would not worry about Duan Lingtian since she was very confident in Duan Lingtian's strength. However, things were different today. Duguwin was a titled celestial emperor. He was not someone her brother Ling Tian's opponents could compare to. Duguwen? The 100 Transformations Celestial Emperor? Does this mean the old man is Duguwu, the indestructible Celestial Emperor? Nan Lufeng looked at the old man standing opposite his teacher and Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, in shock when he heard Humei's words. Nan Lufeng was brought here by his teacher. He only said he would help Su Lang, but he did not mention who his opponent was. Now that Humei had spoken, Nan Lufeng finally knew who his teacher and Su Lang were facing. Who did Duan Lingtian offend? He actually hired these 2 murderous gods to kill him. Nan Lufeng could not help but click his tongue. Duguwin and Dugawu were so famous that even he had heard about them. Apart from that, he also knew that the price they charged was extremely high. Moreover, celestial crystals were not enough to tempt them. If one wanted them to help, they would have to offer something that could move them. Celestial crystals would only take up a portion of the price, but most of it had to be other precious items that were priceless. Zhang Yui. On the other side, Zhang Yui answered Dugu Wu's question calmly. Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor. Dugu Wu frowned before he asked in a deep voice, "Why are you here?" Zhang Yui, the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor, and Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, were close. As an assassin, he was very familiar with the relationships between titled celestial emperors in the boundless heaven. Chapter 3297. As titled celestial emperor assassins in the boundless heaven, Dugu Wu and Dugu Wen would not blindly accept anyone's orders. They would not hesitate to kill titled celestial emperors who did not have a powerful background or connections. However, they would not dare to kill titled celestial emperors like Su Lang, who had the support of a heaven-grade force like the Heavenly Pool Palace, for fear of angering the Heavenly Pool Palace. If they killed ordinary disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace, even if they were the most outstanding prodigious disciples, it would only anger the Heavenly Pool Palace's titled celestial emperor. However, if they killed a titled celestial emperor from the Heavenly Pool Palace, it would be akin to challenging the authority of the Heavenly Pool Palace. If the Heavenly Pool Palace sent out all of its titled celestial emperors, it would be a disaster for them. Naturally, there were also some titled celestial emperors who did not dare to act recklessly. For example, Zhang Yui, the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor, was currently standing in front of Dugu Wu. Although Zhang Yui did not belong to any heaven-grade force, his elder brother was one of the top 3 titled celestial emperors in a heaven-grade force. Killing Zhang Yui would be akin to offending the titled celestial emperor. For this reason, Dugu Wu felt a headache coming on when he saw Zhang Yui. He was not in the mood to continue fighting. All he wanted to do was to retreat. However, Su Lang and Zhang Yui had no intention of letting him go. "Since you're here, stay," Su Lang said coldly. Then he joined forces with Zhang Yui to attack Dugu Wu. In the end, Dugu Wu was forced to reveal his true form, a tenacious heavenly bamboo that looked like a pillar that could support the heavens descended from the sky and met Su Lang and Zhang Yui head-on. "Su Lang, Zhang Yui, don't blame me for being rude if you continue to fight." In the end, the sullen Dugu Wu also became angry. He completely displayed his strength and turned the tables around. However, when he had turned the tables around, he didn't launch another attack. Instead, he took the opportunity to retreat, not daring to continue fighting. With his strength, it would be extremely difficult for him to fight Su Lang and Zhang Yui together. If he dragged the battle on, Su Lang might bring a titled celestial emperor from the Heavenly Pool Palace to help him. At that time, even he would have to die. For this reason, he took the opportunity to flee. "Su Lang, that 7th disciple of yours is really a troublemaker. Even assassins like Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu are involved. Who exactly did he offend?" Zhang Yui looked at Su Lang and asked, "I don't know." As Su Lang shook his head, his expression turned slightly gloomy. Before his 7th disciple left, Duan Lingtian had communicated with him through voice transmission. For this reason, he knew his 7th disciple would not offend anyone in the boundless heaven apart from those from the Heavenly Pool Palace. The most suspicious person was the disciple of the profound heaven's celestial emperor, Han Yunjin. However, as the saying goes, dirty linen should not be aired in public. Even though he suspected Han Yunjin, he did not tell Zhang Yui. In that case, Dugu Wen went to chase after your 7th disciple? Zhang Yui asked again. Yes. Su Lang nodded. His eyes were filled with worry. Although his 7th disciple had said that he was confident before he left, he could not help but feel worried. After all, although his 7th disciple was strong, he was only comparable to an ordinary celestial emperor at most. However, Dugu Wen was not an ordinary celestial emperor. He was a titled celestial emperor. Thank you for your help. It's time for us to return. Su Lang bade farewell to Zheng Yui before he led the three girls back to the heavenly pool palace. At this moment, he could not chase after Duan Lingtian even if he wanted to. Let's wait for little junior brother's message. He said, he'll send us a message as soon as he's safe. When Wana said, before Duan Lingtian left, he had told Su Lang and the others through voice transmission that he would send them a message as soon as he was safe. Although they wanted to ask about Duan Lingtian's situation, they were worried that Duan Lingtian would be distracted. If a titled celestial emperor were to chase after him, even a slight distraction could put him in a perilous situation. For this reason, even Huan did not dare to rashly send a message to Duan Lingtian. She could only pray that her brother Lingtian was fine. In the boundless territory. Somewhere in the boundless territory. Brat, even if you've comprehended the teleportation profundity to the mastery stage, you still won't be able to escape from me. A young man moved as fast as a ghost. Although the person in front of him had traveled 2,000 miles in just a blink of an eye, he was still able to catch up to him. Moreover, as time passed, the distance between them continued to decrease. As expected of a titled celestial emperor, he's really fast. The young man was none other than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian teleported again and again in order to avoid the young man's pursuit. His expression turned slightly solemn as he did so. It's about time. At this moment, the world-cleansing divine waters voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. If you continue to flee, it'll take a long time for Duan Lingtian to catch up to you. If you ask your teacher, Su Lang, to stop Duan Lingtian for a while, the world-cleansing divine water said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Based on the world-cleansing divine water's words, it was clear that Su Lang had been instructed by Duan Lingtian to stop Duan Lingtian. However, even Duan Lingtian would not expect Su Lang to ask Jing Yi to help him stop Duan Lingtian. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. Then he stopped teleporting and turned around to look at the young man who had appeared in front of him in just a blink of an eye. You should have done this earlier. The youthful Duguwin looked at Duan Lingtian as a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. However, since you didn't cooperate, I won't leave your corpse intact. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it was clear he had already treated Duan Lingtian as a dead man. You're just a flower in human form. How boastful of you! Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently as a mocking smile appeared on his face. You're seeking death. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as he moved. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body before it turned green. Vines shot out of his body and shot toward Duan Lingtian like angry dragons. As a titled celestial emperor, Duguwin was a 7-star celestial emperor. His celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the law of wood was extremely domineering. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian felt an intense pressure weighing down on him. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel suffocated. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian's face tensed up, and with a thought, a silhouette condensed into form around him. Shockingly, it was a small tree. In the blink of an eye, that small tree grew rapidly and became a towering tree. At first glance, the tree resembled a pine tree. However, the branches and leaves on the tree were completely different. They looked more like willows grafted onto the tree. The pine willow divine tree? Duguwin narrowed his eyes when he saw the silhouette that appeared on Duan Lingtian. You're not human. That's not right. You're not the pine willow divine tree. It's the godly image avatar. In just a blink of an eye, Duguwin discovered Duan Lingtian's technique was the godly image phenomenon of the pine willow divine tree. In terms of grade, the pine willow divine tree was on par with the 100 colors flower. It was comparable to a top-tier celestial beast. Brat, So what if you have the godly image avatar of the pine willow divine tree? You're just a celestial lord. Even if you have a title, do you think you can fight a titled celestial emperor like me? Duguin laughed in disdain, his tone filled with disdain. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At the same time, Dugu Wen's technique, the vines that were like raging dragons, swept across the sky and charged toward Duan Lingtian. It was as though he wanted to kill him immediately. Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm in the face of Dugu Wen's ferocious attack. After a while, a gray energy rose from his body and merged with the godly image avatar of the pine willow divine tree. At the same time, a rainbow-colored sword ray swept out from his body and merged with the pine willow divine tree's godly image celestial body, causing the branches and leaves of the pine willow divine tree to turn colorful. Clear heavens, divine wood. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian sent out a surge of energy from the clear heavens divine wood that merged with the godly image avatar of the pine willow divine tree. In an instant, the pine willow divine tree's godly image, celestial body, trembled and gradually solidified. In the end, it seemed to have turned into a real pine willow divine tree. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The branches and leaves of the pine willow divine tree shook violently, bringing with them a seven-colored light. The seven-colored light contained a sharp killing intent as it met the vines that were whizzing towards them. Bang, 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 bang. A series of explosions rang in the air as the branches of the pine willow divine tree collided with the vines formed by Dugu Wen's energy. Waves of shock waves spread out, and small mushroom clouds bloomed one after another, looking incomparably resplendent. When the mushroom clouds collided with the shock waves, a series of deafening explosions rang in the air as though Mars had collided with Earth. Boom! 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 A frightening energy ripple raged in the sky and spread down, causing the surrounding land to shake. It was as though an intense earthquake had occurred. At the same time, countless cracks appeared on the towering mountain between Duan Lingtian and Duguin. After a while, the towering giant mountain shook for a while and directly collapsed. Like a high-rise building on Earth that was demolished by blasting, it fell to the ground one by one, raising a cloud of dust into the sky. I didn't expect you to be able to block my casual attack. Your attack is so powerful that it's comparable to the full-powered attack of an ordinary celestial emperor. When the huge mountain fell, Dugu Wen's exclamation resounded at the right time. Chapter 32-98. Dugu Wen's eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Duan Lingtian's pine willow divine tree. Although he was impressed by Duan Lingtian's strength, it was not enough to threaten him. After all, he was a 7-star celestial emperor and a titled celestial emperor. His strength was not something an ordinary celestial emperor could compare to. In fact, if he unleashed his full strength, even an ordinary celestial emperor would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. Duan Lingtian, I have to admit that your strength is truly shocking. You should be proud of your strength as a mere celestial lord, Duguin said as he looked at the pine willow divine tree. Duguin looked at the pine willow divine tree in front of him and said to Duan Lingtian, who was controlling the pine willow divine tree to fight him. Duguin could not see Duan Lingtian at this moment, since the pine willow divine tree looked more like a real pine willow divine tree instead of a godly image avatar. However, your little bit of strength is nothing in front of me. Duguin. As soon as Duguin's voice fell, he raised his hands, and a 7-feet-long spear appeared in his hands. It didn't match his appearance of a 10-year-old boy at all. Duguin's spear had come out of his body. It was obvious he had kept it in his body before this. Duguin's spear had to be an emperor-grade celestial weapon at the very least. You talk too much. Duan Lingtian's voice rang from the pine willow divine tree as soon as Duguin took out his celestial weapon. He seemed to be provoking Duguin. Dugu narrowed his eyes when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. His face seemed to be covered with a layer of cold light as he emitted waves of coldness. "You're seeking death," Dugu said coldly. Then he shook the long spear in his hand. Waves of green energy surged out of the long spear and formed tens of thousands of green spear rays in the air. Whoosh! 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 The spear lights that filled the sky descended. Halfway through, it was as if water had condensed into ice. The jade-green spear lights that filled the sky actually transformed into a substantial jade-green bamboo spear. After turning into a green bamboo spear, the spear moved even faster. It was as though it could pierce through anything. Humph! Along with Dugu Wen's cold snort, apart from a portion of the bamboo spears that filled the sky that charged toward Duan Ling Tian, the rest of the bamboo spears circled around and attacked Duan Ling Tian. The green bamboo spear, which had gone the furthest, circled to a place far behind Duan Ling Tian. Then it turned around and charged at Duan Ling Tian. To be more precise, they were charging towards the pine willow divine tree that Duan Ling Tian had conjured. Once his godly image Dharma body was destroyed, Duan Ling Tian would have to face the onslaught of bamboo spears. Rip, rip, rip. The sky was filled with green bamboo spears, and each of them carried a fierce power that seemed to be able to pierce through space. They came with a menacing momentum, as if they were going to pierce through Duan Ling Tian's heart with 10,000 spears. "Brat, I'd like to see how you're going to block my attack," Dugu sneered. "I've used all the profundities from the law of wood that I've comprehended. Although I didn't use the combination profundity, no one below the level of a titled celestial emperor will be able to block my attack." Not only did Dugu Wen's attack contain all the profundities from the law of wood to the mastery stage, but he had also used his emperor-grade celestial weapon, the spear in his hand. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grim when he heard Dugu Wen's words. At the same time, he summoned the other 4 divine elements in his little world. Previously, he had borrowed the energy of the clear heavens divine wood from the 5 divine elements. It was also the reason why his pine willow divine tree's godly image Dharma body was so strong. Even so, it was still difficult for him to block Dugu Wen's attack earlier. At that moment, Dugu Wen's attack was incomparable to his previous attacks. Even he felt as if he could smell the scent of death at that moment. "Come out." As soon as Duan Ling Tian asked the 4 divine elements for help, the world-cleansing divine water was the first to step forward and lend its energy to Duan Ling Tian. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After the world-cleansing divine water, the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth did not hesitate to lend their energy to Duan Ling Tian as well. In terms of time spent with Duan Ling Tian, the world-cleansing divine water and the clear heavens divine wood could not compare to them. Now that Duan Ling Tian needed their help, it was only natural that they did not hesitate to lend their strength to him. "Brett, kill him." The chaos divine, Earth's childish voice, rang in the air. Now that it was residing in Duan Ling Tian's body, it had already tasted the sweetness of its transformation. In the long history of heaven and earth, not many chaos divine earths were able to transform from the 3rd form to the 6th form in just a month. However, the chaos divine earth had done it. This was all thanks to Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian's fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, if it was another host, he would be considered lucky to be able to transform into the 4th form. So what if he's a titled celestial emperor? How can a mere titled celestial emperor stand in the way of someone who has been acknowledged by the 5 divine elements? The profound divine metal scoffed. One has to step on the corpses of gods to become a supreme powerhouse. Similarly, one has to step on the corpses of titled celestial emperors in the Devata realms to become a god. The chaos divine flame chimed in. In just a blink of an eye, the energy of the 4 divine elements, merged with the seven-colored pine willow divine tree and merged with the energy of the clear heavens divine wood. However, since the pine willow divine tree had merged with the seven-colored seven orifices exquisite sword, the five divine elements' energy could not be seen with the naked eye. The energy of the five divine elements was shrouded by the energy of the pine willow divine tree. The godly image phenomenon of the pine willow divine tree was formed by Duan Lingtian by refining the vitality of a real pine willow divine tree. After the clear heavens divine would merged with the godly image phenomenon of the pine willow divine tree, it was no different from the real pine willow divine tree. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The emerald bamboo spears that covered the sky tore through the sky towards Duan Lingtian, and they were like numerous green threads that flashed past as if they wanted to penetrate Duan Lingtian's body and leave behind a corpse that was riddled with holes. You said no one below the level of a titled celestial emperor would be able to withstand your attack. Duan Lingtian sneered disdainfully from the godly image phenomenon of the pine willow divine tree. Shameless boasting. Today, I, the celestial emperor, will show you that even I can easily withstand your boastful attack. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the branches of the godly image phenomenon of the pine willow divine tree began to dance again. Swoosh! At this moment Huang, the sword soul of the seven orifices exquisite sword, appeared next to Duan Lingtian. Her seven-colored celestial robe flashed, and she transformed into a seven-colored ray of light that merged with the pine willow divine tree. In just a blink of an eye, the seven orifices exquisite sword that had merged with the pine willow divine tree became much more powerful. A divine artifact with and without an artifact soul were two completely different concepts. Dugu Wen narrowed his eyes when he saw Huang, transforming into a seven-colored ray of light that merged with the pine willow divine tree and the seven orifices exquisite sword. An artifact soul? No, it's not an artifact soul. If it's not an artifact soul, then it's an artifact soul? This brat's weapon is a divine artifact. Dugu Wen was certain Duan Lingtian's weapon was not an emperor-grade celestial weapon, but a divine artifact with an artifact soul. I didn't expect I'd be so lucky to obtain a divine artifact. Dugu Wen laughed heartily. It was as though Duan Lingtian's divine artifact was already in his possession. However, the smile on his face quickly froze. This was because his attacks had all landed on the pine willow divine tree. They clashed with the dancing branches of the pine willow divine tree. It was like an army of thousands of men and horses clashing. The smile on Dugu Wen's face froze for no reason other than the fact that the pine willow godly tree was able to shatter a bamboo spear with every swing of its branches. Bang, 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 bang. Although the bamboo spears in the sky were ferocious, they were shattered by the willow branches when they reached the vicinity of the pine willow divine tree. Not a single one was spared. In just a blink of an eye, more than half of the bamboo spears were destroyed. How's this possible? Dugu Wen was shocked when he saw this. At the same time, a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. His divine artifact. It's definitely not an ordinary divine artifact. Dugu Wen attributed Duan Lingtian's strength to the divine artifact that Duan Lingtian was using. He could not figure out what other tricks Duan Lingtian had up his sleeves. Duan Lingtian's strength had been fully displayed to Dugu Wen. He had comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage, his godly image, celestial body, and his divine artifact. Brat, I didn't expect you to have such a powerful divine artifact. However, it's an insult for you to use such a powerful divine artifact. Dugu Wen sneered. It won't be long before this divine artifact will belong to me. I have to admit that the strength you've displayed with this divine artifact is truly shocking. However, it all ends here now. As Dugu Wen spoke, his eyes flashed coldly. The emperor-grade celestial weapon in his hand shook violently as it emitted a terrifying aura. Beams of green light shot out from Dugu Wen's body. Thousands of them looked like green ribbons. A powerful aura surged out of Dugu Wen's body. Now, I'll show you the profundity of combining profundities from the law of space. Although you've comprehended one of the four supreme laws, the law of space, and all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage, you're still far from comprehending the profundity of combining profundities from the law of space. However, now that you've met me, you're destined to never comprehend the profundity of combining profundities from the law of space. Dugu Wen's voice was filled with indifference. It was as though he was talking to a dead person. Dugu Wen was gathering his strength to make a move. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's godly image, celestial body from the pine willow divine tree, destroyed the bamboo spears that were attacking him. Chapter 30, 300. Comprehending all profundities to the mastery stage was not the end of one's comprehension of profundities. In fact, when a person comprehended all the profundities of a law to the profound realm, it was only the beginning to a certain extent. When a person comprehended all the profundities to the mastery stage, they would still have to work together like 1 + 1 = 2. However, if one grasped the mysteries of the combination of laws and profundities, the combination of two laws and profundities would not be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. At the very least, it would be equivalent to 1 + 1 = 3, and the increase in power would be even greater. For example, the 100-variant celestial emperor, Dugu Wen, had not comprehended all the profundities from the law of wood to the mastery stage before he became a celestial emperor. However, not long after he became a celestial emperor, he managed to comprehend all the profundities from the law of wood to the mastery stage. After that, he began to study the combination profundities from the law of wood. For example, his greatest achievement in the law of wood was to perfectly fuse the vine profundities, the twining profundities, and the regenerative profundities. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At this moment, the streaks of green light that resembled ribbons that whistled out of Duguzhang Wen's body quickly condensed into long vines. They were like gigantic pythons that whistled out toward Duan Lingtian. Brat, have a taste of my combination of 3 profundities from the law of wood. Dugu Wen sneered as he looked at the pine willow divine tree in the distance, which had just shattered his attack. Naturally, his words were not directed at the pine willow divine tree. The pine willow divine tree was only a godly image phenomenon. Dugu Wen's words were directed at Duan Lingtian. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Vines that resembled giant pythons shot out from Dugu Wen's body continuously, as though they would never stop. The vines tore through the air and swept over in all directions. They seemed to cover the sky and the sun, causing the surrounding area to fall into darkness. Fused profundities. Duan Lingtian, who was inside the godly image phenomenon of the pine willow divine tree, turned solemn when he heard Dugu Wen's words and saw Dugu Wen's technique. Previously, when Huang Xiaolong had comprehended all the profundities of space law to major completion, he had used his supreme master's godhead to continue evolving the space law profundities. He had confirmed that reaching major completion in space law profundities was not the end. Later on, Duan Lingtian communicated with the world, cleansing divine water, and learned that after comprehending all the profundities of the law of space to the mastery stage, there would be a higher level of comprehension. It was the combination of different powers, Upanishads. It was called the Fused Power Upanishad. Of course, fused profundities referred to the fusion of profundities from a certain law. It could be the fusion of 2 profundities, 3 profundities, or even 4 profundities. The most powerful aspect of comprehending the profundities of a law was to fuse the 8 profundities of a law together. In the Devata realms, nobody was able to do that. let alone in the Devata realms. Even in the realms of gods, it was rare for someone to be able to do that. Those who were able to do that were the cream of the crop in the realms of gods. Those who were able to comprehend the four supreme laws to such a level were able to fuse 8 profundities of a law together and become a supreme powerhouse. The further one cultivates, the harder it is to fuse profundities of a law together. In the Devata realms, it's extremely rare for someone to be able to fuse 4 profundities of a law together. Even the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms are not able to fuse 4 profundities of a law together. Even so, the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms would usually be able to fuse 3 profundities of a law together. For this reason, they're much stronger than ordinary titled celestial emperors. For an ordinary titled celestial emperor like Dugawin, he's considered quite strong if he's able to fuse 3 profundities of a law together. If he's able to fuse 2 profundities of the law of wood together and become a 10 directions celestial emperor, he'll definitely be one of the strongest titled celestial emperors in the boundless heaven. Duan Lingtian was aware of this as well. As Duan Lingtian's thoughts raced through his mind, the python-like vines that had fused 3 profundities of the law of wood together had already reached Duan Lingtian's pine willow divine tree. Humph! Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as he scoffed inwardly. At the same time, the pine willow divine tree's branches began to sway again. Bang! 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 Another series of explosions rang in the air as the 7-colored branches of the pine willow divine tree collided with the python-like vines. In the beginning, the vines were all broken apart. However, in the blink of an eye, they were completely healed. At the same time, they began to coil around the willow branches and tie them together. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's godly image phenomenon from the pine willow divine tree did not only fail to destroy the vines, but they were also bound by the vines, rendering them immobile. Swoosh! 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 However, at this moment, the green ribbons in Dugu Zheng's body continued to sweep out and transformed into numerous python-like vines that whistled towards Duan Lingtian. So this is the power of fused profundities? It's just the fusion of 3 profundities, but it's much more powerful than the 7 chaotic profundities from the law of wood that Duguwen had cast earlier. Moreover, this isn't Duguwen's full strength. He hasn't used the other 5 profundities from the law of wood yet. Even if those 5 powers Upanishads haven't fused and are in a mess, when they are used together with the 3 powers Upanishads, they are enough to kill me easily. Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the pine willow divine image's pine willow divine image, had a solemn expression on his face. In the past, he had only heard about how terrifying fused profundities were. Although he had seen titled celestial emperors in action, he had witnessed how his teacher, Sulang and Laying, the merciless celestial emperor, fought against Gu Changjiang, the martial dragon celestial emperor, in the prodigy arena. However, he was only a bystander at that time. Moreover, the 2 titled celestial emperors were so fast that he did not realize how terrifying their techniques were. Now that Duan Lingtian had personally witnessed the might of a titled celestial emperor, he finally understood how terrifying a titled celestial emperor was. Not only were titled celestial emperors powerful, but their comprehension of the profundities from the law was also superior to ordinary celestial emperors. Brat, you're just a mere celestial lord, but you're able to force me, a 7-star celestial emperor, to use the fusion of 3 profundities. Dugu Wen's voice was indifferent. Dugu Wen was still shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength, even though he thought Duan Lingtian had relied on his Devata artifact. After you die, I will let the divine artifact in your hands shine with its true glory. Based on Dugu Wen's words, it was clear that not only did he think Duan Lingtian would die, but he also thought Duan Lingtian's Devata artifact was already his. Swoosh! 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 The vines whistled out one after another as they pounced at Duan Lingtian like numerous frenzied pythons. It caused Duan Lingtian to feel the pressure increase greatly. Swoosh, swoosh. Along with a series of soft sounds, bursts of vigorous vitality suddenly extended from the pine willow divine, tree's godly aspect spell body. Now that the life force was present, its life force rose, causing many willow branches to extend from the pine willow divine tree. They attacked with all their might, blocking the python-like vines that were whizzing towards them. Let's see how many more willow branches you can stretch out. Seeing that Duan Lingtian was still stubbornly resisting, Duan Lingtian smiled coldly. After a wave of vines entangled the wave of willow branches, green ribbons once again shot out from his body, turning into vines and attacking Duan Lingtian. It was like there was no end to it. Little Tian, the divine tree of life will only be able to help you grow more than 100 willow branches at most. However, I don't see him using any profundities from the law of wood. I'm sure he's planning to kill you with just the 3 profundities from the law of wood. At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. This is your chance. If he's using any other profundities from the law of wood, you won't have much confidence in killing him. However, I dare not say I'm confident, but I'm sure you'll be able to kill him. The world-cleansing divine water said. Now I'm ready. Based on the world-cleansing divine water's words, it was clear she had been preparing for something. Good. Inside the pine willow divine tree's godly image avatar, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed before his expression turned cold. In that case, let's begin. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian's space energy surged before he cast the transportation profundity. Then he sent the 2 behemoths in his small world behind Dugawin. Roar! Roar! Duan Lingtian was looking at the pine willow divine tree's godly image avatar with a cold expression on his face. He was certain he would be able to kill Duan Lingtian when 2 loud roars rang in the air. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. In fact, he had already noticed something was amiss when he heard the 2 loud roars. Before he could react, 2 deafening roars rang in the air. Although he was a titled celestial emperor and had seen many things in his life, he could not help but tremble in fear. Boom! Rumble! Just as the green ribbons that shot out from Dugu Wen's body trembled, and he was about to leave his original spot, the 2 forces that had fused together landed on his body like a cannonball that could destroy the world. Although Duan Lingtian's purely defensive emperor-grade celestial weapon rose up in time, it still dimmed under the force of the attack. Chapter 3301. At this moment, the 2 behemoths behind Duguwen were none other than the 2 Ning dragons. Previously, in the Genius Secret Realm in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory, Huan had made a pact with the 2 Ning dragons to bring them out of the Genius Secret Realm. For this reason, the Ning dragons had allowed Duan Lingtian and the others to enter God's secret treasure in advance. In the end, with the help of the world-cleansing divine water, the 2 Ning dragons were willing to follow Duan Lingtian for the time being. When the time came, Duan Lingtian would have to return the favor to them. If they join forces and unleash their full strength, their attack is comparable to the full-strength attack of an ordinary titled celestial emperor. However, they can only unleash such an attack 3 times at most. The world-cleansing divine waters, words rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. For this reason, after the 2 Ning dragons injured Duan Lingtian did not hesitate. He leaped into the air with the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sound of swords whistling could be heard as beams of rainbow-colored sword radiance fell like a rain of swords, cutting off the willow branches and vines that were wrapped around the pine willow divine tree. Under normal circumstances, with Dugu Wen's fused profundity, the vines would be able to heal themselves and continue to bind the willow branches. However, the current situation was not normal at all. Duguin was injured. Moreover, he was severely injured. Barf! Duan Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood. When he regained his senses, he saw Duan Lingtian had already severed the vines. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened as he glared at Duan Lingtian coldly. Brat, you tricked me. Now, if he still couldn't react, then he would have lived for so many years in vain. Swoosh! At the same time, Dugu Wen's figure flashed, and he dodged the attacks of the two Ning dragons. However, just as he moved, the willow branches of the pine willow divine tree broke free from the restraints and followed him like a shadow. In the blink of an eye, they turned into a cage and trapped Dugu Wen within. Withdraw! Duan Lingtian's gaze turned cold. The willow branches of the pine willow divine tree wrapped around Dugu Wen and pulled him back. In the end, Dugu Wen stood motionless in the air. The pine willow divine tree's avatar was pulled to its limit, and it flew towards Dugu Wen. Attack! The world-cleansing divine water's voice entered Duan Lingtian and the Ning dragon's ears almost simultaneously, causing them to tremble slightly. Following that, the two Ning dragons flew out as fast as they could. Once again, they joined forces and launched an all-out attack. A terrifying power swept out and swept towards Dugu Wen, who was trapped in the willow branches of the pine tree. No. Dugu Wen stood on the spot and gathered his strength. Just as he was about to break through the pine willow divine tree's encirclement, he was met with the full force of the two Ning dragons. Boom! Rumble! With a series of explosions, Dugu Wen, who had not been able to break free in time, received another attack from the two Ning dragons while he was heavily injured. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his face was covered in blood, making him look quite ferocious. Damn it! A mere celestial lord actually forced me, Dugu Wen, to such a state. Unforgivable! Unforgivable! Dugu Wen was completely enraged. In just a blink of an eye, Dugu Wen's body swayed before he transformed into a thread and easily broke free from the pine willow divine tree's encirclement. This was one of the 100 transformations Dugu Wen could perform as 100 colors flower. You're finally out. Dugu Wen thought he had successfully escaped from the pine willow divine tree's encirclement, but he saw Duan Lingtian waiting outside. Brat, without the pine willow divine tree, you won't be a match for me even if I'm severely injured. In just a blink of an eye, the thread transformed into a young man who stared at Duan Lingtian coldly. At the same time, he brandished his emperor-grade celestial weapon and charged toward Duan Lingtian. He knew he had to kill Duan Lingtian as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the pine willow divine tree's willow branches and the Ning dragons arrived, he would definitely die with his severely injured body. Dugu Wen felt extremely humiliated. He was a titled celestial emperor, and yet he was forced into such a state by a mere celestial lord. Needless to say, he knew the celestial lord before him was not an ordinary celestial lord. Putting aside the pine willow divine tree godly image phenomenon, just the two Ning dragons alone were comparable to a titled celestial emperor. Duan Lingtian's injuries were caused by the two Ning dragons. Duan Lingtian, I'd like to see how you're going to fight me without the two Ning dragons and the pine willow divine tree's godly image phenomenon. Dugu Wen said as he stepped forward. His celestial origin energy swirled around his spear as he unleashed all the profundities he had comprehended from the law of wood. The three profundities from the law of wood were the first to charge at Duan Lingtian. It was as though they had transformed into pythons as they charged at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Dugu Wen was also able to unleash the other profundities from the law of wood. With your injuries, your celestial origin energy is only comparable to an ordinary celestial lord at most. It's not enough to kill me. Faced with Dugu Wen, who was charging at him menacingly, Duan Lingtian did not dodge at all. There was a sneer on the corner of his mouth as he charged forward. The 7 orifices, exquisite, sword in his hand moved and merged with his body. In the next moment, when the 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared again, he opened his mouth and spat out a 7-colored sword ray that carried 5 extremely powerful forces towards Dugawin. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's attack was so close that Dugawin could clearly sense the energy of the 5 elemental laws contained in the attack. Boom! Rumble! However, before Dugawin could even react, Duan Lingtian's 7-colored sword ray had already destroyed his 2 waves of attacks as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. There was no doubt that Dugawin's comprehension of the law of wood was powerful. However, no matter how powerful the profundities were, they still required celestial origin energy to activate. Currently, Dugawin's celestial origin energy was extremely weak. His celestial origin energy was at most comparable to Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy. Under such circumstances, even if Duan Lingtian had comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage, he was still no match for Dugawin. Their celestial origin energies were similar, and their comprehension of the profundities from the law of space was similar. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was much stronger than Dugawin. Under such circumstances, one could easily imagine who was stronger and who was weaker. Dugawin thought this was the reason he had tried his best to kill Duan Lingtian even though he was severely injured. In his opinion, as long as he killed Duan Lingtian, he would have a chance to live. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian's strength was not as simple as someone who had comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. He has 5 divine elements. This was the only thought in Dugawin's mind before he died. As soon as Duan Lingtian's attack destroyed Dugawin's attack, Dugawin was certain Duan Lingtian's sword contained the energy of the 5 divine elements. Furthermore, it was the power of the 5 divine elements. Furthermore, those 5 divine elements were all in very different forms. Phew! After killing Dugawin, Duan Lingtian heaved a long sigh of relief. I only revealed the 5 divine elements at the very last moment. It's impossible for him to have spread the news in such a short time. Duan Lingtian had indeed guessed correctly. Dugawin had only discovered Duan Lingtian had the 5 divine elements before he died. However, while Dugawin was escaping from the pine willow divine tree's willow branches, he sent several voice transmissions to Dugawu. Brother Wu, I might die in this brat's hands. I was too careless. I didn't expect him to possess a powerful Devata artifact that contains an artifact soul and 2 Ning dragons, whose combined strength is comparable to a titled celestial emperor. I'm heavily injured by the Ning dragons. I only have a chance of survival if I kill him. If I don't kill him, I'll definitely die. If I kill him, I might be killed by the Ning dragons as well. Come here as soon as possible. Before Dugawin made his move against Duan Lingtian, he sent a few more messages to Dugawu. Let's go. After killing Dugawin, Duan Lingtian took Dugawin's spatial ring. Then he summoned the 2 Ning dragons back to his little world before he teleported away. Although he was certain Dugawin would not have spread the news about him possessing the 5 divine elements, Dugawu must have known Dugawin's whereabouts. However, Dugawu definitely knew that Dugawin had made a move against him here, and he was most likely on his way here right now. Even if his teacher, Su Lang, wanted to stall for time, he wouldn't be able to do so for long. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's first thought after killing Dugawin was to flee as far as he could. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not forget to send a few messages to Huan, Su Lang, and the others to let them know he was safe. I'm fine now. You all should return to the Heavenly Pool Palace first. I'll go back first, Duan Lingtian said to Huan and the others. When Huan, and the others received Duan Lingtian's message on their way back to the Heavenly Pool Palace, they heaved a sigh of relief. Prior to this, they had remained silent throughout the journey. Their hearts had been heavy. However, now that they knew Duan Lingtian had escaped, they felt as though a huge rock had been lifted from their chests. Little junior brother, how did you escape? Humei asked curiously. I killed him. Naturally, I was free. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was not only responding to Humei's question, but he was also responding to Su Lang and Wenwan, who had asked the same question. Huan was the only one who did not ask. Humei, Su Lang, and Wenwan were shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian said he had killed Dugawin? Was that possible? Meanwhile, Dugu Wu, who was rushing towards the location where Dugawin and Duan Lingtian were fighting, suddenly seemed to have noticed something. He abruptly stopped moving and looked at the soul pearl fragment that appeared out of thin air in his hand. His expression abruptly changed. Little brother Win. Chapter 3302. Not many people knew that Dugu Wu's true form, the tenacious heavenly bamboo, and Dugu Wen's true form, the 100-color flower, had grown together. They had supported each other for so long that they were even closer to each other than brothers. However, Dugu Wen was dead. Dugu Wu's celestial origin energy surged out of his body as profundities surged out of his body. He did not hold back at all as he charged toward the location Dugu Wen had told him about. However, when Dugu Wu arrived at the location, he could not see anyone at all. It was a complete mess. Dugu Wu extended his divine consciousness to search the area, but he did not find anything. Duan Lingtian. Dugu Wu's wizened face was particularly ferocious at this moment. His grayish-white hair fluttered in the air even though there was no wind. Little brother Win, don't worry. I'll avenge you. A hint of hatred flashed in Dugu Wu's eyes. Although he hated Duan Lingtian, he was also shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. He did not expect a mere celestial lord to have so many tricks up his sleeve. Was Duan Lingtian still human? If little brother Win is not mistaken, his Devata artifact would be a top-tier Devata artifact, even in the realms of gods. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to grant him such strength. Greed surged in Dugu Wu's eyes, and he couldn't stop himself. Little did he know that when he was fighting Duan Lingtian, he had forgotten about the Devata artifact in Duan Lingtian's possession. When he saw the power of the 5 divine elements, he realized he had overestimated the power of Duan Lingtian's Devata artifact. At that moment, Dugu Wen finally realized something. The reason Duan Lingtian's pine willow divine tree was so powerful was not because of the Devata artifact in Duan Lingtian's possession, but because of the 5 divine elements' power. Naturally, Dugu Wen only found out about this before he died. He did not even have time to send a message to Dugu Wu. For this reason, Dugu Wu was unaware of this. Humph! It was highly likely that Duan Lingtian had returned to the Heavenly Pool Palace. I'll go to the Heavenly Pool Palace and see if I can find him. Although Dugu Wen had died at the hands of Duan Lingtian, he was confident in his own strength. His strength was not something that Dugu Wen could compare to. In fact, if Duan Lingtian fought with him, as long as he didn't hold back, Dugu Wen would die much faster than fighting with Duan Lingtian. After leaving the place where Duan Lingtian had killed Dugu Wen, he took a huge detour and returned from the other side of the Heavenly Pool Palace. He didn't dare to walk in a straight line. Because of this, he successfully avoided Dugu Wen. Although the Supreme Godhead has the fusion profundity to evolve the law of space, I can't figure it out at all. It seems like it has something to do with my cultivation. Duan Lingtian guessed. He still remembered that when he was still a celestial duke, he could not advance any further after comprehending all the profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. Even the Supreme Godhead did not help him advance any further. It was only when he became a celestial lord that he managed to comprehend all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage with the help of the Supreme Godhead. Based on my previous experience, perhaps I'll be able to comprehend the fusion profundity from the law of space with the help of the Supreme Godhead after I become a celestial emperor. Duan Lingtian asked for the world-cleansing divine water's opinion as he speculated. That should be the case. The world-cleansing divine water's answer was simple. At the very least, I haven't seen anyone below the celestial emperor realm being able to comprehend the fusion profundity from the law of space. Perhaps it's limited by the laws of heaven and earth. The world-cleansing divine water's answer was similar to Duan Lingtian's speculation. Don't focus on comprehending the law of space. Focus on your cultivation and raise your cultivation base as soon as possible. The world-cleansing divine water suggested. Duan Lingtian nodded. Compared to when he was still in the Jade Emperor Heaven, he had only become a 5-elements celestial lord. There was still a long way to go for a 5-elements celestial lord to become a celestial emperor. After returning to the heavenly pool palace, I'll think of a way to raise my cultivation base as soon as possible so that I can comprehend the fusion profundity from the law of space as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian had witnessed the might of the fusion profundity during his battle with Dugawin. Moreover, that's only the fusion of 3 profundities from the law of wood. The might of the fusion of 3 profundities from the law of wood is much stronger than when he unleashes all his profundities without the fusion profundities. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had an inexplicable obsession with fusing the profundities from the law of space. After all, Duan Lingtian had been chased by Dugawin for a long time and had taken a long detour to return to the heavenly pool palace. For this reason, it took Duan Lingtian 3 months to return to the heavenly pool palace. When they arrived near the heavenly pool palace, Duan Lingtian even asked Su Lang to personally welcome them. However, Su Lang did not come out. Instead, he asked Lei Ying to accompany him. Under normal circumstances, Duan Lingtian would not have asked Lei Ying to help him. However, with Duan Lingtian's relationship with Huan, even if Lei Ying did not give Su Lang face, she would still have to give Huan face. Huan Er's position in Lei Ying's heart was not inferior to her son. Lei Jun Huan was a divine beast, the 1,000 Phantoms ice fox. As long as she did not die prematurely, she would have a bright future ahead of her. Lei Ying, naturally, knew the benefits of having a good relationship with someone like Huan Thank you, Pavilion Master Lei Ying. After returning to the heavenly pool palace with Su Lang and Lei Ying, Duan Lingtian thanked Lei Ying profusely before they parted ways. There's no need to thank me. Lei Ying smiled faintly. If you're free, you should come to my place to cultivate. The environment there isn't any worse than Su Lang's place. All right, Duan Lingtian nodded. After Lei Ying left, Duan Lingtian followed Su Lang back to the cultivation place under Su Lang's tutelage. Soon after, Su Lang brought him to his own cultivation place. When Duan Lingtian entered the main hall of Su Lang's cultivation place, he discovered Huan and his senior brothers and sisters were present as well. Even his second senior brother, Lu Ji, was present. Brother Lingtian. Although Huan had mentally prepared herself for this, she could not help but run up to Duan Lingtian and throw herself into Duan Lingtian's arms when she saw Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian hugged Huan tightly as well. He could clearly feel Huan's rapid heartbeat. Silly girl, I'm fine now. Duan Lingtian patted Huan's back comfortingly. After a while, he finally pushed Huan away. At this moment, he discovered that the gazes of everyone in the hall were on him, causing him to feel slightly embarrassed. Before you returned, I've asked them to investigate this matter, Su Lang said. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, some time ago, someone saw Han Yunjin walking together with Lei Ying's son, Lei Jun. If the 2 of them joined forces, they might be able to offer something that would tempt Duga Win and Duga Wu. Before Duan Lingtian returned, not only did Su Lang not stay idle, but he also sent a few of his disciples to investigate and found some suspicious things. Lei Jun. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly as he looked at Huan. Lei Jun was Lei Ying's only son and second disciple. He was ranked ahead of Huan in terms of seniority and was considered her senior brother. Yes. Su Lang nodded. At this moment, Hu Mei said, "Little junior brother, there's something you don't know. Lei Jun and Han Yunjin aren't close. No one has seen them walking together before. However, when we went to the Tidal Temple, several people saw them walking together. Of course, they didn't do it in public. If we hadn't investigated this matter, we wouldn't have found out about this." Hu Mei said, "Why would two people who weren't close to each other suddenly walk together?" Duan Ling Tian nodded. He was naturally able to discern that this was a very suspicious point. However, in his impression, he didn't seem to have any enmity with Lei Jun, right? "I don't think Lei Jun and I have no enmity with each other. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't join forces with Han Yunjin to kill me, right?" Duan Lingtian said. "That's true." At this moment, Duan Lingtian's sixth senior brother, Hong Fei, opened his mouth. The pair of beady eyes on his fat face narrowed. "Little junior brother, sometimes it's not because you have a conflict with him that he wants to kill you. There can be many reasons to hate a person. For example, just like me, I can kill you because I'm jealous that you're better looking than me. Of course, this kind of situation happens more often to women." Hong Fei said. "Sixth senior brother, what are you trying to say?" Duan Lingtian asked bluntly. "Before you returned, fourth senior sister and Huan had returned to the merciless Celestial Emperor's residence a few times. Twice, they met Lei Jun," Hong Fei said as he looked at his fourth senior sister, when before he continued, according to fourth senior sister, although Lei Jun tries to suppress his emotions in front of her, she can tell that he likes Huan, from the way he looks at her. Now, you should know what I'm trying to say, right?" A hint of coldness flashed in Hong Fei's eyes when he finished speaking. Naturally, Hong Fei's gaze was not directed at Duan Lingtian, but at Lei Jun. "Is that so?" Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Hong Fei's words. His eyes gleamed coldly as he looked at Hong Fei in disdain. If Lei Jun really liked Huan, he did have a motive to kill Duan Lingtian. After all, Huan had always acted like they were glued to each other. If Lei Jun really liked Huan, he would not allow Duan Lingtian to be by her side. Although Duan Lingtian was not that kind of man, he could understand what kind of man Lei Jun was. End of chapter. Chapter 3303. During this time, second senior brother, third senior sister, sixth junior brother, and I have also been asking around. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's fifth senior brother, Ouyang Chi Fei, added, "A few days before Duga Win and Duga Wu intercepted you, Lei Jun had gone to Han Yunjin's cultivation place to look for her. During that time, someone saw them leaving the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate together. We suspect that they went to find Duga Win and Duga Wu at that time. Not long after they returned, Duga Win and Duga Wu made their move. How can there be such a coincidence?" Ouyang Chi Fei said. "Unfortunately, we don't have any evidence. Even if we're 100% certain they're behind this, we can't use the Heavenly Pool Palace's punishment to deal with them." Hong Fei usually had a smile on his chubby face, but at this moment his expression was so gloomy that it seemed like it could drip water. Second senior brother, third senior sister, fourth senior sister, fifth senior brother, sixth senior brother. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally found out that his senior brothers and senior sisters had been racking their brains to investigate this matter for him during this period of time. His heart trembled when he heard this, and he felt a warmth in his heart. Teacher hasn't been idle as well. During this time, he tried to sound out Pavilion Master Laying. He even went to look for her to pick you up today. Hu Mei looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Based on teacher's observation, it seems like Pavilion Master Laying doesn't know about this." "Of course she doesn't," Su Lang said. "If Laying knew about this and supported Lei Jun's actions, he wouldn't have gone to Han Yunjin to ask Duga Win and Duga Wu for help." "That's right," Duan Lingtian nodded. He agreed with Su Lang's words. If Laying knew about this, She would have stopped Lei Jun otherwise. She would have helped Lei Jun. With Lei Ying's help, Lei Jun would not have exposed his intention to kill Han Yunjin. Lei Jun went to Han Yunjin because he didn't have enough money to ask Duge Wen and Duge Wu for help. Therefore, he went to Han Yunjin to ask for help from Duge Wen and Duge Wu. Lei Jun, Han Yanjin. A cold light flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Big brother Lingtian, I'm going to ask Lei Ying for an explanation. At this moment, Huaner said in a deep voice. She finally understood why Wenwan wanted to follow her to the cultivation place under Lei Ying's tutelage. However, after listening to their explanation, she finally understood why Wenwan wanted to follow her to the cultivation place under Lei Ying's tutelage. When she learned that Lei Jun was the one who hired the assassins, her eyes flashed with fury. Her celestial origin energy surged out of her body. If Lei Jun was here, she probably wouldn't be able to control herself. Huan, don't be rash. Duan Lingtian grabbed her hand to stop her. Big brother Lingtian, he wants to kill you. Even so, her voice was so gloomy that it felt like it could drip water from it at any moment. Huan, I was usually very gentle in front of Duan Lingtian. This was the first time she had lost her composure like this. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not blame her for losing her composure. After all, he knew she had done this for him. Huan, we don't have any evidence. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, Moreover, we don't have any evidence. Even if we did, we'd still need to discuss how to deal with this matter. Rashly showing up here will only alert them. It's useless. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he sent a voice transmission to Huan, again. Huan, I know where your father is imprisoned in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Your mother is most likely imprisoned there as well. Now is the time for you to fall out with Lei Ying and her son. Your identity as Lei Ying's disciple will be very useful in rescuing your parents. Duan Lingtian persuaded Huan, Big brother Lingtian, although I really want to save my parents, I can't ignore the harm Lei Jun has caused you, Huan said in a low voice. Don't worry. I'll think of a way to deal with Lei Jun and Han Yunjin. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a cold glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. Little junior brother, who Mei looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of surprise in her eyes. How did you manage to break free earlier? You didn't really kill Duge Wen, did you? As she finished asking, the gaze who Mei looked at Duan Lingtian was filled with dense bewilderment. What? Third senior sister, don't you believe me? Duan Lingtian asked helplessly. It's not that I don't believe you. It's just that this is too unbelievable. Hu Mei smiled bitterly. At the same time, Su Lang and Duan Lingtian's 3 senior brothers and senior sister turned to look at Duan Lingtian. He's strong, but he's also careless. I'll summon the 2 celestial Emperor Ning dragons from my little world and send them to his back. Then, with the help of the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image phenomenon in the training ground for titled celestial lords in the Tidal Temple, I killed him. Duan Lingtian shrugged as he recounted the story he had prepared beforehand. Naturally, this was the only story he could come up with. First of all, even if some people were jealous of the 2 Ning dragons, there was nothing they could do about it. After all, it was difficult to snatch the 2 Ning dragons. Secondly, the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image phenomenon was not something they could snatch. Celestial Emperor Ning dragons, the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image phenomenon. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, everyone, including Su Lang, felt as though they were listening to a heavenly book. Finally, Duan Lingtian said, It seems like teacher, senior brothers, and senior sisters want to see it as well. In that case, I'll go out and show it to them. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he walked out of the room. Huan, naturally, followed Duan Lingtian out of the hall. She hugged Duan Lingtian's arm as they left Su Lang's cultivation ground. Swoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian brought Huan, to a distant place. With just a thought, he summoned the 2 Ning dragons from his little world. Teacher. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Su Lang and asked, "Why don't you give it a try?" Su Lang narrowed his eyes when he saw the 2 Ning dragons. Then he said, "Old Seventh, I know a thing or two about Ning dragons. Based on your Ning dragons, they're at most 3 talents or 4 phenomenon celestial emperors, right? Are these 2 Ning dragons strong enough to kill Dugawin?" Su Lang was skeptical. "Teacher, why don't you give it a try?" Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. "Teacher, why don't you give it a try? I'd like to see the strength of little junior brother's Ning dragons as well," Hong Fei urged. Hong Fei urged, as if he was watching a good show and didn't mind blowing things up. Swoosh! Su Lang did not hesitate. In just a blink of an eye, he seemed to have transformed into a sword. The sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. "Teacher, I'm ready," Hong Fei reminded Su Lang. Then Duan Lingtian ordered the 2 Ning dragons to attack Su Lang. Roar! Roar! 2 deafening roars reverberated in the air as Duan Lingtian teleported the 2 Ning dragons behind Su Lang. Then they joined forces to attack. Su Lang immediately regained his senses and retreated in a fluster. However, the 2 Ning dragons' attacks had already reached him. In the end, he had no choice but to defend himself with all his might. However, Su Lang had been too hasty in his attack. Even though he had used his full strength to neutralize the attacks of the 2 Ning dragons, he was still sent flying into the distance. He cut a sorry figure. Naturally, this was also why he had been careless despite Duan Lingtian's warning. Otherwise, he would not have ended up in such a sorry state. How powerful! When the 2 Ning dragons collided with Su Lang, a terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions. Although the onlookers had formed a protective barrier with their celestial origin energies, they could still feel the shockwave from the shockwave. "Teacher, you're too careless." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and put away the 2 Ning dragons. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he condensed the godly image, celestial body of the pine willow divine tree and enveloped his entire body. Pine willow divine tree! I remember that Fan Chi, who was killed by little junior brother, was Han Yunjin's junior brother. He was a pine willow divine tree, right? Humei, Wenwan, and Hong Fei looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. At that time, I felt that little junior brother's method of dealing with Fan Chi's main body was too simple and too direct. Now that I look at it, there is a deeper meaning behind it. When Humei saw the pine willow divine tree's godly image dharma body, she couldn't help but ask Duan Lingtian, little junior brother, "Your pine willow divine tree's godly image dharma body was condensed after you killed Fan Chi, right?" "Yes." As Duan Lingtian nodded his head, the pine willow divine tree's godly image avatar gradually faded away until it completely disappeared. Humei said with a sigh, "So, Fan Chi's death actually helped you achieve your goal. However, I'm afraid he didn't expect you to be able to defeat him. Not only that, but you were also able to use his main body to condense the pine willow divine tree's godly image dharma body. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have dared to challenge you to a death match even if someone held a knife to his neck." Humei's eyes shone brightly as she continued to say, "I really didn't expect there would be another person who's capable of killing a titled celestial emperor after eldest senior sister." Eldest senior sister? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Humei mention the great senior sister again. He was shocked by Humei's words. He had not even met eldest senior sister, but she was capable of killing a titled celestial emperor. Chapter 3304. In the past, Duan Lingtian only knew that his eldest senior sister was Su Lang's daughter and was very mysterious. He also knew that his eldest senior sister was stronger than his second senior brother, Lu Ji. However, he did not expect her to be so strong. He did not expect his eldest senior sister to be able to kill a titled celestial emperor. What did this mean? Even if his eldest senior sister was not as strong as a titled celestial emperor, she must have other means to kill titled celestial emperors, just like him. Hu Mei chuckled and said, "Little junior brother, don't think that you're the strongest among us just because you were able to kill Dugulwen by luck." Hu Mei chuckled and said, "Although eldest senior sister didn't obtain a title, she killed a titled celestial emperor a long time ago. Right now, eldest senior sister's strength is comparable to teachers." Hu Mei glanced at Su Lang after she finished speaking. Now, when Su Lang heard Hu Mei mention her eldest senior sister, his eyes involuntarily filled with nostalgia and gentleness. After all, she was his daughter. Hong Fei laughed and said, "Little junior brother, eldest senior sister has always said that we're useless." Even second senior brother was scolded by her. Hong Fei laughed and said, "Now you've made us proud. If senior sister knows that one of us killed Dugulwen, she definitely won't scold us anymore. Sixth junior brother, you figured it out." Ouyang Chi Fei shook his head and smiled dryly. "Even if eldest senior sister finds out about this, at most, she won't scold us. However, she'll still exclude little junior brother and continue to scold us." As soon as Ouyang Chi Fei finished speaking, Lu Ji, who had remained silent all this while, nodded and said with a faint smile on his face, "Little junior brother, I have something to attend to. I'll take my leave first." After saying his goodbyes, Lu Ji left. He was heading in the direction of his own cultivation area. "Look at how both of you managed to persuade second senior brother to leave," Hu Mei said as she glared at Ouyang Chi Fei and Hong Fei. Eldest senior sister's strength has already given second senior brother a lot of pressure. Now that little junior brother is here, second senior brother must be feeling even more pressure. When one are said leisurely, now second senior brother must be busy going back to cultivate. Hong Fei shook his head, the fat on his face jiggling. Second senior brother's expectations for himself are too high. If it were me, I wouldn't even think about comparing myself with eldest senior sister and youngest junior brother when I think about how freakish they are. Sixth junior brother, it is precisely because you have such thoughts that you cannot even compare to little junior brother. Ouyang Chi Fei smiled. Fifth senior brother, don't just talk about me. I can't compare to little junior brother, but can you? Hong Fei grumbled. Ouyang Chi Fei was stunned at first, but he quickly concealed his awkwardness and said with a smile, "I'm not as good as little junior brother, but I'm still stronger than you, right?" Hong Fei was furious, but he had nothing to say because he was indeed the weakest disciple under Su Lang. Duan Lingtian stood at the side as he watched his fifth senior brother and sixth senior brother fooling around. A smile could not help but appear on his face. At this moment, he had already treated these people as his family. Before he returned, he did not expect his senior brothers, senior sisters, and his teacher, Su Lang, would do so many things for him. He had asked Huan about this earlier through voice transmission, but even she was unaware of this. Ever since Duan Lingtian had ascended to the Devata realms and joined the Heavenly Pool Palace, there were only a handful of people whom he cared about. However, he cared about Su Lang's disciples from the bottom of his heart. All right. All of a sudden, Hu Mei seemed to have thought of something. She let out a cry of surprise, which immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Little junior brother. Hu Mei looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "I'm sure Duguwu will inform Han Yunjin and Lei Jun about you killing Dugulwen. If that's the case, will Han Yunjin still dare to challenge you to a life-or-death battle in the Prodigy Arena a year later?" Hu Mei thought of this problem. Duan Lingtian was taken aback. If Duguwu had informed Han Yunjin and Lei Jun, Han Yunjin might not challenge him to a life-or-death battle in the Prodigy Arena. After all, Han Yunjin was someone who could kill Dugulwen. In order to preserve his life, Han Yunjin would rather sacrifice his reputation. Old Seventh, did you take Dugu Wen's spatial ring? Su Lang asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Based on what I know, Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu are usually the ones in charge of contacting the people who issued the missions. Usually, the soul pearls Han Yunjin and Lei Jun left for them are in Dugu Wen's spatial ring. Upon hearing Su Lang's words, Duan Lingtian retrieved Dugu Wen's spatial ring and took out 3 soul pearls. I've checked his spatial ring before this. These are the soul pearls in it. As soon as Duan Lingtian took out the 3 soul pearls, Wenwaner narrowed her eyes. She pointed at one of the soul pearls and said, "That's Han Yunjin's soul pearl." Wenwan, I had a deep impression of Han Yunjin's soul aura. Huan Duan Lingtian looked at Huan and asked, I remember you exchanged soul pearls with Lei Jun, right? Yes. Huan nodded as she took out a soul pearl from her spatial ring. As soon as the soul pearl was taken out, Duan Lingtian and the others discovered the soul aura in the soul pearl was identical to the other soul pearl in Duan Lingtian's possession. It seems like we were right, Hong Fei said in a deep voice. At this moment, even Su Lang's eyes flickered with an icy chill. A chilling aura emanated from her body, causing the temperature in the surroundings to drop by a few degrees. Her eyes were also emitting a cold light, as if she was about to devour someone. She had only suspected Lei Jun to be the mastermind earlier, but now she was certain Lei Jun was the mastermind. Under such circumstances, how could she hold back her anger? Although this is evidence, it's not enough to prove that Lei Jun and Han Yunjin hired someone to kill me. After all, they can say I placed these soul pearls into the soul pearl myself. Duan Lingtian held Huan Er's hand. Although it seemed like he was talking to Su Lang and the others, he was in fact trying to calm Huan Er down. Naturally, he could sense Huan Er's anger. That Han Yunjin and Lei Jun are too much, Hong Fei said with a dark expression on his face. Even Hu Mei, Wenwan, and Ouyang Chi Fei's expressions were unsightly at this moment. It seems like teacher is right. If Dugu Wu doesn't have Han Yunjin and Lei Jun's soul pearls, Han Yunjin and Lei Jun shouldn't have known Dugu Wen was killed. Ouyang Chi Fei said. Han Yunjin nodded. Under such circumstances, Han Yunjin shouldn't be afraid to enter the prodigy arena and fight little junior brother in a year's time. After Ouyang Chi Fei finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian again. Since Dugu Wen has their soul pearls, there's a high chance Han Yunjin and Lei Jun have Dugu Wen's soul pearls as well. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly as he said, they must have discovered Dugu Wen's death by now. However, it's impossible for them to think I killed him. Duan Lingtian looked at Su Lang and asked, Teacher, you didn't tell Pavilion Master Lang that we were ambushed by Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu, right? No. Su Lang shook his head. Initially, I planned to inform the titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace about this. However, I thought it would be impossible to quench the immediate thirst. For this reason, I only brought Zhang Yu-yi here. Zhang Yu-yi, the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. He finally learned that Su Lang had asked Zhang Yu-yi, the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor, to help him deal with Dugu Wu. If that's the case, I'm sure they don't know that Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu have ambushed me. Based on the fact that Dugu Wen's soul pearl has shattered, they probably think someone else killed him. As long as they don't look for Dugu Wu and ask him about the mission, I don't think they'll find out I killed Dugu Wen. Duan Lingtian speculated. It seems like we'll have to spread the news that we were ambushed by Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu. Fortunately, the other 2 titled Celestial Emperors intervened at the critical moment and killed Dugu Wen. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Su Lang. You think Han Yunjin and Lei Jun won't dare to look for Dugu Wu if they find out you were ambushed? Su Lang asked. He could guess Duan Lingtian's thoughts. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. If they don't know I was ambushed by Duguin and Duguwu, they'll definitely look for Duguwu to ask about Duguwen's death and whether the mission to kill me will continue. Once they find out I was ambushed, they won't dare to look for Duguwu even if they want to. At the very least, Han Yunjin won't dare to act recklessly. After all, he's the most likely person to hire assassins to kill me. As long as Lei Jun isn't stupid, he won't dare to act recklessly as well. This way, it won't affect my battle with Han Yunjin in a year's time. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted coldly when he finished speaking. Let's do that. Su Lang nodded. At the same time, he sent a message to Lei Ying, the pavilion master of the Sword Trial Pavilion. Lei Ying, I didn't tell you who ambushed us earlier. However, there's no harm in telling you now. It's Duguwen and Duguwu who ambushed us. We didn't tell you earlier because we wanted to find out who they are. Su Lang replied, Have you found out who they are? Lei Ying quickly sent a message to him. Her tone was filled with curiosity. Yes, Su Lang replied. The profound heaven's celestial emperor's disciple, Han Yunjin, has the most motive. Chapter 3305. Han Yunjin. Lei Ying was taken aback by Su Lang's words. Are you sure? Do you think I would dare to say anything if I wasn't sure? We've known each other for many years. You should know me very well. Su Lang said. Isn't Han Yunjin going to have a life-or-death duel with your seventh disciple in a year? Lei Ying asked. I think he's not confident that he'll win. Su Lang replied. After conversing with Su Lang for a while, Lei Ying's eyes flickered as she shook her head. Mother, what's wrong? Lei Jun, who happened to be beside Lei Ying, couldn't help but ask when he saw Lei Ying's expression. In fact, Lei Jun was not in a good mood since he had discovered Dugu Wen's death a while ago. As for why he knew, it was because the soul pearl that Dugu Wen had placed in his possession had shattered. I just sent a voice transmission to Su Lang. He told me that Dugu Wen and Duguwu, the 100-variant celestial emperor, had attacked them. Someone is targeting Duan Lingtian. Su Lang suspects Han Yunjin is the one who hired Dugu Wen and Duguwu. Lei Jun was Lei Ying's only son. Hence, Lei Ying had nothing to hide from Lei Jun. Lei Ying did not notice that Lei Jun's eyes had narrowed slightly when she mentioned Su Lang's suspicions about Han Yunjin. Then how did they get out of danger? Lei Jun asked curiously. Initially, he thought Dugu Wen had been killed before he attacked Duan Lingtian and the others. He did not expect Dugu Wen to be killed after he attacked Duan Lingtian. Lei Jun's heart sank when he heard this. Coincidentally, Zhang Yu, the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor, had brought his disciples to the Tidal Temple as well. Lei Ying said, It seems like a titled Celestial Emperor who brought his granddaughter to the Tidal Temple knows Dugu Wen and Duguwu. Moreover, it seems like they have a grudge against each other. Initially, Su Lang and Zhang Yu were no match for Dugu Wen and Duguwu, even if they joined forces. However, the titled Celestial Emperor was very strong. He managed to kill Dugu Wen not long after he joined the battle. Unfortunately, Duguwu managed to escape. Lei Ying finished speaking in one breath. If that's the case, that Duan Lingtian is pretty lucky. While Lei Jun was speaking, a cold glint flashed across the depths of his eyes at an opportune moment. Not bad indeed. Lei Ying nodded. Otherwise, even two titled Celestial Emperors wouldn't have been able to save his life. Although they suspect Han Yunjin is the culprit, they don't have any evidence. However, Su Lang said that he'll look for evidence in the future. I didn't expect Han Yunjin to be so unconfident that he would hire an assassin to kill Duan Lingtian. As she spoke, Lei Ying could not help but shake her head. In the depths of her eyes, there was a hint of disdain. Mother, it's not necessarily Han Yunjin's doing. It's just their suspicion. Lei Jun said. It's not a suspicion. Su Lang said that the titled Celestial Emperor who killed Dugu Wen obtained his spatial ring. Lei Ying shook her head. At that time, Su Lang asked him to check if there were any soul pearls in Dugu Wen's spatial ring. There were 3 soul pearls in Dugu Wen's spatial ring. Su Lang's 4th disciple recognized one of the soul pearls and confirmed it was Han Yunjin's soul pearl. As you know, Su Lang's 4th disciple, Wenwan, used to be Han Yunjin's lover. Although they didn't consummate their marriage, it's normal for her to recognize Han Yunjin's soul aura after spending so much time together. Lei Ying said. Soul pearls? Lei Jun's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that one of the 3 soul beads was definitely his. Previously, he had given Duguwen his soul pearl. Later on, Han Yunjin wanted to keep in touch with Duguwen, so he called Duguwen over and exchanged soul pearls with him before the 2 of them left. What's wrong? Lei Ying asked curiously when she noticed her son's strange behavior. It's nothing. Lei Jun shook his head. After taking a deep breath, he said to Lei Ying, Mother, I just remembered that I have something to do. I'll take my leave first. As soon as Lei Jun finished speaking, he left without waiting for Lei Ying's reply. As soon as he left, he sent a message to Han Yunjin. Han Yunjin, Duguwen appeared in front of Duan Lingtian to kill him. However, he died in front of Duan Lingtian. We've guessed wrongly. Duguwen didn't die before looking for Duan Lingtian. Han Yunjin was confused when he heard Lei Jun's message. What's going on? If Duguwen appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, why did he fail and die? Because, then, Lei Jun told Han Yunjin everything he had learned from his mother, Lei Ying. Han Yunjin fell silent for a moment before he said, Even if they know Duguwen has my soul pearl and that I'm the one who contacted Duguwen and Duguwu, there's no way they can use that as evidence against me. I know that. I'm just worried that my soul pearl might have fallen into their hands. Lei Jun said, They recognized your soul pearl because Wenwan is familiar with your soul aura. They won't be able to recognize my soul pearl in such a short time. It's fine if they don't have my soul pearl, but if they do, I'm worried it'll be exposed one day. Lei Jun continued to say, So what? Even if they do, they won't be able to use that as evidence against you. Han Yunjin said nonchalantly. It was as though he was a dead pig that was unafraid of boiling water. Han Yunjin, I'm different from you. Lei Jun said, If junior sister Huaner finds out about this, with how much she cares about Duan Lingtian, she might not accept me even if Duan Lingtian is gone. Even if Duan Lingtian has to die, we can't let her know it's related to me. Do you understand? Lei Jun voiced out his concerns. All right, I understand. It's just a woman, right? I'll help you kill Duan Lingtian in the Prodigy Arena a year from now, Han Yunjin said. Han Yunjin said, However, if we give up on this mission, can we ask the surviving Dugu Wu to pay us back for what we've done? Are you dreaming? Lei Jun said mockingly, Do you think that's possible? Let's not talk about the fact that Dugu Wu might have taken the items away from him. Even if they weren't taken away, if Duguwen died and you went to Dugu Wu to ask for those things, do you think Dugu Wu would kill you in a fit of rage? Han Yunjin's expression darkened when he heard Lei Jun's words. If that's the case, we won't retreat. However, we still have to ask him if he wants to continue with the mission. It's best to wait for a while. Su Lang has his eyes on you now. Lei Jun reminded him, If we wait a little longer, my battle with Duan Lingtian will begin soon. Han Yunjin said in a deep voice, There's nothing we can do about it, unless you want to die as soon as possible. If you go to Dugu Wu and Su Lang finds out about it, you'll be dead before the battle even begins. Colluding with outsiders and killing fellow disciples is a serious crime in the Heavenly Pool Palace. If you're convicted, even your master, the profound Heaven's Celestial Emperor, won't be able to save you. Lei Jun's voice turned cold as he spoke. If Han Yunjin acted recklessly, he would be a burden to Lei Jun. At the very least, he was only worried about his soul pearl being discovered. However, if Han Yunjin was convicted, he might expose him to the profound heaven's celestial emperor. Upon hearing Lei Jun's words, Han Yunjin fell silent for a long time before he said, "I know what I'm doing. I won't leave the heavenly pool palace if I'm not confident I won't be discovered." As soon as Han Yunjin opened his mouth, he realized that his words were like a curse for the next year. Every time he wanted to leave the heavenly pool palace, Su Lang or one of Su Lang's disciples would be nearby. Apart from Wan and Su Lang's first disciple, all of Su Lang's disciples, including Duan Lingtian, took turns to keep an eye on him. Naturally, Han Yunjin did not dare to leave recklessly. In the end, he decided to give up. After all, there were only slightly more than 2 months left before the battle between him and Duan Lingtian in the Prodigy Arena. However, while Han Yunjin had given up, Su Lang's disciples did not. They continued to keep an eye on Han Yunjin. They continued to monitor him until the battle between Duan Lingtian and Han Yunjin on the Prodigy Arena. Naturally, during the next 2 months, Humei, Ouyang Qifei, and Hong Fei were in charge of monitoring him. Duan Lingtian did not show up. Although they were confident in Duan Lingtian's strength, they could not rely on the Ning Dragon's strength in the Prodigy Arena. For this reason, they hoped Duan Lingtian would be able to train his godly image phenomenon body with the Pine Willow Divine Tree so he could fight Han Yunjin in his best condition. On the day of the battle between Duan Lingtian and Han Yunjin, the Prodigy Arena was filled with people early in the morning. They were all disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace who had come early to reserve seats. The day has finally come. The profound heaven's celestial emperor's first disciple, Han Yunjin, is going to fight against Duan Lingtian, Su Lang's 7th disciple. The Verdant Prairie celestial emperor, Duan Lingtian, is a rising star in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Rumor has it that he's not even 300 years old, but he's already very strong. Since he dares to challenge Han Yunjin to a life-or-death battle, he must be strong. That's not necessarily true. Previously, I was there when they made the life-or-death battle. Perhaps Duan Lingtian was just trying to scare Han Yunjin. He didn't expect Han Yunjin to agree to the life-or-death battle. In the end, he had no choice but to accept the challenge. It doesn't matter who's stronger or weaker. We'll find out in today's battle. Let's go and bet on it. Although Han Yunjin's odds are low, I'll still bet on him. I'll bet on him as well. Early in the morning, the Prodigy Arena was bustling with activity, even though the main characters had not arrived yet. Chapter 3306. 3 years ago, when Duan Lingtian and Han Yunjin had made a life-or-death duel, the entire Heavenly Pool Palace was in an uproar. In fact, many people were looking forward to the arrival of this day. 3 years passed in just a blink of an eye for Celestials in the Devata realms. It was as if they were in closed-door cultivation. The duel between Duan Lingtian and Han Yunjin was much more eye-catching than the duel between Duan Lingtian and Fan Chi 3 years ago. After all, Han Yunjin was one of the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He was widely acknowledged as one of the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, his opponent was a new disciple who had just joined the Heavenly Pool Palace a few years ago. For this reason, this battle was exceptionally eye-catching in the Heavenly Pool Palace. A new disciple who had just joined the Heavenly Pool Palace a few years ago was challenging Han Yunjin. Moreover, the new disciple was not even half of Han Yunjin's age. 6th junior brother, how many bets have you received? Ouyang Qifei asked as he stood at the side and looked at Hong Fei, who was still receiving bets from the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples. Not bad. So far, I've only received about 500,000 royal grade celestial crystals. Hong Fei grinned. His smile was very bright. He was glad he and his 5th senior brother had arrived early in the morning. Otherwise, he would not have received so many bets from the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples. He was not the only one who was a dealer today. However, unlike other dealers, he only accepted bets on Han Yunjin. He refused to accept any bets on his little junior brother, Duan Lingtian. Moreover, if Han Yunjin won, he would receive a higher amount of bets. For this reason, he managed to snatch many bets from others. 1,000,000 royal grade celestial crystals. Soon after, Hong Fei sent a voice transmission to Ouyang Qifei. I want 20%. Ouyang Qifei replied through voice transmission. Fifth senior brother, aren't you being too shameless? You didn't do anything and you want 20%? That's not fair at all. Hong Fei said angrily. Who said I didn't do anything? Am I not standing by your side to protect you and the immortal crystals in your hands? Ouyang Qifei said matter-of-factly. Hearing Ouyang Qifei's words, Hong Fei was speechless. Fifth senior brother, why didn't I realize you were so shameless before? Let me tell you, I plan to give half of these immortal crystals to junior brother. If you want 20%, you can discuss it with junior brother. It's rare for a stingy fatty like you to be so generous. Since you're giving junior brother 50%, then I'll take 10%. That 10% will be taken from your share. Ouyang Qifei said, as for little junior brother, all of it belongs to him. Hong Fei was completely convinced by Duan Lingtian's strength. However, he continued to accept bets from the people around him. Soon enough, the number of bets he received had exceeded 2,000,000 royal grade celestial crystals and was still climbing toward 3,000,000 royal grade celestial crystals. Heaven grade forces owned many royal grade celestial crystal mines. For this reason, they would distribute royal grade celestial crystals to their disciples every once in a while. Naturally, the disciples of the heavenly pool palace were happy to receive royal grade celestial crystals from the heavenly pool palace. If they wanted more royal grade celestial crystals, they would have to think of other ways to obtain them. For example, they could accept missions, hunt celestial beasts, exchange the materials from the celestial beasts for celestial crystals, or make secret deals with fellow disciples. That's Hong Fei, Su Lang's sixth disciple. He seems to be the senior brother of Duan Lingtian, one of the two main characters in today's death duel, right? What's he trying to do? He's not accepting any bets on Duan Lingtian, and he's only accepting bets on Han Yunjin. Moreover, he's offering higher odds than the other bets. How confident is he in Duan Lingtian? Does he think Duan Lingtian will definitely win? Is he trying to pull some dirty tricks? If he's trying to pull some dirty tricks, why are there so many people betting on him? I don't think many people think Han Yunjin will lose, right? However, as Duan Lingtian's senior brother, he must know Duan Lingtian better than I do. Do you think Duan Lingtian has a chance of winning? I'll try to bet on Duan Lingtian. I'll give it a try as well. When Hong Fei received the bet of 5,000,000 royal grade celestial crystals, he had attracted a lot of attention. Sixth junior brother, that's enough. What if Han Yunjin doesn't dare to enter the prodigy arena? Ouyang Qifei said through voice transmission as he glared at Hong Fei. Hong Fei chuckled and immediately stopped betting. He said to the people around him, Junior brothers, I won't accept any more bets. There's a limit to what I can afford. If I accept any more bets, I won't be able to afford so many celestial crystals if Han Yunjin wins. Upon hearing Hong Fei's words, many people who had placed bets on Duan Lingtian nearly vomited blood in anger. Is Hong Fei betting on Duan Lingtian because he's confident in Duan Lingtian? Why do I feel like he's using this method to support Duan Lingtian? Isn't he being too willful? He's accepting bets worth at least 5,000,000 royal grade celestial crystals. Although the odds aren't high, he'll still have to fork out 1,000,000 royal grade celestial crystals if Han Yunjin wins, right? I've long heard that Su Lang's sixth disciple is from the Hong clan, a supreme grade 1 force. He's the only grandson of the clan leader of the Hong clan. As expected, he's rich and powerful. It's said that Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, only accepted him because of his grandfather. Otherwise, with his innate talent, Lord Su Lang wouldn't have taken him in. Comparisons are odious. For today's life and death battle, what happened here was just a small interlude. Nobody thought that Duan Lingtian, who had only joined the Heavenly Pool Palace for a few years, would be a match for Han Yunjin. After all, Han Yunjin had made a name for himself for many years. However, Han Yunjin, who had yet to arrive at the Prodigy Arena, still heard about it. Eldest senior brother, Hong Fei, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, Su Lang's sixth disciple, is betting on Duan Lingtian because he thinks you're not a match for Duan Lingtian? There were a few other disciples under the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. Among them, the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor's third disciple was the most intelligent. Even Han Yunjin was willing to listen to his advice. At this moment, Wu Quan, the third disciple of the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor, said to Han Yunjin with a solemn expression on his face, "Eldest senior brother, it's possible that Hong Fei purposely used this as a smokescreen so you wouldn't dare to enter the Prodigy Arena. However, I have a feeling that something is amiss." Wu Quan said. Naturally, Wu Quan knew more than that. Han Yunjin had told him that Han Yunjin had hired 2 titled celestial emperors to assassinate Duan Lingtian. Apart from that, Han Yunjin had also told him that Su Lang's disciples had been keeping an eye on him, preventing him from leaving the Heavenly Pool Palace to look for Duan Lingtian. For this reason, Wu Quan speculated that Su Lang's disciples might not be looking for evidence of Han Yunjin colluding with Dugawu. Perhaps Su Lang's disciples did not want Han Yunjin to meet Dugawu. Perhaps they were worried that Han Yunjin might know something. Of course, all of this was only his guess, and he didn't dare to be certain. "Why, third junior brother, do you have no confidence in me?" Han Yunjin asked with a smile on his face. "It's not that I don't have confidence in you, eldest senior brother. It's just that something is amiss. It seems like Su Lang's disciples are looking for evidence of you colluding with Dugawu. However, it seems like they don't want you to meet Dugawu." Wu Quan voiced his concern. "Otherwise, why would you be able to detect their presence so easily?" "Third junior brother, you're being too paranoid." Han Yunjin's second junior brother, Wu Quan's second senior brother, shook his head and said, "You're always paranoid. How many times have you made a mistake in your judgment in the past? This time, I think you must have made a mistake in your judgment. It's a well-known fact that Duan Lingtian isn't even 300 years old. It's also a well-known fact that he's human. Do you really think he's a match for eldest senior brother? Moreover, one can't rely on external forces in the Prodigy Arena. Even celestial weapons can't be used. Are you worried he might have some tricks up his sleeve?" The scholarly young man shook his head again and again when he finished speaking. The scholarly young man was called Zhao Jiali. He was the second strongest disciple under the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. He was second only to Han Yunjin. "Even so, I think it's best to be careful." Wu Quan frowned slightly. Indeed, he had made many mistakes in his judgment in the past. However, this time his eldest senior brother's life was at stake. He felt it was better to be cautious. "Third junior brother," Han Yunjin said with a smile, "I understand your concerns. However, you should know that if I don't enter the Prodigy Arena today, I won't be able to hold my head up high in the Heavenly Pool Palace anymore. Unless you're certain you'll win, I won't risk my reputation for the sake of a small chance. If I lose my reputation in the Heavenly Pool Palace, nobody will think highly of me even if I leave the Heavenly Pool Palace and join another heaven-grade force. Although I don't think my reputation is more important than my life, I'd still like to enter the Prodigy Arena to see how strong Duan Lingtian is if it's not too risky." A hint of coldness flashed in Han Yunjin's eyes when he finished speaking. "Eldest senior brother," Wu Quan sighed, "you can decide for yourself. This is indeed a difficult decision to make. I don't dare to say I'm certain I'll win. It's just my personal judgment. Let's go. Let's go to the Prodigy Arena. Han Yun-jin's eyes flashed coldly as he smiled faintly. Then he led the way to the Prodigy Arena. Chapter 3307. At this moment, a large group of people could be seen hovering in the air around the Prodigy Arena. From afar, it looked as though a dark cloud had shrouded the earth. Elder Qin from the Sword Trial Pavilion was resting in front of the stone tablet in the Prodigy Arena. At this moment, more and more people were rushing over from the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. It was as if they would never stop coming. That's Sima Yu, the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor's first disciple. He's second only to the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. I didn't expect him to come as well. A plainly clad young man carrying a zither on his back flew into the Prodigy Arena. Many disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace shifted their attention to him. Sima Yu was the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor's first disciple. He was not even 1,000 years old, but he was already a 10-direction celestial lord. Moreover, he had comprehended all the profundities from the law to the mastery stage. Rumor has it that he only lost after exchanging 100 moves with Han Yunjin. Most importantly, he's still a celestial lord. Many people say he'll be able to defeat Han Yunjin once he becomes a celestial emperor. That's right. I wonder when he'll break through. I'm looking forward to it. It seems like he's interested in the battle between Han Yunjin and Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come. The plainly clad young man's arrival attracted many people's attention. After all, he was Sima Yu, among the prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. His strength was only second to the top 5 prodigious disciples. In fact, some people even called him one of the top 6 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Of course, in the Heavenly Pool Palace, there were only 5 outstanding young geniuses. Outsiders only knew that the Heavenly Pool Palace had 5 outstanding young geniuses, and they were the most outstanding young geniuses in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Unless Sima Yu defeated Han Yunjin and replaced him, no one would pay attention to him. At most, he would only become famous in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Lu Baifeng is here. Another person's voice rang in the air, attracting everyone's attention. Following which, under the gazes of the crowd, a woman wearing a bamboo hat and a loose black robe that completely covered her impressive figure flew over from afar. Her appearance caused the crowd to become even more excited. After all, Lu Baifeng was one of the 5 young geniuses of the Heavenly Pool Palace. She was the only female among the 5 young geniuses of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Even though she was a female disciple, her strength was enough to rank in the top 3 among the 5 chosen disciples. She had once defeated Han Yunjin. Although she was a woman, her talent and comprehension ability made countless men blush with shame. I didn't expect that even Lu Baifeng would come. Not only is Lu Baifeng strong, but she's also the first disciple of the Yuhan Celestial Emperor. However, she rarely appears in public. I didn't expect her to be interested in watching the battle today. It seems like the life-or-death duel is going to attract a lot of people. I wonder if any titled Celestial Emperors will show up. It's said that titled Celestial Emperors came to watch the battle between Duan Lingtian and Fan Qi 3 years ago. Previously, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor was the one who brought the titled Celestial Emperors here. The Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor came because he was worried about Duan Lingtian's death. The Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Mist Wave Celestial Emperor came to stop the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor from interfering. The Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor also came to watch the battle between Duan Lingtian and Lu Jian. The Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the Merciless Celestial Emperor came as well. Both times there were unexpected circumstances. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be any titled Celestial Emperors here. Lu Baifeng was the Yuhan Celestial Emperor's disciple. The Yuhan Celestial Emperor was also one of the 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Sima Yu was the Cloud Zither, Celestial Emperor's disciple. The Cloud Zither, Celestial Emperor, was also one of the 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. The Yuhan Celestial Emperor was one of the top 3 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. The 3 strongest Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace were the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor, the Yuhan Celestial Emperor, and the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. The Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, Su Lang, and the Merciless Celestial Emperor, Laying, were ranked at the bottom. The Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, and the other titled Celestial Emperor were ranked at the bottom. The Mist Wave Celestial Emperor was ranked at the bottom. After Sima Yu and Lu Baifeng arrived, many people arrived one after another. Among them, there were many disciples of titled Celestial Emperors. However, their arrival did not cause as much of a commotion as Sima Yu and Lu Baifeng. At this moment, a young man appeared. The young man was dressed in a gray robe with a gourd hanging from his waist. His messy hair was draped over his shoulders, and he had a long rod hanging from his waist. Many people's eyes lit up when they saw him. "It's Sun Xing. I didn't expect Sun Xing to come as well." Sun Xing is the eldest disciple of the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor. He's also the only disciple of the Little Heaven Celestial Emperor. Rumor has it that he was once taught by Yang Jian, the 3-eyed Celestial Emperor from the Jade Emperor Heaven. He's also the strongest among the 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Even Lu Baifeng and Lu Ji are slightly inferior to him. I heard that the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor used to be Yang Jian's Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor. I wonder if it's true? However, there's no doubt that the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor is a celestial beast. I've heard this from many people. The Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor was one of the titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. His strength was on par with the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor and the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor. Naturally, this was the ranking that many people had given him. Ever since the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor joined the Heavenly Pool Palace, it was said that he had taught the Mist Wave Celestial Emperor a lesson. The Mist Wave Celestial Emperor had no choice but to suffer in silence. For this reason, the people in the Heavenly Pool Palace only ranked him above the Mist Wave Celestial Emperor, putting him on par with the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor and the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor. Even Sun Xing is here. When Han Yunjin arrives, 3 of the 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace will be here. Duan Lingtian's second senior brother is Lu Ji. Lu Ji will most likely come as well. At that time, 4 of the 5 prodigious disciples will be here. While the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace were discussing among themselves, a group of 5 figures appeared in the distance. A purple-clad young man stood in the middle, while a white-clad woman held his hand tightly. Although she was wearing a veil, it could not hide her peerless beauty. On the other side of the purple-clad young man was a seductive woman dressed in tight clothes. On the other side of her was a young man with a cold face. As for the other side, it was a woman who was as gentle as jade. Her face seemed to always have a smile that made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. It's the 4 disciples of the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, Su Lang, and the 3rd disciple of the Merciless Celestial Emperor, Laying. The appearance of the 5 prodigious disciples caused a huge commotion. Is that person in the middle Duan Lingtian, Lord Su Lang's 7th disciple? Is he going to have a life-or-death battle with Han Yunjin today? That's him. The cold young man on the left is Lu Ji, one of the 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He's as famous as Lu Baifeng. His strength is only second to Sun Xing. That woman is Humei. The other woman is Wenwan. Both of them are Lord Su Lang's disciples. After the appearance of Duan Lingtian and the other 4 prodigious disciples, Duan Lingtian received the most attention despite Lu Ji's reputation. After all, Duan Lingtian was the main character today. Little junior brother. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the Prodigy Arena, He was shocked by the number of people gathered around the prodigy arena. At the same time, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Sixth senior brother. Fifth senior brother. Duan Lingtian looked in the direction of the voice and saw Hong Fei and Ouyang Chi Fei standing next to him. He did not expect both of them to arrive so early. It was no wonder his third senior sister could not find them when she went to look for them. Little junior brother, I'll give you a surprise after you kill Han Yunjin, Hong Fei said with a grin. A surprise? Duan Lingtian was taken aback by Hong Fei's words. Then he chuckled and asked, Sixth senior brother, are you going to give me a gift? You'll know when the time comes. Hong Fei did not reveal the truth. Why isn't Han Yunjin here yet? Hu Mei looked around, but did not see Han Yunjin anywhere. She sneered and said, Don't tell me that fellow doesn't dare to show up? If he doesn't show up, he won't be able to stay in the heavenly pool palace in the future. He'll be drowned in the saliva of the heavenly pool palace's disciples. Hong Fei said with a chuckle. At the same time, Hong Fei looked at Wenwan and said with a smile, Fourth senior sister, I'll avenge you today. All right. Wenwan smiled faintly. A hint of hatred could be seen in the depths of her eyes. Huan, I'll go first. Duan Lingtian bade farewell to his senior brothers and sisters before he flew up to one of the prodigy arenas. Elder. After entering the prodigy arena, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly at the Sword Trial Pavilion elder. He had a good impression of the Sword Trial Pavilion elder. All right. The Sword Trial Pavilion elder nodded with a smile on his face. Then he asked through voice transmission, Are you confident? Although he did not have much interaction with Han Yunjin, he still despised Han Yunjin's actions in the heavenly pool palace. Therefore, he hoped that Duan Lingtian would emerge victorious today. Elder, just watch and see. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Although the Sword Trial Pavilion elder could not figure out where Duan Lingtian's confidence came from, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder could see his confidence. Duan Lingtian has only been in the heavenly pool palace for a few years, and yet he's already made such a big commotion. I don't think anyone in the heavenly pool palace's history is as outstanding as him, right? That seems to be the case for now. He's not even 300 years old. It'll be difficult for him to emerge victorious today. I wonder how long he'll be able to last. Many of the heavenly pool palace's disciples shook their heads when they looked at Duan Lingtian. They felt that Duan Lingtian was here to die. If I were him, I wouldn't come here today, even if I don't care about my reputation. It's already shocking that he managed to kill Fan Chi at such a young age. Even if he comes here today, no one will look down on him. At the very least, Han Yunjin wasn't as strong as him at his age. Chapter 3308. In the eyes of the heavenly pool palace's disciples, Han Yunjin would be the one to fight. Naturally, Han Yunjin would be the first to arrive on the stage. However, to their surprise, Duan Lingtian, a prodigious disciple who had just joined the heavenly pool palace a few years ago, was the first to arrive on the stage. Duan Lingtian was a prodigious disciple who was not even 300 years old. After Duan Lingtian greeted the elder from the Sword Trial Pavilion, he stood in the prodigy arena with his eyes closed. His expression was expressionless, as though there were no emotions at all. It was as though he did not feel pressured at all. It seems like Duan Lingtian is very confident. I think he doesn't know how powerful Han Yunjin is. Han Yunjin is a celestial emperor who has comprehended all the profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage. Rumor has it that he has already begun to fuse profundities. When Duan Lingtian made his move earlier, his aura was clearly that of a 5-elements celestial lord. A 5-elements celestial lord who's not even 300 years old. Moreover, he has comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. Duan Lingtian's innate talent and comprehension ability are heaven-defying. Even among the prodigious disciples in the heavenly pool palace, no one is comparable to him. Unfortunately, he's too foolish to challenge Han Yunjin to a death duel. Perhaps he's too arrogant after killing Fan Chi 3 years ago. While the disciples of the heavenly pool palace were whispering among themselves, 3 figures flew over from afar. They quickly silenced the disciples of the heavenly pool palace. Their attention was completely focused on the 3 figures. Han Yunjin is here. He's early, as expected of one of the 5 prodigious disciples in the heavenly pool palace. He's very confident. Although he's early, he's not as early as Duan Lingtian. Humph. Duan Lingtian is here to die. Let's not talk about him. The 3 figures were none other than Han Yunjin, his 2nd junior brother Zhao Jiali, and his 3rd junior brother Wu Quan. Whenever Zhao Jiali and Wu Quan appeared in other places, they would attract the attention of many heavenly pool palace disciples. However, in today's occasion, the 2 of them seemed to be somewhat overshadowed. Arrived earlier than me? With a single glance, Han Yunjin spotted the purple figure standing on the prodigy's arena. His eyes narrowed as a cold smile appeared on his face. A cold killing intent rose from the depths of his eyes. Han Yunjin. At that moment, a voice transmission entered Han Yunjin's ears. Han Yunjin wasn't unfamiliar with this voice. It was the voice of Lei Jun, the son of Lei Ying. Don't be careless. If possible, go all out from the start and try to kill him in one strike. I have a feeling that since this Duan Lingtian dared to challenge you to a life and death battle, he must have some trump cards up his sleeve. Lei Jun had been hiding behind a group of heavenly pool palaces, disciples for a long time. He only warned Han Yunjin when he saw Han Yunjin. Lei Jun, you don't have to remind me, Han Yunjin said indifferently. As the saying goes, when a lion hunts a rabbit, it will use its full strength. I won't give him any chance to take advantage of me. I'll make him despair and send him on his way. That's good. Lei Jun's expression turned unsightly as he looked at the purple figure standing on the prodigy's arena. In the past, he thought he could easily defeat this young man who was not even 300 years old. However, he did not expect the young man's strength to be on par with him. If this continued, how could he compete with the young man? Junior sister Huan, Lei Jun's gaze quickly fell on the woman who was standing with the other disciples of Su Lang's faction. The woman was dressed in snow-white clothes, and her face was covered by a thin veil, but it could not hide her peerless beauty. An infatuated expression appeared on Lei Jun's face as he said, "You're mine. I'm the only one who deserves you." When Lei Jun's attention was on Huan, swoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Han Yunjin appeared on the prodigy's arena and faced Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to actually show up. At this moment, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and stretched lazily. He looked at Han Yunjin and yawned. You're finally here. I thought you wouldn't dare to show up. HM? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Han Yunjin's expression darkened immediately. Killing intent surged in his eyes as he sneered. I should be the one saying that to you. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, let's fight. Huan is waiting for me to return and cultivate with her. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Duan Lingtian glanced at Lei Jun, who was hiding among the heavenly pool palace's disciples. He discovered a hint of killing intent flashed in Lei Jun's eyes when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. It won't be easy for me to kill Lei Jun, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If he were to kill Han Yunjin today, Lei Jun would know how powerful he was, and that he would not be able to face him head-on. At most, he would use some underhanded tricks behind his back. However, it would not be easy for him to kill Lei Jun. If he killed Lei Jun in the heavenly pool palace, not only would he infuriate Lei Jun's mother, but the merciless celestial emperor would also infuriate the heavenly pool palace. At that time, even his teacher, Su Lang, would not be able to protect him. Today's battle is a life-or-death duel between Duan Lingtian and Han Yunjin 3 years ago. It won't end until one of them is dead. At the same time, Elder Qin from the Sword Trial Pavilion announced the outcome of the duel. The disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace stared at the duo in the Prodigy Arena intently. Although they were only spectators, they could sense the tension between the duo. "Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Han Yunjin was thoroughly enraged. His body flashed, and flames surged out of his body. It was as though he was on fire. Swoosh! In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the others, Han Yunjin transformed into a ball of flames and charged toward Duan Lingtian. It was as though he had transformed into a flaming beast that bared its fangs and claws as it charged toward Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's expression was solemn when he saw Han Yunjin charging toward him. With just a thought, he summoned the Pine Willow Divine, Tree's godly image avatar. As soon as the Pine Willow Divine, Tree's godly image avatar was formed, Duan Lingtian borrowed the energy of the Clear Heavens Divine Tree. The energy of the sixth form of the Clear Heavens Divine Tree merged with the Pine Willow Divine, Tree's godly image avatar. In just a blink of an eye, the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar seemed to have transformed into a real Pine Willow Divine Tree. Before Han Yunjin could get close to Duan Lingtian, the silhouette of a towering tree shrouded Duan Lingtian. When Han Yunjin got close to Duan Lingtian was completely shrouded by the tree. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar swung its willow branches at Han Yunjin, who had transformed into a flaming beast. The willow branches swept out like a gust of wind and met Han Yunjin's attack. Boom! Rumble! A series of loud noises reverberated in the air as the first clash began. However, in the end, no one had the upper hand. Han Yunjin, who had turned into a ball of flame, suddenly retreated after a short confrontation. Swoosh! Swoosh! The shock waves from the clash swept out in all directions, causing the robes of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples to flutter noisily. When Han Yunjin appeared, cracks began to appear on the Prodigy Arena beneath his feet. The cracks spread out like a spider web. After all, the Heavenly Pool Palace had spent a lot of effort to construct the Prodigy Arena using special materials. It was extremely tough. Those who could leave such marks on the Prodigy Arena were all extremely strong. The Pine Willow Divine Tree? After Han Yunjin retreated, his expression changed drastically when he saw the Pine Willow Divine Tree. You used my junior brother's body to form the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar. Speaking of which, I have to thank your junior brother, Fan Qi. Duan Lingtian's mocking voice rang from the Pine Willow Divine Tree. If he didn't help me, I wouldn't have been able to defeat you today. When Duan Lingtian spoke, the branches on the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar swayed as though it was provoking Han Yunjin. At this moment, the onlookers finally regained their senses. Duan Lingtian actually has the ability to form the legendary godly image avatar? Isn't he a little too lucky? How did he obtain such an ability? Previously, I was puzzled when he fought Fan Qi. Before Fan Qi reverted to his true form, he was able to fight Duan Lingtian for a while. However, after he reverted to his true form, he was instantly defeated. Shouldn't his true form be stronger than his human form? It seems like Duan Lingtian has the ability to restrain Fan Qi's true form. It seems like the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar came from Fan Qi. In other words, Fan Qi's death is a blessing to Duan Lingtian. The onlookers from the Heavenly Pool Palace sighed when they saw this. Even Sima Yu, Lu Baifeng, and Sun Xing's eyes lit up when they saw Duan Lingtian's ability. Duan Lingtian is really not simple, Sima Yu muttered under his breath. Sima, Yu muttered to himself. Lu Baifeng remained silent. However, based on the light in her eyes, it was clear she was feeling emotional at this moment. Interesting. Sun Xing, who was originally indolent, seemed to have regained his vigor at this moment. Duan Lingtian, do you think you can defeat me just because you can form the pine willow divine tree's godly image avatar? Han Yunjin's expression turned cold as he scoffed. I'll show you the difference between a mere 5-element celestial lord and a celestial emperor isn't something you can overcome with the law of space and the godly image avatar of the pine willow divine tree. End of explanation. Chapter 3309. I'll wait and see. Upon hearing Han Yunjin's words, Duan Lingtian's voice was as calm as ever. He was not afraid at all. When Han Yunjin heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could no longer hold himself back. His body flashed as he transformed into a ball of flames that shot toward Duan Lingtian's pine willow divine tree. At this moment, the flames that Han Yunjin had transformed split into 10 balls that shot toward Duan Lingtian's godly image phenomenon from different directions. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Balls of flames fell from the sky like meteors and flew toward the pine willow divine tree. At this moment, the pine willow divine tree also swept out its willow branches to meet the balls of flames. However, it was clear that Han Yunjin's technique was not simple. Every willow branch that came into contact with the balls of flames instantly caught on fire. The balls of flames seemed to possess a terrifying corrosive power as they traveled along the willow branches toward the pine willow divine tree. Amazing! Upon seeing this, the eyes of many heavenly pool palaces' disciples lit up. I've long heard that senior brother Han Yunjin has begun to fuse the law of fire's explosion profundity and corrosion profundity. Based on his technique, it seems like he has mastered the essence of fusing the profundities. That's right. Although he hasn't completely fused the 2 profundities, his strength is not as simple as 1 + 1. Amazing. Truly amazing. While many heavenly pool palaces' disciples were in awe of Han Yunjin's technique, Simiu, the plain-clad young man with a zither on his back, shook his head and sighed. I thought I'd be able to fight Han Yunjin to a draw with my current strength. Who knew he's about to fuse the law of fire's corrosion profundity and explosion profundity? It seems like I won't be able to contend with him after I become a celestial emperor. Sima Yu sighed inwardly. However, he was not discouraged by this. His eyes shone with determination as though he had gained an unlimited amount of motivation. Han Yunjin is about to fuse 2 profundities? Lu Baifeng was slightly taken aback. As the top 3 prodigious disciples in the heavenly pool palace, the reason Lu Baifeng, Lu Ji, and the other person were stronger than Han Yunjin, and the other person was because they had comprehended the fused profundity. Based on Han Yunjin's performance, it was not difficult for her to see that Han Yunjin would be able to fuse the law of fire's corrosion profundity and explosion profundity soon. Han Yunjin has improved so much? At this moment, even Su Lang's second disciple, Duan Lingtian's second senior brother, Lu Ji, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows as he muttered to himself. So what if you've improved a lot? No matter what, he hasn't fused the 2-power Upanishads completely. Junior brother, I'm sure you aren't afraid of him. Hearing Lu Ji's words, Hong Fei was full of confidence in Duan Lingtian. While the elders of the Sword Trial Pavilion were frowning, the willow branches were almost completely burned to ashes. A victorious smile appeared on Han Yunjin's face. Swoosh! A soft sound rang in the air as a gentle, watery energy suddenly appeared on the pine willow divine tree's godly image avatar. In just a blink of an eye, the pine willow divine tree had become even more vibrant. As this power fused with the willow branches, not only did the willow branches resist the corrosive power of the flames, they even launched a counterattack, annihilating the power of the flames. Upon seeing this, the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples were dumbfounded. Fire restrains wood. What's going on now? How can the pine willow divine, tree's godly image, avatar, be so powerful? It's as if the pine willow divine tree's water is being supplied to the willow branches to extinguish the flames. The scene in front of them caused everyone present to be shocked. However, none of them could see the arrogance in Han Yunjin's eyes. Earlier, Duan Lingtian discovered that even with the help of the pine willow divine tree's godly image avatar, it would be difficult for him to defeat Han Yunjin. In fact, he might even lose the battle. For this reason, he decided to rely on the world cleansing divine water. After all, water was the bane of fire. Although the world cleansing divine water could not unleash its full power like the clear heavens divine tree, since it had to conceal its aura, it still managed to turn the tables around. How's this possible? Han Yunjin was stunned by the scene before him. In his opinion, this was impossible. How did Duan Lingtian do it? Take this opportunity to kill him. The chaos divine, Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Lingtian's little world. Following that, its energy entered the pine willow divine tree's godly image avatar through Duan Lingtian's little world. The pine willow divine tree's godly image avatar seemed to have been nourished by the chaos divine tree's godly image avatar. In just a blink of an eye, it had grown from a small hill to a towering mountain. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The willow branches, which had become thicker and stronger, flashed through the air like chains around Han Yunjin, interweaving into a net that enveloped Han Yunjin. Seal. At the same time, Duan Lingtian did not forget to use the law of spaces restraining profundity to seal Han Yunjin. Although Duan Lingtian had not held back earlier, he had only used the godly image avatar of the pine willow divine tree to attack Han Yunjin. Now that the chaos divine earth had joined the battle, Duan Lingtian knew that the battle was coming to an end. At a time like this, there was no need to hide any of his tricks. You want to kill me? It won't be that easy. Han Yunjin's eyes turned cold when he regained his senses. The flames on his body surged, turning him into a flaming man. At the same time, his body continued to expand. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's spatial restraining profundity was shattered by the flaming man's body. Naturally, the flaming man's body had also shrunk. In the end, the flaming man continued to grow until he was trapped by the pine willow divine tree's willow branches. Do you think you can trap me? The gigantic flaming man reached out with both hands to grab a bunch of willow branches, trying to tear them apart. However, he soon discovered that even though the willow branches cracked, they healed quickly. It was as though they had never been torn apart. It was obvious that this was the law of wood's regeneration technique. How is this possible? How can your godly image avatar possess the law of wood's regeneration technique? Han Yunjin's voice rang from within the flaming man. His voice was filled with disbelief. No matter how Han Yunjin tried to control the flaming man to pull at the willow branches, he discovered that the willow branches could not be torn apart. Instead, the willow branches were shrinking and pulling at him. The flaming man shrunk under the willow branches' restraint. This scene caused everyone present to be dumbfounded. At this moment, the willow branches from Duan Lingtian's pine willow divine tree seemed to be extremely tenacious as they bound Han Yunjin. No matter how hard Han Yunjin tried, he could not break free from the pine willow divine tree's restraint. Soon after, the flaming man disappeared, and Han Yunjin's body was revealed. However, he was still bound by the willow branches. Even the flames on his body were being suppressed by the willow branches. At this moment, Han Yunjin's face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and his aura was weak. It was obvious he was an arrow at the end of its flight. The onlookers were shocked when they saw this. At this moment, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Duan Lingtian had defeated Han Yunjin. It was obvious that Duan Lingtian had won the battle. Now, all that was left was to kill Han Yunjin. This was a battle to the death. It would only end when one of them was killed. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong, Han Yunjin said bitterly. He looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled bitterly. Han Yunjin, am going to die at the hands of a person who's not even 300 years old. How laughable! How laughable! I'm a celestial emperor, and yet I'm going to be killed by a celestial lord. In the history of the heavenly pool palace, I should be the first celestial emperor to be killed by a celestial lord, right? The smile on Han Yunjin's face grew even more ferocious. Humph. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. His pine willow divine tree trembled as he prepared to kill Han Yunjin. However, just as he was about to make his move, he discovered a powerful aura had locked onto him. It was as though he would be killed if he made a move. Young man, enough is enough. An aged voice resounded across the prodigy's arena. The voice belonged to an old man dressed in a Taoist robe. The old man had white hair, white eyebrows, and a youthful complexion. He looked like an immortal. Teacher. Han Yunjin smiled sheepishly when he saw the old man. I'm Han Yunjin. I've embarrassed you, teacher. Teacher. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Han Yunjin's greeting. He could guess the old man's identity. The old man was the profound heaven celestial emperor, one of the top 3 titled celestial emperors in the heavenly pool palace. In the past, Duan Lingtian had only heard of the profound heaven celestial emperor. The profound heaven celestial emperor is here. The arrival of the profound heaven celestial emperor caused an uproar in the crowd. The profound heaven celestial emperor is here. It seems like Han Yunjin won't die. Many people said, isn't this against the rules? It's supposed to be a battle to the death, but a senior intervened. What would the disciples of the heavenly pool palace feel about this? It's not against the rules. In the heavenly pool palace, titled celestial emperors are the rules. Most importantly, the profound heaven celestial emperor is not an ordinary titled celestial emperor. He's one of the 3 strongest titled celestial emperors in the heavenly pool palace. Although many disciples of the heavenly pool palace felt that the profound heaven celestial emperor's intervention was against the rules, most of them felt that even if the profound heaven celestial emperor intervened, no one would dare to say anything. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as he looked at the profound heaven celestial emperor from afar. He said in a deep voice, Senior, this is a battle to the death between me and Han Yunjin, and the sword trial pavilion witnessed it. I'm afraid it's against the rules for you to intervene, right? Chapter 30, 310. Senior Xian Tian. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Ji, Duan Lingtian's eldest senior brother, stepped forward and looked at the old man solemnly. Everyone in the heavenly pool palace knows about today's battle. Senior, if you don't want Han Yunjin to participate in this battle, you can stop him before he enters the prodigy arena. Now that he's about to die in the prodigy arena, don't you think it's inappropriate for you to intervene? As he spoke, Lu Ji's expression darkened slightly. Although the others remained silent, all of them, including the disciples of the heavenly pool palace, looked at the profound heaven celestial emperor indignantly. The old man glanced at Duan Lingtian and Lu Ji indifferently before he raised his hand to save Han Yunjin. Lord Xian Tian. At this moment, the elder from the sword trial pavilion cupped his hands together at the old man and said in a deep voice, The sword trial pavilion is the judge of today's battle. If Duan Lingtian is the one who's defeated today, Lord Xian Tian, I don't think you'd interfere, right? Elder Qin from the sword trial pavilion looked at the old man solemnly. Although his eyes were filled with fear, he still stepped forward. Do you think you have the right to speak in front of me? The old man glanced at the sword trial pavilion elder indifferently. He did not seem to do anything, but a powerful, invisible force streaked across the sky and landed on the sword trial pavilion elder. The sword trial pavilion elder's body suddenly trembled, and he staggered a few steps back in the air. Barf! After taking a few steps back, the elder from the sword trial pavilion spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura seemed to have weakened at this moment. Gasp! 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 Upon seeing this, the disciples of the heavenly pool palace could not help but gasp. Based on the current situation, it seems like the profound heaven celestial emperor is determined to save his disciple. Han Yunjin has been following the profound heaven celestial emperor for a long time, right? Moreover, he's the profound heaven celestial emperor's favorite disciple. How can the profound heaven celestial emperor watch Han Yunjin die? Profound heaven immortal emperor is too overbearing. The profound heaven celestial emperor had the right to be domineering, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. The disciples of the heavenly pool palace whispered among themselves. Although they disliked the profound heaven celestial emperor's actions, none of them dared to voice their displeasure. Who knew if the profound heaven celestial emperor would attack them out of anger? Just when everyone thought that Han Yunjin would be saved by the profound heaven celestial emperor, a voice suddenly rang out. When the profound heaven immortal emperor was about to attack again, Xian Tian, since this is a battle of life and death, don't interfere. An ethereal voice came from afar. It was hard to tell if it was a man's voice or a woman's voice, but the voice was getting closer and closer. Hearing that voice, the expression of the old man, who had originally been incomparably domineering and indifferent, changed slightly. Then he bowed slightly to the void in the distance. Greetings, Palace Master. As soon as the old man finished speaking, 3 figures appeared in the distant void. The 2 figures behind them were none other than Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, and Laying, the Merciless Celestial Emperor. As for the person in front, he was a middle-aged man wearing a white robe. His face was calm, like an ancient well without any ripples. But between his brows, there seemed to be a majesty that looked down disdainfully on the world. He was none other than Yu Fengyu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace and the Mengchang Celestial Emperor. He was also the strongest among the 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Rumor had it that even the profound heaven Celestial Emperor and the cold gloom Celestial Emperor were no match for him, even if they joined forces. Naturally, this was only a rumor. Nevertheless, based on the profound heaven Celestial Emperor's respectful attitude toward Yu Fengyu, it was not as simple as it seemed. Teacher. Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he saw Su Lang. However, he quickly regained his senses. Su Lang must have asked Laying, the pavilion master of the Sword Trial Pavilion, to summon the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. It was clear Su Lang had expected the profound heaven Celestial Emperor to show up. Greetings, Lord Palace Master. Greetings, Palace Master. When the profound heaven Celestial Emperor bowed to the newcomer, the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace did the same. Many of them were excited as though they had just seen a god. I didn't think I'd have the chance to meet the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. I've been in the Heavenly Pool Palace for more than 1,000 years, but this is my first time meeting the Palace Master. I've been in the Heavenly Pool Palace for more than 4,000 years, but this is my first time meeting the Palace Master. Doesn't this mean we should thank Duan Lingtian and Han Yunjin? No, you should thank the profound heaven Celestial Emperor. If it weren't for the profound heaven Celestial Emperor, the Palace Master might not have shown himself even if he was here. Many disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace whispered excitedly among themselves. This was their first time meeting the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Xian Tian, do you have any objections to my words? "You Feng Yu?" asked calmly as he looked at the old man indifferently under everyone's watchful eyes. Although his tone was calm, when it entered the ears of those present, it gave off an irresistible majesty, causing them to involuntarily feel fearful. The old man took a deep breath before he said in a deep voice, "Since the palace master has said so, I have no objections." As soon as he finished speaking, he cupped his fists at Yu Fengyu and said, "Palace master, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." "All right." Yu Fengyu nodded slightly before the old man's figure flashed and disappeared into the distance in just a blink of an eye. "You're Duan Lingtian?" Yu Fengyu looked at the despairing Han Yunjin before he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. He smiled faintly as he said, "Su Lang is lucky to have recruited a good disciple." "Palace master." Duan Lingtian nodded slightly at Yu Fengyu as a form of greeting. "Since it's a battle to the death, let's leave the prodigy arena after we're done with it." Yu Fengyu's body became illusory after he finished speaking. Finally, he turned into a shadow under everyone's watchful eyes and disappeared. After Yu Fengyu left, Su Lang and Laying did not linger and left as well. The palace master is so powerful. He managed to get the profound heaven celestial emperor to leave with just a few words. Of course, he's the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, the leader of a heaven-grade force, and the overlord of the boundless heavens, boundless territory. It's said that the palace master has not only fused 3 profundities of the law he's proficient in, but he has also fused 2 other profundities as well. He's so strong that he's one of the strongest titled celestial emperors in the boundless heaven. Although the profound heaven celestial emperor is strong, he's still a far cry from the palace master. After Yu Fengyu left, the heavenly pool palace's disciples were still in a daze. They were still in a daze after witnessing Yu Fengyu's majestic aura. It was only when a scream rang in the air that they regained their senses. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian hovered in the air as he looked at Han Yunjin, who was bound by the pine willow divine tree's branches. With just a thought, the pine willow divine tree's branches tightened, killing Han Yunjin. Eldest senior brother, Zhao Jiali and Wu Quan's expressions changed drastically when they saw Han Yunjin. Earlier, when they saw their first senior brother had arrived, they were willing to help their first senior brother escape. However, they did not expect the verdant prairie celestial emperor and the merciless celestial emperor to bring the palace master of the heavenly pool palace over. Now that their palace master had intervened, their eldest senior brother would not be able to interfere even if he wanted to. Although they had already expected their eldest senior brother's fate, they were still unable to accept it. They could not accept the fact that their eldest senior brother, Han Yunjin, had died just like that. Han Yunjin was harsh to outsiders. Although some of his actions were unpleasant, he was still very caring toward his own people. For this reason, there were still a few people who were sad for his death. It's over. The disciples of the heavenly pool palace were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian killing Han Yunjin. However, when they regained their senses, they looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. Is Duan Lingtian really just a 5-element celestial lord? A 5-element celestial lord killed a celestial lord who had comprehended all the profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage and was about to fuse the explosion profundity and the corrosion profundity? I wouldn't have believed it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. That's right. Who would have thought that the weaker one would be able to kill the stronger one, despite the fact that they were both human beings with such a huge difference in cultivation? After today's battle, Duan Lingtian will replace Han Yunjin as one of the 5 prodigious disciples in the heavenly pool palace. From now on, there will be 2 disciples under the verdant prairie celestial emperor who will be ranked among the 5 prodigious disciples. The verdant prairie celestial emperor is really a winner in life. Not only does he have a heaven-defined daughter, but he also has 2 monstrous disciples. Many disciples of the heavenly pool palace whispered among themselves that the verdant prairie celestial emperor was indeed a winner in life. Duan Lingtian overheard some of the discussions among the disciples of the heavenly pool palace. It made him even more eager to meet his first senior sister. What kind of person is first senior sister? So far, he had only learned about his eldest senior sister's existence from his senior brothers and sisters. He knew his eldest senior sister was very protective of her juniors, and he knew his eldest senior sister was a titled celestial emperor at the very least. However, he had never seen her before. Humph! After the disciples of the heavenly pool palace watched as Duan Lingtian returned to Su Lang's disciples and saw the white-clad woman standing next to Duan Lingtian and holding Duan Lingtian's arm. Upon seeing this, Lei Jun scoffed coldly as his eyes turned colder. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. It seems like it'll be difficult to get rid of him. Let's keep quiet for now. If the matter with Duga Win and Duga Wu is over, I'll think of a way to get rid of him. Chapter 33:11 Brother Ling Tian. After Duan Ling Tian left the prodigy arena, it was not difficult for him to notice Huan Er's odd behavior. Huan don't worry. After this matter is settled, I'll find a way to locate the Thousand Chains prison in the heavenly pool palace. Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to Huan Er. Naturally, he knew what was on Huan Er's mind. Earlier, when Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, appeared, he could not help but think of Huan Er's biological father who was imprisoned by the heavenly pool palace. After all, Huan Er's biological father had failed to fulfill the marriage agreement with the palace master of the heavenly pool palace's daughter. That was why the heavenly sword mountain, a heaven-grade force in the solitary destructive heaven, handed him over to the heavenly pool palace. All right. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huan Er's expression eased. Little junior brother, I knew Han Yunjin wouldn't be a match for you. Hong Fei laughed before he took out a spatial ring and handed it to Duan Lingtian. What's this? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. He did not know why Hong Fei was giving him the spatial ring. Little junior brother, there are 5 million royal-grade celestial crystals in there. Hong Fei chuckled. 5 million royal-grade celestial crystals? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard the number of celestial crystals Hong Fei had just mentioned. He had just arrived in the heavenly pool palace, and he did not have any dealings with anyone. He did not need celestial crystals for his cultivation, so he did not know much about celestial crystals. However, he knew very well what 5 million royal-grade celestial crystals could be exchanged for. 5 million royal-grade celestial crystals could be exchanged for celestial fruits that could increase a celestial lord's cultivation base. 6th senior brother, why are you giving me so many celestial crystals? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. However, he did not take the spatial ring. He did not know why his 6th senior brother was keeping him in suspense. Little junior brother, take it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's 5th senior brother, Ouyang Qifei, said, that fatty collected 5 million royal-grade celestial crystals before your battle with Han Yunjin. He's only accepting bets on Han Yunjin's victory. In other words, not only does he not have to pay any immortal crystals, but all the immortal crystals in his hands will also become his. Ouyang Qifei said, the immortal crystals he gave you are only half of what he obtained today. You deserve it. 6th junior brother, I won't participate in the distribution of youngest junior brother's share. After all, it took him a lot of effort to kill Han Yunjin. I don't want much from your share. 500,000 royal-grade celestial crystals will do. Humei rolled her eyes and said to Hong Fei with a smile, 3rd senior sister, you're trying to get something for nothing. Hong Fei said indignantly, what, unwilling? If you're unwilling, I'll spar with you a few more times. I remember before eldest senior sister left, she asked us to spar with you to help you improve your strength," Humei said with a charming smile. However, Hong Fei was not in the mood to appreciate Humei's charming smile. With a bitter smile on his face, he said, "Third senior sister, this is extortion." Nevertheless, Hong Fei still obediently handed over 500,000 royal-grade celestial crystals to Humei. Since Humei had given the royal-grade celestial crystals to his third senior sister, it was only natural that he would give it to his second senior brother, Lu Ji, and his fourth senior sister, Wenwan. As for his fifth senior brother, Ouyang Chi Fei, he had already agreed to it. I didn't expect to only earn 500,000 royal-grade celestial crystals in the end. Hong Fei smiled wryly. Sixth senior brother, you're the one who earned these celestial crystals. You should keep them. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said with a smile when he saw Hong Fei's bitter smile, "Little junior brother, don't be fooled by him." Ouyang Chi Fei said with a smile, "This fellow doesn't lack celestial crystals. He's just casually nagging now. You have a conscience, little junior brother." Hong Fei glared at Ouyang Chi Fei. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "Little junior brother, just as fifth senior brother said, I don't lack celestial crystals. Take it." Hong Fei handed the spatial ring to Duan Lingtian. "Sixth senior brother, I'll leave these celestial crystals with you. See if you can help me exchange them for celestial fruits that can improve my cultivation base. Due to my current cultivation base, it's difficult for me to improve my law of space. I want to break through and become a celestial emperor as soon as possible." Duan Lingtian did not intend to accept the spatial ring. "All right, I'll think of a way to exchange these celestial crystals for celestial fruits and celestial pills." Hong Fei nodded and put the spatial ring away. Lu Ji, just as Duan Lingtian and the others were about to leave, two figures walked toward Duan Lingtian from different directions. One of them greeted Lu Ji, Duan Lingtian's second senior brother. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's attention was also attracted by the two figures. The two figures were a man and a woman. The one who took the initiative to greet his second senior brother Lu Ji was the woman. The woman wore a bamboo hat and a loose black robe that completely covered her impressive figure. When she walked through the air, she walked with lotus steps, but her speed was not slow at all. As for the other person, he was a young man dressed in gray robes. A gourd hung from his waist, and his messy hair draped over his shoulders. He gave off an unruly and unrestrained aura. Apart from that, there was a long rod hanging from his waist, making him look unkempt. "It's Lu Baifeng and Sun Xing." When Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the two of them, Hong Fei's voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. "Little junior brother, this woman is called Lu Baifeng. As for the gray-clad young man, he's Sun Xing. Lu Baifeng? Sun Xing?" Duan Lingtian was no longer the hothead who had just joined the Heavenly Pool Palace. He had long heard of these two names. Lu Baifeng was as famous as his second senior brother, Lu Ji. She was one of the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Sun Xing, on the other hand, was the strongest among the top 5 prodigious disciples. He was even stronger than Lu Ji and Lu Baifeng. Lu Baifeng is a disciple of the Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor, and Sun Xing is the only disciple of the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor, Hong Fei continued. Hong Fei continued to explain. The Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor was one of the strongest titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He was as famous as the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. His strength was second only to the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. As for the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor, I heard that the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor of the Heavenly Pool Palace used to be the Howling Heaven Celestial Dog of Yangjian, the 3-eyed Celestial Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. I wonder if the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor is really the Howling Heaven Celestial Dog of Yangjian, the Erlang deity. Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with curiosity. For this reason, he felt a sense of familiarity with Sun Xing, the only disciple of the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor, little junior brother. When Lu Baifeng and Sun Xing arrived, Lu Ji introduced them to Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. As for the other disciples, they were already familiar with Lu Baifeng and Sun Xing. Following that, Lu Ji introduced Duan Lingtian and Huan Er to Lu Baifeng and Sun Xing, junior brother Duan, junior sister Huan. Lu Baifeng and Sun Xing greeted Duan Lingtian and Huan Er one after another. It was unknown if it was because of Lu Ji or Duan Lingtian's performance, but both of them were very enthusiastic. Senior sister Baifeng, senior brother Sunday, Duan Lingtian greeted the two of them in a timely manner. Duan Lingtian, your name has resounded like thunder in my ears since 3 years ago, especially after you and Han Yunjin agreed to a life-and-death duel. For a time, I thought you were seeking death. However, you've opened my eyes today. Lu Baifeng said with a sigh, I'm not the only one. Even the others didn't expect Han Yunjin would die in your hands. Most people think that Han Yunjin won't be the one to die today. Instead, it's... At this point, Lu Baifeng didn't continue. Duan Lingtian continued with a smile on his face. It can't be Han Yunjin, right? It can only be me, right? Duan Lingtian, it's fortunate that you're a disciple of the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. Otherwise, I would have poached you to be my master's disciple. Sun Xing said with a smile. In the past, I thought Han Yunjin would be replaced by Simiyu, a disciple of the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor, who knew someone would appear out of nowhere. Sun Xing? Lu Baifeng paused for a moment before she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked Sun Xing, that's right. Sun Xing nodded. A rare, nostalgic smile appeared on his face as he said, a Cheng Yao Jin appeared out of nowhere. That's what my hometown would say. A Cheng Yao Jin appeared out of nowhere? His hometown? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Sun Xing's words. He looked at Sun Xing and asked, Senior brother Sun, are you from Yen Huang planet in the Yen Huang realm? HM? Sun Xing was slightly taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. You know about Yen Huang planet in the Yen Huang realm? You're from Yen Huang planet as well, right? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Really? Sun Xing's eyes lit up as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Duan, which era are you from? 200 years ago, I went back to Yen Huang realm and planet Yen Huang. Only then did I realize that everything there had changed. I was born in 2000 AD in Yen Huang continent. Duan Lingtian said. Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something. He looked at Sun Xing and asked, Senior brother Sun, how old are you now? More than 800 years old. Sun Xing replied, more than 800 years old. That's 500 years older than me. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Senior brother Sun, does that mean you were born around 1500 AD? You are from the Ming dynasty? Although Duan Lingtian did not study history in depth when he was on Earth in his previous life, he knew that 1500 AD was the Ming dynasty. That's right. Sun Xing nodded. He could not help but sigh. I didn't expect you to be from the same hometown as my teacher. Senior brother Sun, the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor. Is he really the Howling Heaven Celestial Dog by the side of the three-eyed Celestial Emperor Yangjian? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Yes. Sun Xing nodded. My teacher was originally in the Jade Emperor Heaven with Senior Uncle Yangjian. However, they had a falling out due to some minor conflicts. Therefore, my teacher came to the Boundless Heaven and settled down in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Many years ago, I obtained the legacy that my teacher left behind in the mundane realm. He personally brought me to the Heavenly Pool Palace in the Boundless Heaven. Chapter 33:12. I see. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian when he heard Sun Xing's words. Initially, he was puzzled by the relationship between the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor of the Heavenly Pool Palace and the Howling Heaven Celestial Dog. If it was really the Howling Heaven Celestial Dog, shouldn't it be in the Heavenly Emperor's faction in the Jade Emperor Heaven? Why would it be in a Heaven-grade faction in the Boundless Heaven? After listening to Sun Xing's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood that the Howling Heaven Celestial Dog had a falling out with Yang Jian. Duan Lingtian did not comment on the minor conflict Sun Xing had mentioned. What kind of minor conflict would cause the Howling Heaven Celestial Dog to leave the Jade Emperor Heaven and settle down in the Heavenly Pool Palace? Perhaps even Sun Xing doesn't know the truth. After all, when he left Yanhuang Realm and came to the Devata Realms, he came to the Heavenly Pool Palace in the Boundless Heaven. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, both of you are from the same hometown. Lu Baifeng, who was standing at the side, was stunned when she heard the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Sun Xing. Junior brother Duan, not only are we from the same hometown, but our teacher is also from the same hometown. Sun Xing smiled before he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Junior brother Duan, let's exchange soul pearls. When I'm free, I'll look for you for a drink. If you're free, I'll bring you to see our teacher. I'm sure our teacher will be happy to see you from the same hometown. The emotions that Sun Xing was displaying now were completely different from how he was at the beginning. At first, Sun Xing was polite and courteous. However, at this moment, he was behaving like a friend who had known Duan Lingtian for many years. All right. Duan Lingtian felt close to Sun Xing since they were from the same hometown in the Devata Realm. Therefore, he immediately took out his soul pearls and exchanged them with Sun Xing. Junior brother Duan, I'll take my leave first. Sun Xing bade farewell to Duan Lingtian before he nodded at the others and left. As for Lu Baifeng, after chatting with Lu Ji for a while, she also left. On the way back, Hong Fei said to Duan Lingtian, Little junior brother, that's Sun Xing, although he's from the same hometown as you, don't trust him too much. Otherwise, he might betray you without even knowing it. I've never seen him treat anyone so warmly before. From Hong Fei's point of view, there must be a reason behind this abnormality. That Sun Xing was usually the same to everyone, but today he was so enthusiastic to his junior brother that it was a little scary. Fatty, senior brother Sun Xing might not have any ill intentions. Moreover, with his current strength, there seems to be no need for him to do anything to little junior brother, right? Hu Mei shook her head. Third senior sister, who said that little junior brother has nothing to gain. As far as I know, there are many beautiful female disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace who are interested in Sun Xing, but he doesn't pay any attention to them. Hong Fei said matter-of-factly, isn't this strange? Who knows, maybe he likes men. Little junior brother is so handsome. If he likes men, wouldn't it be normal for him to like little junior brother? The more Hong Fei spoke, the more matter-of-factly he sounded. At this moment, Wenwaner, who was standing at the side, could not help but burst out laughing. Sixth junior brother, are you still brooding over the fact that junior sister Xiaofeng, whom you pursued, said she likes men like senior brother Sun Xing? Fourth senior sister. Hong Fei was slightly infuriated when Wenwaner exposed his thoughts. All right. I won't talk about it anymore. Wenwaner shook her head and stopped talking. However, she still had a smile on her face. Fatty, I didn't expect you'd still hold a grudge against senior brother Sun Xing over this matter. In the end, didn't he reject junior sister Xiaofeng as well? Hu Mei clicked her tongue and laughed. Little junior brother. However, Hong Fei ignored Hu Mei and looked at Duan Lingtian as he said, I'm telling you, it's not because I have a grudge against Sun Xing. It's because he's really a strange person. Sixth senior brother. You're not an ascender, right? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. HM? Hong Fei was stunned for a moment before he nodded. That's right. I'm not an ascender. What's wrong? Not only was Hong Fei not an ascender, but he was also a lineal disciple of the Hong clan, a supreme Grade 1 force. His grandfather was the current clan leader of the Hong clan. It's difficult for those who haven't ascended to understand our feelings when we meet in the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian said with a smile, the Devata realms are too big. Moreover, there are 81 Devata realms. As for the mundane realms, there are countless of them. What's the chances of meeting someone from the same mundane realm and planet in the Devata realms? It's not an exaggeration to say the chances are 1 in a million. After learning Sun Xing was from Earth, Duan Lingtian had a special feeling for him even though Sun Xing was not from the same era as him. However, it did not stop him from treating Sun Xing as an old friend. Little junior brother is right. At this moment, Lu Ji, Duan Lingtian's second senior brother, chimed in, I'm also an ascender, so I understand your feelings. If I can meet someone from the same mundane realm as me in the Devata realms, I'll also feel a special feeling for them, let alone someone from the same mundane realm and planet. Hong Fei fell silent when he heard Lu Ji's words. He could refute his fellow disciples, but he did not dare to refute his second senior brother and first senior sister. Third senior sister. Duan Lingtian looked at Humei and asked with a smile, I heard someone mention the 1,000 Chains prison a few days ago. Is there such a place in the Heavenly Pool Palace? The 1,000 Chains prison. Her eyes brightened when she heard Duan Lingtian mention the 1,000 Chains prison. She knew her father was in prison there. Her body tensed up slightly, and her eyes widened in shock. At the same time, she instinctively looked at Humei. The 1,000 Chains prison? Humei was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's words. Then she asked curiously, Why do you ask, little junior brother? It's nothing. I'm just curious. Duan Lingtian smiled. Little junior brother. Before Humei could say anything, Hong Fei said, I know about the 1,000 Chains prison. It's a prison set up by the Heavenly Pool Palace for disciples who have committed grave sins. It's said that there are all kinds of punishments in there, be it physical or spiritual. Many disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace who were sent to the 1,000 Chains prison died because they couldn't withstand the torture. Huan, Ari's face turned pale when she heard Hong Fei's explanation. She tightened her grip on Duan Lingtian's arm as she listened to Hong Fei's explanation. Duan Lingtian patted the back of Huan Er's hand. His eyes flashed as he asked, Where's the 1,000 Chains prison? It's behind the Prodigy Arena. You'll reach it after walking for a while, Hong Fei said. However, the entrance of the 1,000 Chains prison is guarded by powerful elders of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Under normal circumstances, those who haven't committed any crimes won't be able to enter the prison. The Heavenly Pool Palace doesn't allow anyone who hasn't committed any crimes to enter the prison. The only way to enter the 1,000 Chains prison without committing any crimes is to be a disciple of the Heavenly Pool Palace who volunteered to become a guard. Upon hearing Hong Fei's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. Become a guard of the 1,000 Chains prison? Are there any requirements for a Heavenly Pool Palace disciple to become a guard of the 1,000 Chains prison? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. That's what I'm going to say next. I don't know when the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace set the rule, but to become a guard of the 1,000 Chains prison, one must be a prodigious disciple. I really don't know what he's thinking. Who's so free as to become a guard of the 1,000 Chains prison? Hong Fei shook his head. At this moment, Lu Ji glanced at Hong Fei indifferently and said, The 1,000 Chains prison is very important. Not only are there disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace imprisoned there, but there are also many outsiders. Rumor has it that some titled celestial emperors are also imprisoned there. These titled celestial emperors are the personal enemies of the Heavenly Pool Palace. The reason they're imprisoned is because they've comprehended the law of Earth. Their defenses are too strong for us to kill. Therefore, were only able to imprison them. The descendants of the titled celestial emperors dream of rescuing them. However, once the titled celestial emperors are released, they'll definitely become the heavenly pool palace's archenemies. A similar incident happened in the past. A titled celestial emperor was released by his descendant, and he killed many disciples of the heavenly pool palace. After that, he was imprisoned by the palace master of the heavenly pool palace. The reason why only prodigious disciples are allowed to become guards is to prevent spies from infiltrating the heavenly pool palace. Moreover, even if the descendants of the titled celestial emperors become prodigious disciples of the heavenly pool palace with their talents, their seniors won't allow them to risk their lives. For this reason, ever since the Thousand Chains prison established the rule that only prodigious disciples are allowed to become guards, no titled celestial emperors have escaped or nearly escaped. Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the Thousand Chains prison after listening to Lu Ji's explanation. Moreover, you'll only be on duty for a short period of time. Moreover, you'll be rewarded handsomely with royal-grade celestial crystals. Lu Ji continued to say. Second senior brother, Humei looked at Lu Ji and asked, I remember you and eldest senior sister used to be guards in the Thousand Chains prison, right? That's right. Lu Ji nodded. Actually, there's something you're unaware of. Eldest senior sister switched to cultivating the law of death because of the Thousand Chains prison. The Thousand Chains prison is filled with death chi. It's a good place to comprehend the law of death. Before eldest senior sister left the heavenly pool palace, she was still the warden of the Thousand Chains prison. Duan Lingtian was taken aback by Lu Ji's words. His eldest senior sister, whom he had never met, was the warden of the Thousand Chains prison? Regardless of the prison, the warden was usually the head, right? Chapter 313. Eldest senior sister didn't comprehend the law of death in the past. Humei, Wanwan, Ouyang Qifei, and Hongfei were stunned when they heard Lu Ji's words. They instinctively turned to look at Lu Ji. It was clear they had just learned about this as well. Your eldest senior sister only began to cultivate the law of death after she became a prodigious disciple. Lu Ji smiled faintly when he saw the puzzled looks on their faces. A hint of nostalgia could be seen on his face as he continued to say, It's normal that you don't know about this. After all of you weren't under my tutelage at that time. Eldest senior sister and I are the only two disciples under my teacher. Lu Ji replied, She only began to cultivate the law of death after she became a prodigious disciple. Hong Fei stared at Lu Ji with his mouth agape. Second senior brother, eldest senior sister is an expert in the law of death. Not only has she comprehended all the profundities from the law of death to the mastery stage, but she has also fused 3 profundities from the law of death together. However, she only began to comprehend the law of death after becoming a prodigious disciple? Hong Fei was shocked by Lu Ji's words. Apart from Hong Fei, even Humei, Wenwan and Ouyang Qifei were shocked by Lu Ji's words. Duan Lingtian did not know much about eldest senior sister, since he had never met her before. However, it was different for Hong Fei and the others. After all, they had witnessed eldest senior sister's prowess with their own eyes. Before your eldest senior sister comprehended the law of death, she had also comprehended all the profundities from the law of water to the mastery stage. I'm sure all of you are unaware of this as well. Lu Ji continued to say. Upon hearing Lu Ji's words, not only were Hong Fei and the others stunned, but even Duan Lingtian and Huan could not help but look at each other in shock and awe. That elusive eldest senior sister comprehended all the profundities from the law of water to the mastery stage before she comprehended the law of death. Duan Lingtian had thought it was rare for someone like him to comprehend all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage when he was only a celestial lord. However, It seemed like he was not the only one who was capable of that. Moreover, I comprehended the law of space by relying on the supreme expert's Godhead. Even if that eldest senior sister has her own secrets and fortuitous encounters, how could she compare to the supreme expert's Godhead? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel deep respect for the eldest senior sister, whom he had never met. After a while, Duan Lingtian and the others returned to the training ground under Sulang, and the few of them separated one after another. Duan Lingtian and Huan returned to their respective cultivation grounds. Brother Ling Tian. As soon as she returned, she looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of excitement in her eyes. I'll ask sixth senior brother how to become a warden of the Thousand Chains prison. Duan Lingtian naturally understood Huan Er's intentions. He smiled and explained the process of becoming a warden of the Thousand Chains prison to Hong Fei through the soul orb. In order to become a warden of the Thousand Chains prison, as long as one was a genius disciple, all one had to do was register. When there was a vacancy, one would be assigned to duty. Some jailers would occasionally have something to do, such as going out or cultivating in seclusion. When they had no time to be on duty, there would be a vacancy for a jailer's shift. At that time, a substitute jailer would be able to fill in. Huan I'll bring you to apply to become a warden of the Thousand Chains prison. Since Duan Lingtian had learned how to apply to become a warden of the Thousand Chains prison from Hong Fei, he led Huan to another floating island in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Finally, they arrived at a secluded palace. This palace was much more secluded compared to the Sword Trial Hall. There was not a single soul in sight. Swoosh! A gust of wind blew past, causing the fallen leaves at the entrance of the palace to flutter in the air. This is the Thousand Chains Palace. The Thousand Chains Palace was the internal affairs palace of the Thousand Chains prison. Anyone who wanted to become a warden of the Thousand Chains prison had to register here. Naturally, one only needed to register. This was because the warden of the Thousand Chains prison had to be a genius disciple. However, there were only 100 genius disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. It's really deserted. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he led Huan into the palace. The palace was covered in dust and cobwebs. It was as though no one had been here for a long time. Is anyone in? Duan Lingtian called out to the palace. Creak! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the sound of the door opening resonated from inside the palace. Following that, an old voice rang in the air. The voice was indifferent. Are you here to apply to become a prison guard? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Prodigy token. The voice rang again. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian immediately took out his prodigy token. Huan did the same as well. As soon as both of them took out their prodigy tokens, a gust of wind blew past their hands. Then their prodigy tokens were sucked into the palace. The entire process was extremely bizarre. You're Duan Lingtian? You're Su Lang's new disciple? You're indeed a man of striking appearance. The old man's voice rang in the air again. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's prodigy tokens were brought back by a gust of wind. 2 tokens that were as black as ink and shone with a faint red light were brought back as well. The words Thousand Chains Prison were engraved on the front of the tokens, and Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's names were engraved on the back of the tokens. Is Suyasi back yet? Duan Lingtian and Huan took the prodigy token and the Thousand Chains Prison token, respectively, before the old man's voice rang in the air again. Suyasi? Duan Lingtian was stunned and was unable to recover from his shock for a moment. You don't even know your eldest senior sister's name? Didn't you apply to become a warden of the Thousand Chains prison because your eldest senior sister is the warden of the Thousand Chains prison? She can meditate on the law of death on the life and death platform in the Thousand Chains prison? Although the old man was not in front of Duan Lingtian, he seemed to have complete control of Duan Lingtian's every move. Moreover, Duan Lingtian did not even sense the old man's divine consciousness. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Who is this old man? The life and death platform. At the same time, Duan Lingtian learned from the old man that there was a place in the Thousand Chains prison where one could meditate on the law of death. Senior, may I ask who you are? Duan Lingtian asked respectfully. Me. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, the old man fell silent for a moment before he replied, I'm a person who should have died. A person who should have died. A moment later, the door slammed shut, and the old man's voice disappeared completely. Duan Lingtian called out to the old man a few times, but the old man did not respond. He subconsciously tried to use his divine sense to find out where the old man was, but he found that his divine sense could not enter the palace at all. It was as if there was an invisible wall standing there, separating the inside and the outside into two worlds. Senior, the two of us will take our leave first. Although the old man did not respond, since he had obtained the warden token, Duan Lingtian did not continue to linger. Juan, let's go to the Thousand Chains prison. To become a warden of the Thousand Chains prison, one had to go to the Thousand Chains palace to obtain a warden token. After obtaining the warden token, one could register in the Thousand Chains prison. When there was a vacancy, they would be notified to head to the Thousand Chains prison to fulfill their duties. The Thousand Chains prison was located in the distance behind the Prodigy arena. It was located above a vast mountain. It was a huge floating island that was incomparably majestic. At a glance, the floating island looked like a huge mountain. Tens of thousands of thick chains extended from the top of the mountain, completely shrouding it. Moreover, there were many intricate patterns carved on the huge mountain. They were difficult to decipher. There were all kinds of words, and it was too much for the eyes to take in. Thousand Chains Prison. The words Thousand Chains Prison could be seen hovering on half of the mountain's wall. It was said to be hovering because the words were formed by hundreds of chains intertwined together. At the center of the mountain was a huge door. It looked like the entrance to a cave, but it was exquisitely decorated. It did not seem like it led to the depths of a cave, but to a luxurious palace. This should be the entrance to the Thousand Chains prison. Duan Lingtian said to Juan, At this moment, Juan looked at the Thousand Chains prison with excitement in her eyes. Her body trembled slightly, and it seemed like she could not control her emotions. Juan, calm down a little before we go in. Duan Lingtian smiled at Juan. All right. Juan nodded lightly. After a few breaths, she regained her composure. Her body exuded a cold aura that resembled a blooming lotus. Let's go. Following that, Duan Lingtian and Juan stepped into the Thousand Chains prison's entrance. At the same time, they saw 4 old men standing guard at the entrance. The 4 old men stood at the side with 2 on each side. Trespassers are not allowed in the Thousand Chains prison. Before Duan Lingtian and Juan could get close to the entrance, one of the old men glared at Duan Lingtian and Juan. The old man had a white beard, messy white hair, and white tiger-like eyebrows. He looked like a lion with white fur. Elder were the prodigious disciples who have just applied to become the prison guards of the Thousand Chains prison. Duan Lingtian did not waste any time. He took out his prison guard token and placed it together with Juan's prison guard token. Then he tossed the token to the old man. The old man's eyes widened when he saw Juan's order token. However, when he saw the back of Duan Lingtian's order token, his eyes widened slightly. Why, you're Duan Lingtian? You're the Duan Lingtian who killed the Profound Heaven's Celestial Emperor's first disciple, Han Yunjin? The old man looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. Although he was not present at the Prodigy Arena, news of the battle had spread like wildfire in the heavenly Pool Palace. Chapter 33:14. Senior, you know me? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he saw the surprised expression on the old man's face and the other old men's faces. I'm afraid there aren't many people in the heavenly Pool Palace who don't know your name. Duan Lingtian. The old man, who had a hostile expression earlier, had a wide smile on his face now. His white beard trembled as he continued to say, Moreover, Duan Lingtian, you're also head warden Su's junior brother. In other words, the Thousand Chains prison can be considered as half your home. Does this mean I'm home now? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. Then he smiled wryly. If someone had told him the Thousand Chains prison was his home in his previous life, he would have slapped that person. Duan Lingtian, I'll bring the two of you in. The old man smiled and took the initiative to say, I'm sure this is your first time in the Thousand Chains prison. Let me introduce you to the Thousand Chains prison and bring you to the Internal Affairs Hall to hang your warden tokens there. Once the warden tokens are hung in the Internal Affairs Hall, you'll be notified whenever there's a vacancy. However, since you're head warden Su's junior brother, even if there's no vacancy, no one will stop you from coming to the Thousand Chains prison. The old man continued to say. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian was inwardly shocked. He did not expect his eldest senior sister, whom he had never met, would be able to provide him with so much convenience. I'll have to trouble you then, elder, Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian's courteous attitude, the old man was overjoyed. At the very least, this prodigious disciple with a bright future did not look down on him just because he was a gatekeeper of the Thousand Chains prison. As a gatekeeper of the Thousand Chains prison, he used to be an ordinary disciple of the heavenly Pool Palace. Even now, he was not as strong as Han Yunjin, who had been killed by Duan Lingtian. There was no doubt Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. Duan Lingtian was strong, had a powerful background, and had a bright future. Moreover, he was polite to him. Let's go in. After calling out to Duan Lingtian and Huan, the old man led the way for the two Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian and Huan followed closely behind. After entering the Thousand Chains prison, what appeared in front of Duan Lingtian was a crimson world. Everywhere was a mountain wall that gave off a crimson glow. Among the mountain walls, there were many special metal pillars that supported the buildings inside the mountain. After passing through a wide passageway, Duan Lingtian and Huan arrived at a spacious plaza. Aside from the path across from them, there was no other path. Duan Lingtian, this is the final plaza of the Thousand Chains prison. After leading Duan Lingtian into the square, the old man introduced them to Duan Lingtian with a smile. Final square. Duan Lingtian was stunned, as the name of this square seemed to be rather special. Don't you think the name of the square is a little strange? The old man asked with a smile. It's a little strange. Duan Lingtian nodded. The reason this square is called the final square is due to the killing formation that's capable of severely injuring a titled celestial emperor. Ordinary celestial emperors who aren't titled celestial emperors will definitely die if they trigger the killing formation. The old man said with a smile, this is a place where anyone below the titled celestial emperor realm can die. That's why it's called the terminating square. Severely injure a titled celestial emperor? Anyone below the level of a titled celestial emperor will definitely die. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but inwardly gasp. At the same time, he raised his guard. Don't worry. The old man chuckled when he saw Duan Lingtian's vigilance. Not just anyone can trigger the killing formation in the square of Terminus. The killing formation will only be triggered when someone tries to force his way out of the Thousand Chains prison. Moreover, it only targets those people. Even if we're in the square at that time, The killing formation won't attack us." Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he heard the old man's words. At the same time, he could vaguely guess the killing formation's mechanism. The killing formation must have extracted the blood or soul aura of the prisoners and merged it with the killing formation. Otherwise, the killing formation would not be triggered. After passing through the final square, the old man led Duan Lingtian through a long passage before they arrived at a palace that was neither big nor small. The plaque on the entrance of the palace had the words Internal Affairs Palace written on it in large letters. "Let me bring you in to register." Under the old man's lead, Duan Lingtian and Huan entered the Internal Affairs Palace. Duan Lingtian merely had to show their jailer tokens to the elders of the Internal Affairs Pavilion in the Thousand Chains prison. The elders would record their names and leave behind their soul pearls. When there was a vacancy, the elders would ask if they were free to take up the position. If they were not, their names would be temporarily removed from the list. When they were free, they would notify the Internal Affairs Palace. Apart from leaving behind their soul pearls, they also collected the soul pearls of the Internal Affairs Palace's elders. Duan Lingtian, your head warden, Sue's junior brother. Now that you're a jailer of the Thousand Chains prison, even if you're not on duty, you're welcome to come to the Thousand Chains prison. The Internal Affairs Palace's elder was very friendly toward Duan Lingtian. However, when you're not on duty, you're not allowed to enter the prison. At most, you can go to the life and death platform to comprehend the law of death. When the Internal Affairs Palace's elder reached the end of his sentence, his expression turned solemn as he said, "If you're not on duty, even elders like us aren't allowed to enter the prison, let alone jailers." "Only the wardens have the privilege to enter," the warden said. Duan Lingtian nodded. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. However, new prison guards are usually given a chance to familiarize themselves with the prison. Originally, this opportunity has to be chosen at a specific time. Since you're head warden, Sue's junior brother, I don't think it's appropriate for you to make a trip here again. Duan Lingtian nodded. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's eyes lit up. Elder Xia. At the same time, the Internal Affairs Palace's elder looked at the Thousand Chains prison's elder, who brought Duan Lingtian and Huan Er into the prison, and said, "You'll bring them around the prison and explain the situation to them." As soon as the Internal Affairs Palace's elder finished speaking, he raised his hand and tossed a token to Huan Er. "All right." Huan Er took the token and nodded. Then he beckoned Duan Lingtian and Huan Er to leave. It wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to see that the command token that Elder Xia received was completely pitch black, and it emitted waves of icy cold and profound aura. Moreover, it gave people a feeling of oppression. It was obvious that many formations had been compressed inside the token. This is the token that allows you to enter and exit the prison. After leaving the Internal Affairs Palace, the old man seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's gazes. He smiled and said, "This token is issued by the Internal Affairs Palace. When it's issued, the Internal Affairs Palace's elder will infuse our soul auras into the token through our soul pearls. In other words, this token can only allow the three of us to enter and exit the prison. This is to prevent people from bringing people in and out of the prison." After listening to the old man's words, Duan Lingtian realized the security in the Thousand Chains prison was not something an ordinary prison could compare to. In the past, there weren't many rules in the Thousand Chains prison. However, ever since a titled celestial emperor escaped from the Thousand Chains prison and killed many of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples, the Heavenly Pool Palace has set many rules in the Thousand Chains prison. Most importantly, only prodigious disciples are allowed to become prison guards. Huan Er nodded. "What do the guards do in the Thousand Chains prison?" Duan Lingtian asked. "What the prison guards need to do is to observe the situation of the people imprisoned in the prison. If they discover anything strange, they need to immediately inform the Internal Affairs Palace. Apart from that, They also need to monitor the people imprisoned in the prison. Huan nodded. How many guards are on duty every time? Duan Lingtian asked again. 6 guards. They're divided into groups of 2 to patrol the 3 areas of the prison, the old man said. One group is responsible for patrolling the prisons where titled celestial emperors are imprisoned. The other group is responsible for patrolling the prisons where non-titled celestial emperors are imprisoned. The last group is responsible for patrolling the prisons where the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples and elders are imprisoned. Each group will patrol the prison for 4 months before swapping teams. Each group will patrol the prison for 4 months. Each time a guard is on duty, they'll be on duty for a year. The old man said, due to the high requirements of being a guard, only prodigious disciples can apply for the position. Therefore, not all guards are assigned to patrol the prison. Some of them are even elders of the 1,000 Chains prison. Even I'm often assigned to patrol the prison when there aren't enough guards. This year, there are 6 people patrolling inside. Only 3 of them are geniuses. The other 3 are the elders of the 1,000 Chains prison. The old man paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian and Huan, or before he continued to say, come to think of it, it's not a coincidence. The last change was a month ago. Both of you will have to wait for another 11 months before it's your turn. Moreover, you'll definitely get your turn. After all, very few prodigious disciples are willing to become guards. Even if the salary is high, most of them won't accept it. The old man shook his head when he finished speaking. Most of the prodigious disciples who are willing to become guards are here for the life and death platform. Elder Yen from the Internal Affairs Palace told you about the life and death platform. You can go to the 1,000 Chains prison whenever you want to. It's very beneficial to comprehend the law of death there. That's because the people who have been executed by the 1,000 Chains prison are all beneath the life and death platform. The 1,000 Chains prison has sealed their deathly aura in that area, making the life and death platform a sacred place to comprehend the laws of death. Chapter 30, 315. At the Life and Death Platform. This was not the first time Duan Lingtian had heard of this place. Before he entered the 1,000 Chains prison, he knew there was a place in the 1,000 Chains prison where he could comprehend the law of death. Later on, he learned the place was called the Life and Death Platform. Now that the old man mentioned it again, he began to yearn for the Life and Death Platform. The prodigious disciples who applied to become wardens of the 1,000 Chains prison didn't do it for the celestial crystals. They were more interested in the opportunity to comprehend the law of death on the life and death platform, the old man said. The old man said, every warden can enter the life and death platform for a year to comprehend the law of death after a year of duty. If you want to enter the life and death platform to comprehend the law of death, you'll have to stay on duty for another year. Of course, you can also choose to be on duty for many years at a time and then climb the life or death platform for many years. This is because the time you can climb the life or death platform is linked to the time you are on duty. You can climb the life or death platform for as long as you are on duty. After the old man finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, of course, you don't have to do this. You can enter the life and death platform whenever you want because of Warden Su. Moreover, you can enter the life and death platform as long as you want. A hint of envy could be seen in the old man's eyes when he finished speaking. Although he did not specialize in the law of death and rarely went to the life or death platform, it was not easy for him to ascend the life or death platform even if he had comprehended the law of death. He also needed to contribute to the 1,000 Chains prison. This is because the hall master of the life and death pavilion is Warden Su. The elders in the life and death pavilion are also Warden Su's subordinates. Warden Su has long ordered that any junior brothers and sisters who want to enter the life and death platform are free to do so without any restrictions. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, I'm afraid only Lord Su Lang's subordinates are allowed to enter the life and death pavilion. The old man continued to speak. Not only is eldest senior sister the warden of the Thousand Chains prison, but she's also the hall master of the life and death pavilion? Duan Lingtian suddenly realized that his understanding of the eldest senior sister was only the tip of the iceberg. What he knew now was something he didn't know in the past. How many wardens are there in the Thousand Chains prison? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he followed behind the old man. There are 3 wardens in the Thousand Chains prison. They are in charge of the Internal Affairs Hall, the Life and Death Hall, and the Purgatory Hall. The old man said. Purgatory Palace? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. He now knew what the Internal Affairs Hall and the Life and Death Hall were. The Internal Affairs Hall was where the internal affairs of the Thousand Chains prison were handled, while the Life and Death Hall was where the prisoners were executed and stored. The Purgatory Hall is also known as the Punishment Hall. Its function is to punish those who are imprisoned. Naturally, it's not a death sentence. If it's a death sentence, the prisoners will be sent to the Life and Death Hall. The old man paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian and reminded him. Duan Lingtian, the hall master of the Internal Affairs Hall, has a good relationship with head warden Su. However, the hall master of the Purgatory Hall doesn't have a good relationship with head warden Su. If you encounter him, try to avoid him so that he won't make things difficult for you. After all, head warden Su isn't here right now. If head warden Su is here, he'll restrain himself. The old man's expression turned slightly solemn when he spoke. How strong is he? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he narrowed his eyes. He's close to a titled celestial emperor, the old man replied. Close to a titled celestial emperor? Duan Lingtian was stunned. How could such a person dare to oppose his eldest senior sister? Elder Xia, do you know how strong my eldest senior sister is? Duan Lingtian asked instinctively. She seems to be close to a titled celestial emperor as well. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian realized that the people in the Thousand Chains prison did not seem to know the true strength of his eldest senior sister. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he felt it was normal. As her junior brothers and sisters, it was only natural for them to know her strength better than anyone else. Elder Xia, the hall master of the Purgatory Palace you're talking about, is the head warden of the Thousand Chains prison. If he takes the initiative to make things difficult for me, and I don't want to dodge, I should be able to retaliate if he attacks, right? Duan Lingtian asked as his eyes glinted. HM? The old man did not expect Duan Lingtian to ask such a question. He was stunned for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. Duan Lingtian, are you confident you can defeat the hall master of the Thousand Chains prison? After all, his strength is close to a titled celestial emperor. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, I've never heard of anyone who's weaker than a titled celestial emperor being able to defeat him. At most, they're evenly matched with him, the old man said. I'm just asking. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. If he attacks you, you can naturally retaliate. However, the moment you retaliate, he will punish you with the crime of insubordination. Although he won't kill you, he can capture you and bring you to the Purgatory Palace to punish you. The old man shook his head. What if he's not a match for me? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed even further, narrowing into slits as he continued asking. Up until now, there hasn't been such a situation in the Thousand Chains prison. However, if he's not a match for you, he won't dare to provoke you. As long as you don't kill him, the Heavenly Pool Palace won't punish you, the old man said. Duan Lingtian nodded. That's good. Duan Lingtian nodded. Elder Xia, let's go to the Thousand Chains prison now. To Duan Lingtian, the pavilion master of the Purgatory Hall and the life or death platform were not as important as the prison. Why did he and Huan join the Heavenly Pool Palace? It was all to save Juan Er's parents. Currently, he was certain Juan Er's father was imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison. However, he was not certain about her mother's whereabouts. Although Juan had her mother's soul pearl, her mother did not have Juan Er's soul pearl. Therefore, no matter how hard she tried to contact her mother would not be able to respond to her. Naturally, that was if her mother could receive her message. Elder Sia, can we use soul pearls to communicate in and out of the Thousand Chains prison? Duan Lingtian asked. Of course not. The old man shook his head. There's a formation in the Thousand Chains prison that restricts soul pearls from transmitting messages. Let alone the Thousand Chains prison. Even the Thousand Chains prison restricts soul pearls from transmitting messages. This is also done to prevent the people imprisoned in the prison from communicating with the people outside and even plotting to escape. Juan nodded. Juan, it seems like your mother didn't receive your voice transmission earlier. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Juan after listening to the old man's words. Previously, when he, Juan and the Zhuge siblings from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect had returned to the spirit overarching heaven, Juana had obtained her mother's soul pearl from the Zhang clan's clan leader. He knew Juan would often use the soul pearl to send messages to her mother even if her mother could not respond. Of course, that's only if your mother is imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison, Duan Lingtian said. Thank you, Elder. Duan Lingtian glanced at the old man before he asked, I heard from one of my senior brothers that there's a person imprisoned in the Heavenly Pool Palace in the solitary destructive heavens, Heavenly Sword Mountain. He said he broke off his engagement with the Heavenly Pool Palace? Are you talking about the prodigy from the Heavenly Sword Mountain? It's a pity he's gone. The old man shook his head and said, that prodigy could have become a son-in-law of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Unfortunately, it said that he had a mistress and broke off his engagement with the Heavenly Pool Palace. Fortunately, the Heavenly Sword Mountain was tactful enough to send him here. At that time, the palace master was prepared to go to the Heavenly Sword Mountain to demand an explanation. The old man said, Is he still imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison? Duan Lingtian asked. That's right. The old man nodded. If you're interested in him, I'll bring you to meet him when we enter the Thousand Chains prison, as expected of a prodigy from the Heavenly Sword Mountain. After cultivating diligently in the Thousand Chains prison, his cultivation base is close to that of a titled celestial emperor. Previously, when the pavilion master of the Purgatory Pavilion challenged him to a duel, he was not at a disadvantage at all. The old man sighed. Good. I'm curious as to what kind of person would refuse to marry the palace master's daughter. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Juan Er's eyes were filled with excitement as well. She was finally going to meet her biological father. Thank you, Elder. Duan Lingtian asked again. Do you know what kind of woman caused the prodigy from the Heavenly Sword Mountain to refuse the palace master's daughter? Yes. That woman is imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison as well. The old man nodded. That woman isn't human. She's a celestial beast. I think she's a phantom fox. In order to punish them, the palace master ordered them to look at each other through the prison, but they were not allowed to meet. Moreover, every once in a while, they would torture the woman once in a while, so that the prodigy of the Heavenly Sword Mountain would suffer psychological torture. That woman is usually in a comatose state and rarely wakes up. After all, once she wakes up, she'll be tortured again. The old man sighed. Speaking of which, she's a woman with a hard life. She didn't do anything wrong. However, she has to suffer because she fell in love with a man she shouldn't have. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly. Juan trembled involuntarily as tears welled up in her eyes. The old man was taken aback by by Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's reaction. However, he did not suspect anything. He looked at Huan Er and said with a smile, "It seems like you're a sentimental person as well. However, that woman is really pitiful." Chapter 30, 3:16. Big Brother Ling Tian. Her voice trembled with anger. Duan Ling Tian could empathize with her. If his mother had been the one being tortured, he would have been even more furious. Huan Big Brother Ling Tian will definitely find a way to save your parents, Duan Ling Tian said in a low voice. Believe in Big Brother Ling Tian. All right, Huan nodded. She tried her best to suppress her emotions so that the old man would not notice anything amiss. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian and Huan followed the old man out of the narrow passage and into a vast space. That's the Purgatory Palace, the old man pointed. Duan Ling Tian looked in the direction the old man was pointing and saw a huge palace in the distance. In front of the palace was a stone tablet that was dozens of meters tall. At a glance, it was much taller than the palace. The words Purgatory Palace were engraved on the tablet. Upon arriving, Duan Ling Tian finally saw people entering and exiting the Purgatory Palace. At first glance, the people entering and exiting the Purgatory Palace looked normal. However, some of the people being carried out were covered in blood. Some of them were even missing parts of their bodies. It was a gory scene. There were also a few people who were unscathed. However, when they were being dragged away, their eyes were lifeless. It was as though they had lost their souls. It was a sight that sent chills down Duan Lingtian's spine. People are being dragged into the Purgatory Palace every day to be punished. The old man seemed to be used to such scenes. He continued to lead Duan Lingtian and Huan into another passage. However, this passageway was much shorter than the previous one. A few moments later, Duan Lingtian and Huan followed the old man out of the passage and into another vast space. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw the palace floating in midair to his right. Behind the palace, there was a vast stone platform floating. Now he could vaguely see some figures sitting cross-legged on it, cultivating. Around their bodies, bursts of black and gray gas could be faintly seen. It was clearly the death aura brought about by comprehending the law of death. This is the life or death hall. The old man's voice sounded at the right time. However, even without the old man's reminder, Duan Lingtian had already guessed that the palace in front of him was the Hall of Life and Death. The Hall Master of the Hall of Life and Death is eldest senior sister? Although Duan Lingtian knew that his first senior sister was extremely powerful before he entered the Thousand Chains prison, he didn't expect her to have such a status in the Thousand Chains prison. However, he was not too interested in the life or death hall right now. He looked at the old man and said, "Elder Xia, we still have something to do later. Can you take us to the prison first and see what's going on?" "All right." The old man nodded as he quickened his pace. If Duan Lingtian was only a prodigious disciple in the Heavenly Pool Palace, the old man would not have obeyed Duan Lingtian so much. The reason he was so respectful to Duan Lingtian was because Duan Lingtian's senior sister was one of the 3 wardens of the Thousand Chains prison. Moreover, she was the youngest and most powerful warden in the Thousand Chains prison. Based on her innate talent and comprehension skills, she'll most likely be a titled celestial emperor by the time she returns. The old man thought to himself. After passing through the life or death hall, Duan Lingtian and Huan finally arrived at a huge metal building. The metal building was square in shape, and there was only one door at the front. Elder Xia. As soon as Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the entrance, they saw an old man and a young man walking out from behind the door. The 2 of them smiled and greeted the old man standing next to Duan Lingtian and Huan. Then they shifted their gaze to Duan Lingtian and Huan. "Who are these 2? These two are the new wardens. He's Duan Lingtian, and she's Huan, the third disciple of Laying Celestial Emperor. Duan Lingtian Huan This is Elder Wang. He's one of the elders in the Thousand Chains prison, the old man standing next to Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Duan Lingtian Huan This is Elder Wang. He's an elder in the Thousand Chains prison. As for this person, he's also a prodigy. He's the second disciple of Yu Han, Celestial Emperor, Huyi. Duan Lingtian. When they heard that the purple-clad young man before them was Duan Lingtian, no matter if it was Elder Wang or Huyi, both of them had a surprised expression on their faces. Naturally, they were familiar with the name Duan Lingtian. 3 years ago, Duan Lingtian had made a life-or-death duel with Han Yunjin, one of the 5 great prodigious disciples. Many people, including them, thought Duan Lingtian had overestimated himself. However, as the wardens and elders of the Thousand Chains prison, they knew Duan Lingtian was not someone they could afford to offend. After all, Duan Lingtian's eldest senior sister was one of the 3 wardens of the Thousand Chains prison. Duan Lingtian, your life-or-death duel with Han Yunjin should be ending soon, right? Unfortunately, I won't have the chance to watch it. I'll be on duty in the Thousand Chains prison during this time, Huyi said with a smile. Huyi said with a faint smile on his face. A hint of disdain could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. However, I advise you not to fight with Han Yunjin in the Prodigy Arena. Even if you don't fight, nobody will laugh at you. After all, you're still young. Huyi had a sincere expression on his face when he spoke. Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard Huyi's words. Then he could not help but laugh. Huyi frowned. He did not know what Duan Lingtian was laughing about. Huyi. At this moment, the old man standing next to Duan Lingtian said, "Your news is outdated. At noon today, Duan Lingtian fought with Han Yunjin in the Prodigy Arena." What? Huyi's eyes widened in shock. He fought with Han Yunjin in the Prodigy Arena? But now, Elder Xia, did the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor intervene? In Huyi's opinion, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor Sulang must have interfered and prevented Han Yunjin from killing Duan Lingtian because Duan Lingtian managed to survive the battle in the Prodigy Arena. As for Duan Lingtian's victory, he did not even think about it. Han Yunjin is dead. The old man shook his head and said, "Before Han Yunjin died, the profound heaven's celestial emperor appeared and asked Duan Lingtian to stop. However, at the critical moment, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the merciless Celestial Emperor asked the Palace Master for help. Since the Palace Master had spoken, the profound heaven's Celestial Emperor did not intervene." Duan Lingtian killed Han Yunjin. The old man said, "Now that the news has spread, you'll be able to hear it from others once you leave this place." It wasn't just Huyi. Even the Thousand Chains prison's elder was stunned, unable to return to his senses for quite some time. "Elder Xia, let's go in," Duan Lingtian urged. All right. The old man took the lead and entered the building. At the same time, he took out the token given to him by the Internal Affairs Hall and led Duan Lingtian and Huaner into the building. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the entrance, he could hear a commotion by his ears. Among the commotion, there were men's voices, women's voices, and beasts' roars. The commotion caused Duan Lingtian's eardrums to tremble. These voices are made by some celestial beasts who are unwilling to be imprisoned. However, these humans and celestial beasts don't have high cultivation bases. The old man's voice rang in the air. A true powerhouse wouldn't make such a commotion in the prison. Soon after, the old man brought Duan Lingtian and Huan to a flight of stairs. The stairs could go up or down, and those clamorous voices were coming from below. However, it was extremely quiet above the stairs. There's no need to patrol the lower levels of the prison. Naturally, if you want to patrol the lower levels, you can go in and have a look. If anyone dares to make a ruckus during the patrol, the wardens can kill them. They only dare to make a ruckus when there are no wardens around. When there are wardens around, they're as docile as cats. Based on the old man's words, it was clear he was disdainful of the people imprisoned below. There are 3 levels above. There are also important areas. Every warden has to patrol each level for 4 months. After 4 months, they'll be transferred to another level. After another 4 months, they'll be transferred to another level. Now let's go up. The disciples and elders of the heavenly pool palace are imprisoned on the 1st level. They're imprisoned here because they've committed some crimes. Under the old man's lead, Duan, Lingtian, and Huan are arrived at the 1st level above the stairs. This was where the disciples and elders of the heavenly pool palace were imprisoned. Although Duan Lingtian was eager to go to the 2nd level with Huan, or to see her parents, Duan Lingtian did not want to waste his time. To avoid arousing the old man's suspicion, Duan Lingtian asked, "Elder Xia, what kind of crimes did one commit to be imprisoned here?" The elders and disciples imprisoned here have either committed the crime of harming and killing their fellow disciples, or have committed the crime of harming the heavenly pool palace's interests. The former isn't a big deal. For example, if you're an elder of the sword trial pavilion, you'll be imprisoned if it's discovered that you've bribed someone to get in through the back door. For example, if you're an elder of the medicinal pill pavilion, you'll be imprisoned if you use your position to sell high-priced pills at a low price to earn bribes. Another example is, after listening to the old man's explanation, Duan Lingtian learned about the reasons why the elders and disciples of the heavenly pool palace were imprisoned. Moreover, the greater the crime, the longer the time they would be imprisoned. This was similar to the law on earth. In the heavenly pool palace, all the rules were set by the heavenly pool palace. The 2nd level is where some outsiders are imprisoned. Naturally, they're not titled celestial emperors. The prodigy from the heavenly sword mountain and his wife are imprisoned on this level. The old man continued to lead Duan, Lingtian, and Huan to the 2nd level. Chapter 30, 3:17. After climbing the stairs to the 2nd floor, Duan Lingtian heard Huan Er's voice. "Brother Lingtian, I can feel my mother's aura. She's over there." Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian looked in the direction Huan Er was looking at. He saw a row of cells in the distance, but he could not see the people inside. At this moment, Elder Xia, who had been leading the way for them, began to introduce the prisoners to them. The prisoners were not from the heavenly pool palace, but they had offended the heavenly pool palace for some reason. Therefore, they were imprisoned in the 2nd level of the heavenly pool palace. Soon after, Elder Xia brought Duan Lingtian and Huan to a cell that was separated by a cell. There was no one in the middle of the 3 cells. A middle-aged man with white hair was sitting cross-legged in one of the cells. On the other side of the prison, there was a white fox covered in blood lying on the ground. If it wasn't for its weak aura, he would have thought that it was a corpse. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could tell the white fox was a phantom fox. However, it was unconscious. More than half of the white fox's pure white fur was dyed red. Fresh blood flowed from its body and dyed half of the floor of the prison. It was in red. The strands of blood of different sizes were glaring, no matter how one looked at it. "Brother Lingtian, she's my mother. She's my mother." Huan Er's excited voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears through voice transmission. However, to avoid attracting the attention of the old man, she tried her best to suppress her emotions and did not reveal her emotions. She knew that if she were to reveal any clues, the 1,000 Chains prison might not allow her to enter again. At that time, it would be even more difficult for her to save her parents. Based on Huan Er's gaze, Duan Lingtian knew the white fox was Huan Er's mother, Duxian. As for the middle-aged man in the other cell, it was clear he was Huan Er's biological father, a prodigy from Heavenly Sword Mountain. "Brother Lingtian, I sent a voice transmission to my mother, but she didn't respond. She must be seriously injured. Otherwise, She wouldn't have ignored me, Juan said through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel pity for her when he heard her trembling voice. Juan, I've used my divine consciousness to check your mother. She's not in any danger. I'll contact the middle-aged man in the other cell. He should be your father. After that, Duan Lingtian turned to look at the middle-aged man and asked through voice transmission, "Is the phantom fox opposite you called Du Xian?" Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian sent the voice transmission to the middle-aged man, the middle-aged man, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze that was as sharp as lightning instantly landed on Duan Lingtian. In the eyes of the old man standing next to Duan Lingtian, he thought the middle-aged man had noticed the commotion and opened his eyes to look at them. "Who are you? How do you know my wife's name?" The middle-aged man asked through voice transmission, "Do you know you have a daughter?" Duan Lingtian asked. "Yes." The middle-aged man replied, "Who are you? How do you know not only Xian Er's name, but we also have a daughter?" "Your daughter is by my side," Yizichin said. Duan Lingtian reminded the middle-aged man through voice transmission, "It's best if you don't make it too obvious. If someone discovers her identity, she might be imprisoned by the heavenly pool palace." Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the first part of Duan Lingtian's words. However, when he heard the second part of Duan Lingtian's words, he hastily withdrew his gaze from Juan. However, with Duan Lingtian's reminder, he could only steal a few more glances at Juan. In order not to attract attention, he would occasionally look at the old man standing next to Duan Lingtian. However, when the old man was not paying attention, his gaze softened as he looked at Juan. "He's Lian Qiu, the prodigy from the heavenly sword mountain." The old man glanced at the middle-aged man before he said to Duan Lingtian, "He's the one who ruined the marriage between the heavenly pool palace and the heavenly sword mountain of the solitary destructive heaven." After that, the heavenly sword mountain personally sent him to the heavenly pool palace and imprisoned him in the 1,000 chains prison. The white fox in front of us is his wife. It was also because of this white fox that he broke off the engagement. Speaking of which, this white fox delivered herself to him. As he spoke, the old man shook his head. When he looked at the unconscious white fox, a hint of pity could be seen in the depths of his eyes. "All right," Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he held Juan Er's hand and followed the old man. Juan Er's gaze was completely different from before. She stared at the middle-aged man for a long time. "Juan she's Xian and my daughter. Her eyes are the same as Xian Er's." When Duan Lingtian held Juan Er's hand and left, Lian Qiu closed his eyes and did not look at Juan Er. However, his heart was in turmoil as he thought to himself, "Her face is similar to Xian Er's as well." Lian Qiu did not know he had a daughter before this. He only learned that his wife, Du Xian, had come to the heavenly pool palace to look for him and was imprisoned in the 1,000 chains prison. It was only then that he learned he had a daughter whom his wife had left behind in the spirit overarching heaven. When he learned about this, his first reaction was anger. He was angry that his wife had left his daughter behind to look for him. However, when he saw his wife being tortured in the heavenly pool palace's 1,000 chains prison to find him, he could only feel heartache. At the same time, he prayed in his heart that his daughter would have a good life outside. He had already accepted the fate of himself and his wife. He had even given up all hope, thinking that he would never see his daughter again in this lifetime. But today, 2 complete strangers had appeared before his eyes. Among them, the handsome young man in purple had communicated with him via voice transmission and told him that his daughter was by his side. When he first saw the white-clothed woman beside the young man in purple, he didn't even need any proof to know that she was his daughter. She resembled his wife a lot. In fact, there was a hint of him in her features as well. "Senior Lian Qiu, Juan and I will think of a way to save you and Senior Du Xian." When Duan Lingtian and Juan or were about to leave Lien Qiu's sight, Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Lien Qiu solemnly. When Lien Qiu heard how Duan Lingtian addressed his daughter, he was certain she was his and Du Xian's daughter. There was no doubt about it. Although they looked alike, it was impossible for their names to be coincidental. Save us. However, after a while, Lien Qiu regained his senses, and his expression changed completely. His daughter and the purple-clad young man standing next to her seemed to be his son-in-law. How could they be saved? I hope these two silly children won't act rashly. It's not easy to escape from the Thousand Chains prison. If it's that easy, the titled celestial emperors on the third floor would have escaped long ago. Lien Qiu prayed inwardly. Although he wanted to bring his wife Du Xian away from this place, if his daughter and the young man who was suspected to be their son-in-law had to risk their lives, they would rather stay here. Xianer, I believe you have the same thoughts as well. Taking a deep breath, Lien Qiu suppressed the violent trembling of his body. He could not bear to look at the giant white fox covered in blood in the other cell. This was his wife, Du Xian. However, Du Xian was often tortured and severely injured, so she could only return to her original form to recuperate. On the other side, after leaving the second floor with the old man, Duan Lingtian held Huan Er's hand tightly as he asked the world, cleansing divine water in his little world. Sister Water, do you have any ideas? Duan Lingtian had told the world, cleansing divine water, about his purpose in coming to the Thousand Chains prison. He had also asked the world, cleansing divine water, to check if there were any loopholes in the prison. If there was a loophole, he could use it to save Huan Er's parents. It's difficult. Upon hearing the world, cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian's heart sank. Difficult? Since the world, cleansing divine water, had said so, it meant it was indeed difficult. Senior, can I lend all of you to Huan Er's father, Lien Qiu? With your help, he'll be able to display strength surpassing ordinary titled celestial emperors and escape from the Thousand Chains prison? Duan Lingtian voiced his thoughts. Although he knew it would be dangerous for him to expose the 5 divine elements, he did not hesitate to save Huan Er's parents. After all, he did not think Huan Er's father would betray him. Naturally, if Huan Er's father managed to escape with the help of the 5 divine elements, he would become the target of everyone in the Devata realms. After all, even heavenly emperors would be tempted by the 5 divine elements. However, he had to make sure this method worked first. After all, he was prepared to lend the 5 divine elements to the Thousand Chains prison. No. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the world cleansing divine water rejected his idea. It's not as simple as you think. Only our host is capable of drawing out the full power of the 5 divine elements. Do you think that just because you're able to tap into our power, others can do the same as well? That's not the case, yes. Chapter 30, 318. You can lend the 5 divine elements to someone else, but that person won't be able to unleash even 1% of the 5 divine elements' power. Only the host will be able to unleash the full power of the 5 divine elements. Unless the host dies and the divine elements change to a new host, acknowledge the identity of the new host, and reach some sort of agreement with the new host soul, then the new host will be able to fully utilize the power of the divine elements. If your idea really works, doesn't that mean that after a person becomes a Paragon Realm expert with the help of the 5 divine elements, he'll be able to lend the 5 divine elements to others and become a Paragon Realm expert as well? That's not realistic. Upon hearing the world cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian realized his method was useless. He began to feel anxious again. Sister Water, do you have any ideas? I do have an idea. However, it's too dangerous for you. The world cleansing divine water replied. What is it? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he asked anxiously. In his opinion, as long as there was a way, it was fine even if he had to put himself in danger. As the saying went, fortune comes from danger. Duan Lingtian had traveled from the mundane realm to the Devata realm. Naturally, he knew this. Release the titled celestial emperors on the 3rd floor of the prison. If possible, release all of them. The world, cleansing divine water, said bluntly. Upon hearing the world, cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. Then he smiled wryly and said, Sister Water, your suggestion is a little too cruel. However, will they be able to escape if they're released? The 1,000 Chains prison is no longer what it used to be. Elder Xie has already said so. The world, cleansing divine water, continued to say, the only things that are more complicated in the 1,000 Chains prison are the formations in the prison and the square in front of the Internal Affairs Pavilion. However, I have a way to deal with these 2 formations. You can deliberately leak the method to them. The world, cleansing divine water, said. Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened when he heard the world, cleansing divine water's words. The world, cleansing divine water, knew how to break the formations in the prison and the square so the titled celestial emperors would not have to worry about them. Up until now, there are 6 titled celestial emperors imprisoned on this floor. After leaving the 2nd floor, the old man brought Duan Lingtian and Huan to the 3rd floor. The cells on this floor were unique. Each of the cells seemed to be a cultivation ground. There were 6 rooms in each cell, and nothing seemed to be holding them down. There was a person sitting cross-legged in front of each of the 4 rooms. There was an old man with disheveled gray hair, a bald man, a skinny old woman, and a young man with a cold temperament. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 appeared. The bald man glanced indifferently at the 3 of them before he closed his eyes again. He didn't look at Duan Lingtian's group of 3 anymore. This bald man is known as the Scoured Cloud Celestial Emperor. He killed 2 elders of the Heavenly Pool Palace in the past. Since the palace master couldn't kill him, he was captured and imprisoned here. At this moment, the old man's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. All of the 6 titled celestial emperors, including him, have comprehended the law of earth. Moreover, all of them are skilled in defense. Even if they're skilled in defense and not offense as titled celestial emperors, their offensive prowess is still on par with titled celestial emperors, even if their offensive prowess is inferior to their defensive prowess. As you can see, this place doesn't look like a prison at all. That's because ordinary prison restraints are useless against them. Right now, they're trapped and enveloped by the formation. Even if they try their best, they won't be able to escape. After listening to the old man's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood why the 3rd floor did not look like a prison. Instead, it looked more like a place for cultivation. On the 2nd level, people like Lian Qiu, the prodigy of Heavenly Sword Mountain, whose strength is close to that of a titled celestial emperor, are bound by the prison and the formation. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the prison to trap them. The old man continued to explain. Duan Lingtian nodded. The old man continued to introduce the other 5 titled celestial emperors to Duan Lingtian. These titled celestial emperors had either killed a prodigy from the Heavenly Pool Palace or angered the Heavenly Pool Palace. Although the Heavenly Pool Palace's powerhouses could suppress them, they could not kill them. Under such circumstances, the Heavenly Pool Palace had no choice but to capture them and imprison them in the 1,000 Chains prison. There are some old antiques among these titled celestial emperors. However, not only is it difficult to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy here, but it's also difficult for them to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth here. Moreover, they can't calm down at all. Duan Lingtian had tried to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth on the 2nd floor, but he did not notice this problem. However, when Duan Lingtian tried to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth on the 3rd floor, he discovered this problem again. It was obvious this problem only existed on the third floor. Elder Xia, the heaven and earth spirit energy here is almost non-existent. Moreover, when I tried to comprehend the profundities of heaven and earth, I was also affected by an unknown force. Is there a formation on this floor that specifically targets this problem? Although Duan Lingtian had his suspicions, he still asked the old man. That's right. The old man's reply confirmed Duan Lingtian's speculation. There's a special formation here that restricts the strength of the titled celestial emperors. There's no lack of talented titled celestial emperors here. If they're not restricted, it's only a matter of time before they wreak havoc in the Thousand Chains prison. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. The old man continued to say, the formation on the third floor is very strong. It's impossible for them to escape. For this reason, you'll be patrolling the third floor for 4 months. You can find a place to sit cross-legged and cultivate since you don't have to do anything. Once the time is up, you'll be able to leave this place. All right, Duan Lingtian nodded. Let's leave now. After taking Duan Lingtian and Huan around the prison, the old man led them out of the prison. When they arrived at the second floor, Huan Er's emotions were still fluctuating. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to comfort Huan as he asked the world cleansing divine water. Sister Water, can I bring my parents out of this place by letting them enter my little world? Duan Lingtian paused for a moment before he added, the little world in my body is different from ordinary people's. Is there a way to bypass the formation and bring them out under your guidance, Sister Shui? If it's that simple, I wouldn't have suggested that you release all the titled celestial emperors on the third floor. The world cleansing divine water replied to Duan Lingtian's question. Although your little world is different from ordinary people's, the Thousand Chains prison isn't as simple as it seems. Moreover, the Thousand Chains prison has preserved the aura of the prisoners' souls. Even if they enter your little world, they'll still be discovered. For now, the only way out is to release all the titled celestial emperors. However, even if you do that, it'll still be dangerous. After all, it won't take long for the Heavenly Pool Palace to track you down. At that time, you'll become an enemy of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Moreover, you've said that the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace has a close relationship with the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. Even if you manage to escape, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven will mobilize his forces to help the Heavenly Pool Palace find you. The world cleansing divine water analyzed the pros and cons of the situation and voiced out her concerns. Duan Lingtian listened patiently to the world cleansing divine water's words. He did not relay the message to Huan However, when she returned to Duan Lingtian's cultivation place, she could no longer hold back her tears. Tears streamed down her cheeks like rain. Her beautiful face was revealed after she removed her veil, revealing a pained expression that would make one's heart ache. Brother Lingtian, my mother has suffered a lot. I'm useless. I'm really useless. I couldn't save her. Huan cried bitterly. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was beginning to regret bringing Huan to the Thousand Chains prison. If he had gone alone, he would have been able to hide the truth from Huan for a while. Even then, he was still as eager to save Huan parents as he was now. Huan I have a way to save your parents. A hint of determination flashed in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes as he looked at Huan. So what if he was being hunted by the Heavenly Pool Palace? So what if he was being hunted by the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven? After all, he was not from the Boundless Heaven. He had only entered the Heavenly Pool Palace to save Huan his parents. Brother Lingtian, are you telling the truth? Huan stopped crying when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She stared at Duan Lingtian intently. She had always trusted Duan Lingtian unconditionally, and that was still the case even now. However, since this concerned her parents, She could not help but ask for confirmation. Huan, Brother Ling Tian hasn't lied to you before, right? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile on his face. Brother Ling Tian, I want to know if you have a way to rescue my parents. If there's any danger, I'd rather wait a few more years until we're strong enough to rescue them. Then, she said solemnly, Brother Ling Tian, I want to know if you have a way to rescue my parents. If there's any danger, I'd rather wait a few years until we're strong enough to rescue them. After her trip to the Thousand Chains prison, Huan-Er knew how difficult it would be to save her parents. Even if she believed in her big brother Ling Tian now, she still felt that it was too unrealistic. Moreover, she felt that there might be an extremely great risk behind her big brother Ling Tian saving her parents. Silly girl, what are you thinking about? Duan Ling Tian patted Huan-Er's head and said with a smile, Brother Ling Tian, I won't do anything I'm not confident in. Don't worry. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.